we've been talking about now.
Yeah.
How is it augmenting, strengthening it?
Yeah. So that's also a great question, and it, more than intuitive answers, what we're able to get here is that OTT is a select set of medium. It kind of, there is a skew towards premium. There is a skew towards urban. There is a skew towards, let's say, decision-making sort of audience. So what tends to happen is, while the reach addition seems to come from linear TV, among the same households, if you add OTT, you're able to sharpen that reach, and you're able to sharpen behavioral aspects, which is addition to visits in the website. You're able to drive in that funnel of awareness, consideration, etc. OTT seems to be driving consideration. So one is driving awareness, another is driving consideration. And then something else might be adding. So that's the biggest thing. The role OTT seems to play is to amplify the reach of the linear television, as well as drive consideration. So driving consideration is something that many marketers would have it on their KRAs or KPIs in a big way, because at the end of the day, that seems measurable, and this is what drives that. Yeah.
Absolutely. How does all of this at the end of the day, change media planning models for media planners watching this?
Yeah.
What is that takeaway on how it will affect their lives, how it will affect the models, how they deliver solutions to clients?
So I think it is going to, if this data is sufficiently used, it's going to change the way, probably revolutionize the way media planning is done.
You said sufficiently used.
Yeah. So what I mean by that is, the current media planning does what? On the one hand, it takes reach maximization and to see, can I reach most people in an unduplicated fashion? That's one metric. Then there are other metrics like the walled gardens or the digital landscapes, etc., where within those platforms you're able to get input-output measures to some extent. But what happens when there's no household which says that I'm only on Meta or I'm only on YouTube. We're all a combination of those, right? And then we're also a combination of linear and OTT on this. So how does this ecosystem combination work? That is where this whole system comes into the picture. So perhaps media planners would want to see what is the immediate objective of this particular campaign. Is it sales maximization? Could be. Is it reach maximization? Could be. Is it consideration maximization? Or is it I want to build on searches? Depending upon that, depending upon the behavioral output that they're expecting, they could change their inputs and outputs here and there, saying what is the right combination that works.
Calibrate it according to that.
Absolutely, which would not have been possible earlier. They would have only have to do it with linear. Now with this behavior being available, they would have been only have to do with what you call reach-related figures. Now, since you have the combination, they'll be able to clearly play or understand the role that linear TV plays, the role that OTT plays, the role that digital plays, and how this combination, in what combination is the right one for the objective that I currently have for this campaign.
One of the other things, an area of concern has always been for marketers to justify almost their existence, but also justify the budgets that are spent in their media, in their campaigns. How does this framework essentially improve accountability? And that big question of return on advertising spends. How will this framework impact that, especially when it comes to CMOs, validating their plans in a boardroom? Because that convincing the CFO has always been a battle of its own. So tell me a little bit about how this enhances accountability for them.
I can't answer the existential question. That depends on a whole lot of others.
I don't think they can answer that one either.
But when it comes to the effectiveness and efficiency question, I've been a CMO myself for many, many years. And the big question asked is, you say you spend, the classical number, right, 50% of advertising goes waste, and we don't know which 50%. So the questions that CFOs always throw towards CMOs is to say, okay, you're saying you're spending this money and you're saying you're getting this visibility, but is that visibility what is causing people to buy? Not known. Is it what is done at the shop level, or is it which part of my spend is giving me what? Is something that was not so easily measurable. It was only measurable to the extent of exposure. So if I'm there on all the media, which one is working better for me is something that was not as clearly visible or as clearly measurable. So to that extent, it goes one step further or a couple of steps further to say, this dollar gave me this dollar in return. So this combination of dollars gave me this combination of dollars in return, or this combination of outputs in return. It need not even be dollars. very often we'll say money is not the only measure of everything.
Right.
It's okay. So you measure consideration, which is a mind measure. You measure awareness, which is a mind measure. You also measure site visits, which is a behavioral measure. You also measure search, which is a behavioral measure. So if you measure these and the dollar inputs into these, I think it changes the way a CMO is able to answer to a CFO saying, I spent this money. As a result of this, I got this much increase in search. This many people who increased their search added this to the cart. So therefore, it completely it allows the CMO to explain the contribution of each of these to each level of the funnel. And to that extent, it makes them far more accountable, far more, what shall I say, explain the relationship between the input and the output.
Connecting the dots.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about how, Ramki, things have changed in your view, CMOs today. Like you said, you've been a CMO as well. Yeah. What are some of the, I'm not talking about the existential crisis here, but what are some of the major pain points today for a lot of CMOs? Yeah. From your conversations with your peers, colleagues, whoever it may be, what is it that's really essentially keeping them awake at night?
Yeah, keeping the subject of the discussion alive, I think that this cross screen is a big nightmare, right? Because all of us, on an average, concurrently use multiple screens, right? I mean, like for example, before we started this discussion, you were on your phone, right? And if your laptop was nearby, you look at a mail here and you look at something here. And when you're watching television, we keep our phone next to ourselves, and perhaps there's even a tablet. Absolutely. So this cross screen behavior and what drives what is another one big thing that driving. There are also other elements which are beyond the scope of today's discussion, which is to say there's this thing called influencer, the whole world of influencers. Who influences what? How many of them are actually measurable, and how many of them are... it's almost like I have to put this money away on this influencer because he has a lot of people following this, that individual. But the people that are following the individual following for a particular reason, right? Are they going to be influenced if your brand is going to be present there is not measurable. So that's another big nightmare, or another big thought in the minds of CMO saying, what am I going to do about that?
Lots of questions on the effectiveness of influencer marketing, especially in the past couple of years, definitely.
Yes. So influencer is a third part is, I think the fundamental role that a marketer plays is to be able to convey the voice of the consumer clearly enough to the organization. Now, that voice of the consumer is becoming more and more difficult to assess, right? Because the voice is going in all kinds of places, and voice is going in groups, voice is going in individuals. So how is the best way to bring it all together? So bringing the voice to the place, the role of the influencer, and cross-screen. I would seem to think these are the three biggest spokes of the nightmare that the CMO's life is going through right now.
And then you add AI to the mix.
Absolutely, yeah. It'll probably enable them to answer these questions, I guess, AI will. But to understand AI, does AI play a role? Of course, it plays a massive role in getting to understand these clearly. Yes.
Well, maybe you're right. We can have a longer conversation on that some other time. But going back to this framework, what is a signal for the future of India's cross-screen ecosystem, Ramki?
The signal is quite clear that the period in which we were measuring things in silos is over. That's all. Because behavior in silos is also over. So if you really want to drive behavior in a particular way, which is what you start a campaign with. Why do you do a campaign? You don't want to do a campaign because you want everybody to see the campaign. Of course, you want them to see the campaign, but as a result of which you want them to behave in a particular way. So this kind of goes to the next step to say, what is that behavior? Is it search? Is it addition to cart? Is it website visit? Or is it even purchase? So how do we go all the way up to there? So therefore, you're able to relate these two together, and that is what is possibly going to be the way in which future planning and future efficiency measurements are going to take that route.
If you were to distill the key takeaways, the important insights from working on this framework, building this framework, and seeing the outcome, what would that be, Ramki, for marketers today, for media planners today?
Yeah. So I would say three things. I mean, three is easy to remember rather than speaking 5 minutes. The first point is about please be able to measure the exact output of what you put in as money. I put in X money, what is the output? So be able to measure, and that measurement should be in a situation that it is able to give you clear indications of which screen relate to what kind of behavior. That's the first takeout. The second takeout is the siloed behavior or the siloed measurement is not working because different combinations seem to drive different behaviors. Pure linear tends to certain set of behavior, which is reach maximization as well as search, etc. Linear plus OTT drives reach, search, and even website visits. Now, all of this plus digital seems to build the engagement funnel also. So each one has a so be clear about the role of the screen and the role of the screen that you want to use it for, and then allocate your money accordingly. The last and critical aspect about this is some of the old myths like linear TV is purely for reach and nothing else have been smashed or dismissed by this study. So linear TV is able to do reach plus definitely contribution towards discovery and search, etc. Similarly, linear TV plus OTT is able to contribute something. So what I'm trying to say is, don't go by the myths that you had. So those are the 3 points that I would say. Be able to measure clearly each screen. Then look at the role that you want for each of the screens and drive that in the place. And stop all these siloed myths and look at all of this together.
Absolutely. I was talking about this conversation I had with leaders from WPP Media earlier, and one of the things that really stood out for me is how we really need to even reevaluate the language we use for media now.
Yeah.
This idea of new age media and digital and TV. We're talking about screens now,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter. I mean, do you, again, just a broader zoomed out view on how practitioners need to look at the media landscape now, which may require a fundamental shift in how we talk about media.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of, can we talk a very simple language saying, did somebody see the ad? As a result of which, did they behave in a particular way? There are so many terms in between. You know, there is a reach term, there's a duplicated reach term, there's a frequency term, and there is this and that and all of that. Very simply, if you're able to relate to what somebody saw where, as a result of which what they did. If that combination is the language that we should be ideally speaking, because that's what matters. The rest is all a lot of
jargon.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you for distilling that down so well for us, Ramki. Pleasure chatting with you, and hope we can chat more on AI and a whole bunch of other things as well soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
And before we wrap, a quick word on something the world of brands is watching very closely. Entries for the Storyboard 18 Awards for Creativity, our flagship platform celebrating India's boldest, most innovative and culture-shaping work, are officially closed. But what happens next truly matters. This year's entries will be reviewed by one of the most formidable juries ever assembled, featuring leaders who have shaped brands, business and culture. Because these awards go beyond campaigns. They recognize the ideas that define the year across storytelling, digital innovation, media strategy, and brand leadership. The winners won't just take home a trophy. They will set the benchmark for creative excellence in India. Stay tuned. The Storyboard 18 Awards for Creativity are coming soon.
Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain...
now.
Fears of a prolonged war in West Asia keep markets around the world on tenterhooks. The Sensex and the Nifty fall 3 percentage points this week to clock its biggest weekly fall in over a year. Financials feel the pain and they were the biggest laggards. The Nifty Bank saw its biggest weekly fall in 14 months. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, we'll decode what this war means for the Lal Street. We'll put the spotlight on India's macros, the currency. Hello and welcome to Editor's Roundtable. I am Reema Tendulkar. With me are Nimesh and Lata. And joining us here in our newsroom is Rajesh Kothari, MD of Alf Accurate Advisors. Hi guys, it was a short week, but an extremely challenging week. You know, out of the 4 trading days, in 3 of them we closed in the red. In Friday, there was this late sell-off which dragged the markets down, and indices ending the week with about a 3% cut. And everyone thought at the start of the week that maybe this is going to be a short, it won't be a prolonged conflict. There'll be buying which emerges because of past history, but nothing of that played out.
Oh, absolutely. So I think the only good news this week was that we are in the finals of the T20 World Cup. So I think that's the only positive. Otherwise, it's been a challenging week. And as you rightly pointed out, right? I mean, nobody thought this will prolong for more than a few days. And now it's getting dragged and dragged. So I guess that's what
there was one more positive. Tuesday markets were off, you know.
Oh, yeah. But it didn't feel like...
But a lot of brokers, why even anchors, who were of the view that good, it is closed on Tuesday. Yeah. By the time we come on Wednesday, everything will be settled. I mean, we were as optimistic as that.
Yeah, at least less damage, one lesser day of a damage.
Yeah, but it came with double force on Wednesday. And this time, all the macros are in trouble.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you are going to have a problem. We were very happy that we have growth higher than expected. You know, GDP after GDP. Yeah. We thought we had inflation lower than expected, even with the new series. Now, all those go for a toss. Growth is going to be lower than expected and inflation is going to be more than expected because of this unexpected supply shock that we will face.
Yeah, and I remember at the start of the week, Jeffries had put out a note saying India's dependence on Middle East is very high. It's 17% of India's exports, 55%, it provides 55% of India's crude oil and 38% of worker remittances. So the fact that it, prolongs, and this week we've seen crude prices go up 18%. It was at $72, $73. Now it touched $85, $86 per barrel. So all that, Lata, is really hurting the macros.
Oh, yes. I think until now, I used to always ask experts like you the question, India's GDP is doing very well. Why are earnings, not catching up? I can understand for 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 6 quarters, 7 quarters, Nifty in single digits. When growth is at 8% used to be my question. Now that boast has come under a bit of a cloud. For all the reasons that you said, our dependence on the Middle East.
So this is exactly what I asked Ramdev yesterday, that, he's been a big advocate of that the earnings will pick up and he's expecting 14, 15, 16% earnings for next year. And with this kind of, macro backdrop and the crude going higher, is that going to challenge the earnings backdrop overall? And he expects that, maybe it'll trouble the earnings as well, because a lot of the earnings will get impacted, especially the OMCs and all those guys, Reliance and everybody. So, Rajesh, your thoughts? What's your take?
I think it has been about 7 days of the war. Yeah. It is not prolonged war, It is still short war, correct?
Correct.
So, and we hope that, and I think this time the fight is against the might. Yeah. So outcome by and large, everybody knows, correct? The only thing is what is the duration? Will it be 1 week? Will it be 3 weeks? Will it be 4 weeks? And he has given official statement of 4 weeks, right? But the important thing is that if you look at the third quarter numbers, because after the noise finally come back to data point. What is the data point suggesting? And I was looking at the entire third quarter numbers. You look at consumer, you look at capex, you look at credit. So you look at consumer. Most consumer companies deliver double-digit growth. Look at Phoenix Mall, the largest mall of the country. You have 18% plus growth. Yes. Correct? Look at the total credit card transactions of the country.
Yeah.
It's a 18% growth. In capex, look at L&T order intake growth. It is a strong double digit, 20% plus. ABB reported 30% plus.
Okay, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
What's your view on L&T itself? Because they have about 55% of their order book exposed to the Middle East. All that you are giving me is historical legacy data, which is already in the price.
No. What I'm saying, the order intake growth. So what it suggests is...
Will they be able to execute?
That's what I'm saying. Order intake growth, basically what it suggests the economy is back to its momentum, which it was missing 6 months ago.
No, I'm taking all that. I'm on your side when you speak about growth. I'm just asking you pointedly, because this particular company is exposed.
See, what happens, Lata, whichever company gets exposed, correct? Their earnings definitely will be under question mark in terms of the 1 quarter or 2 quarters, depending upon how prolonged this is, am I right? And therefore, the stock is already down. The point is, from here, what you do? Am I right?
So what do you do?
That is my
That's what I'm
question.
saying. So they basically, people will look at just like COVID or during Russia-Ukraine war. Whichever companies got impacted, their stock price on day one goes down, correct? And then you take FY27 full year view and the existed price. And that's somebody's view. Suppose somebody thinks it is going to be 6 months war and L&T will not able to execute and Middle East will not allow any company to execute, which I don't think is possible, am I right? Because finally it's the Middle East and they are also strong countries, am I right? So till now, till as on yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you also must be speaking with many managements, there is no major impact on actual execution on ground.
Yeah.
That's a fact of the life, am I right? And stock prices have come down. So the valuations, of course, are turning in your favor. And definitely after 1 month or after 2 months, it is back to normal. Question is 2 weeks or 4 weeks. That's a question which is in everybody's mind.
So have you deployed money this week? If
We are
yes,
deploying.
aggressively deploying this week?
I think this is a time to deploy. Because you will never able to time. Look at like India,
What kind of sectors would you
I tell you,
choose?
for example, India, Pakistan. One headline on Sunday, 4 p.m., ceasefire, done. So you can't predict when there will be ceasefire, am I right? So important is 3 sectors. What we like is auto is one sector which will do extremely well. Of course, crude oil is a risk, and that's why you are seeing some correction. But in my view, the actual petrol diesel price will not go up. OMC will take the hit. So anyway, we don't buy OMC. So auto will do well. Banking and finance, some right now inflation worry because of again of crude oil. If it comes under correction, it is a strong bad decline because credit growth, and I'm sure, I mean, you are expert. The credit growth is back to 13% compared to 8.5%. So that is good, and asset quality anyway is best, correct? And the third, capital goods, selectively, companies which are reporting very strong order intake. These are the strong sectors. And last but not least, the hospitals. They have nothing to do with this war. Hospitals will continue to do well, right? So these are pure strong India stories. And these are less impacted because of these macros. Who knows how the macros will turn out, but it will be much lesser impact.
Hospitals are not even affected by AI disruption.
Absolutely.
Also.
They are not impacted by even AI disruption. Even your auto is not going to be disturbed by AI. In fact, they are beneficiaries of AI.
Yeah, they would actually be more perhaps productive.
Absolutely, because their cost will come down.
Cost will come
I was speaking with one of the chairman of the bank, and he said because of AI, our cost to income ratio, you should not surprise if it reduces by 200 bips over next 2 years.
Over what, 2 years?
Yeah, which is big because directly it goes to your ROE and ROA, and which we are not even right now. Entire AI is AI losers. But AI beneficiaries, the banking, the few consumer companies, few large cap goods companies, we are not even factoring that.
Yeah. We were chatting with one of the managements and they said that, while there are productivity gains, etc., as you pointed out, the cost of compute is also very high. So that is something that you have to keep a check on.
Absolutely.
So you may not realize the entire benefit of it.
See what happens, that will go into capex. And capex gets spread out over 5 years, 10 years cycle. So it is a 0.001% impact on depreciation. But your employee cost reducing directly hits your P&L, it improves your P&L, so your ROE goes up.
So autos, banks, capital goods,
banks,
hospitals, these are the 4.
Consumer discretionary will do well, extremely well. Premiumization will keep doing well. I mean, and all these are fast frequency data indicators.
I could see this yesterday when I went for the match. I mean, it didn't look like, markets are struggling so much or there is a job loss or 40, 50,000 people, a lot of the big guys coming in fancy cars. People are spending on food, people are spending on tickets. I mean, the tickets are not that cheap, right? I mean, some of the tickets were like for 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 tickets. So, and people are spending. Not everybody gets a complimentary ticket, right? So, I mean, 40, 50,000 people are spending one night, 4 hours for a match and spending so much of money. It doesn't look like...
there's no denying that. Look at the way the hotel stocks did. I mean, even if the stocks had already priced in, the numbers that came at the end of the third quarter were outstanding numbers.
Very high.
Clearly showing the premiumization and consumer discretion. True. What would you avoid? And let me ask for one specific sector. We spoke with the former chairman of BPCL and GAIL today. And the big question was, even if now crude is kind of made available because of Russian oil being available to us, what happens to cooking gas? And their reply was that we are only dependent for about 1/3 of our gas requirements, natural gas, from the West.
Correct.
And their guess was, West as in West Asia, their guess was that the government will prioritize and not allow industrial use of natural gas till the war ends and only concentrate on cooking gas.
True.
So can there be any sectors to avoid because there may be a gas shortage?
So I think the impact you will see across sectors, particularly depending upon which region you are. For example, Gujarat, Morbi, tile sector already getting impacted. Now, if the impact is for 5 days or 1 month, that somebody's, I leave it to somebody's judgment depending upon the war, am I right? But these are the sectors which are heavy gas consumers. Probably these are the companies rather than sectors which you need to avoid. Means you can't say, I will not buy consumer because somebody is going to hit on tiles. So then probably you can avoid maybe the tiles sector because short term might be a little bit challenging. But so generally we do not prefer OMC companies. And anyway, rising crude oil is not good for OMC companies. And of course the AI fear. So that is the sector which one needs to little bit underweight.
So that would be what, IT?
Entire IT, and unfortunately the platforms got impacted in a very big way. Not only IT. There are so many good platform companies in India across the sub-segments. That also got rogered in last 1 month.
You would pick some of them?
Very selectively, extremely selectively, because what is happening, the intelligence, just intelligence and intellectual will not help when you look at the entire sector. So we spoke with one of the AI expert last month, one of the top 3 companies in the world, and they said that only somebody's intellectual, that cannot be the barrier, because now AI is doing that job. So you need to be more backward integrated, that you need to actually own the customer. Just providing good software front will not help. So in platforms, there are only 2, 3, 4 companies which are actually very strong, who owns the customer. They provide actually the package, just not the fancy
just not one plug-in software.
Yes, it is just not marketplace. Just marketplace may get disrupted.
That's true.
So, interesting. Very interesting insights, Rajesh. But Lata, the rupee, with the fall in the markets, the rupee is also in a free fall.
Well, this year and maybe February to now, the rupee is an outperformer. The other currencies have fallen more. But of course, you have to look at it over a range, and the rupee is in trouble. This week itself, it was saved only by tons of dollars sold by the Reserve Bank. Numbers, of course, this is all chatter. You'll never be able to get the correct number till the final numbers come in the RBI bulletin. 5 billion a day, is the amount that Reserve Bank is believed to have sold across. I mean, they don't sell it in the spot, NDF market, as well as futures, that is sell by swaps. All those put together, that is the massive amount of, selling they've done. But I just want to point out some data on why we should be what are the numbers that we should be worried about? The balance of currencies in the country is made up of current account flows and capital account flows. Now, current account, we normally have a deficit because as a country, we import more than we export. Of course, that deficit has been declining because we are exporting services. As well, we have remittances coming from abroad. But even then, we are a current account deficit, but capital flows were positive. Now, the table is running by, Rajesh, you cannot see it, but for the viewers, and the table will show you that balance of payments, current plus capital, has started to turn negative. And for the first time, 2 quarters in a row, that is the quarter ending September and quarter ending December, we had negative balance of payments, which means capital flows were not enough to manage the current account deficit. And this is likely to be the 3rd quarter. 3 quarters in a row, we have not faced in a long time. 2 years in a row, we have not faced negative balance of payments in a long time. So this is something to be worried about. And, the FPI flows are also something we are showing on. And all of you know those numbers by heart. Again, there have been 2 consecutive years of FPI outflows. And that is a weight. This was the state of the currency, and I have done these explanations so many times up until February end. And into this, we are now adding a very big negative. We were already in a negative BOP, and now you're adding a serious current account deficit factor, which is higher price of oil. Now, whether you and I don't pay at the pump or someone else in India is paying,
Absolutely.
the OMC or whoever. So India as a whole will have a bigger trade deficit, a bigger current account deficit, a bigger balance of payments deficit. So the rupee is not showing a very pretty picture. It's not round the corner that things are going to improve. In fact, you will tell us better. When will the FPIs come back? You tell us.
I think I always believe that अगर आपका flower में सुगंध रहेगी तो मधुमक्खी आएगी. So if your corporate earnings growth picks up, the investors will come. Be it local, be it FPI, be it hedge fund, somebody will come. So if you look at the Nifty earnings growth, which was 5%, FY25 will become 9% in FY26. Third quarter, if you look at the BSE 500, earnings growth is already 13%. Okay. So we are back to double-digit earnings growth in third quarter already. Next year, the Nifty earnings growth is going to be 15 to 17% as per conservative estimate.
Okay.
Because the banking sector, which has reported zero growth because of 6 months transition net interest margin, that will basically contribute to the much higher growth in FY27. So BSE 500, excluding banking, excluding metal, aggregate all, in all respects, the third quarter has been already double digit. And that's what I'm saying. The fast frequency data indicators are showing very strong positive momentum. Of course, you have this macro headwind is there against you, but otherwise all data points are, I mean, this for after a very long time, we are seeing all macro positive data.
So your bet would be that FPI flows should resume?
FPI flow should be resumed because the, the other countries also will start becoming more expensive. Particularly China, particularly Korea, the Taiwan, where the flows went last 18 months, that also there'll be, yeah.
So let me flip it in another way and ask you, are you worried about the domestic flows? Because that was the leg which was helping the markets to float, right? And for the last 18 months, the returns are negative. There is a bit of frustration now that, my money is not making money for me.
But it did show up in the Jan numbers, no?
It's still not showing up. The problem is that will it show up?
So financial
and is there something that is picking up?
See, I think investors have understood that any buy is always a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Any decline is a good opportunity to buy.
That's worked in the past, but it's been almost 2 years now that there is zero return.
Ultimately, on a greed and fear pendulum, when others are fearful, you have to be a little bit greedy.
What are we right now? Are we in a very fear phase that one should be greedy?
I think we are at fearful phase. Because 9 out of 10 people are not talking about equity. They all talk about gold, silver, China.
Exactly.
People are floating global funds from India.
So time to buy is time to buy.
I think it's time to buy. One can do staggered approach. Sure. One can say spread it over next 30, 60 days. One can say I will wait for full certainty. Okay. But yesterday when I was speaking with one of the large family office, he said in Gujarati line, that Sara Bhav and Sara Samachar Sathe na aave.
Correct.
The good news
and good price come together.
Never come together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is up to you. You want good news, then you have to pay price for it. If you want good price...
Actually, that's a great sentence on which to take a break.
Yeah, indeed. We'll slip into a very short break. We'll come back and continue the conversation on Editor's Roundtable. Don't go anywhere.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
Chinese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18.
Welcome back. You're watching Editor's Roundtable. Markets in India collapsed for the second straight week. This week, the benchmark indices were down nearly 3% as West Asia tensions continue to escalate. We've been in conversation with Rajesh Kothari of Alf Accurate Advisors. So Rajesh, we just ended the segment saying that good news and good prices don't come at the same time. And you already told us stocks that you like. Right? Can you tell us a little bit more about auto and auto ancillary? Because it's a broad segment. You've got two-wheelers, CVs, passenger vehicles, tractors. What do you like? And what is the risk of rising inflation on the margins? Can that derail the auto story?
So, well, if you look at the recent February number as well, third quarter has already been very strong. Then you have January numbers, then you have February numbers. In Maruti conference call, which is the largest car player, am I right? He's saying that the inventory is one of the lowest of last 2.5 years. You look at the second largest two-wheeler player, TVS, has reported already 20% plus volume growth. Correct? Please put a disclaimer because we are holding these companies.
Both Maruti and TVS.
Yeah, so please put a disclaimer. These are not recommendations.
But Maruti, for instance, has exports to Middle East, right?
Yeah, but export is small. They export to a number of countries. Middle East is only small. Africa is much bigger. Even for the two-wheeler players, Africa is much bigger.
But there will be an impact, right?
10 days अभी तो हुआ है, अभी तक तो impact नहीं है. One month impact is not an impact because please remember, always think about, is it a postponement of demand? Is it a demand issue or is it a supply issue? If it is a demand issue, you need to be worried. If it is a supply issue, don't get worried because then becomes postponement of demand. So then order book will be built up. Correct? Like COVID time, demand was never a problem. Supply was a problem. So then it became 6 months order book. Correct? The stock price don't get impacted. So always there will be impact on the numbers. But the second month you will see double numbers.
Rajesh, what about power and metals? Metals have obviously seen prices running up because aluminum producers in West Asia will have to, were threatening to close down or could not work. So metals is one question and the other one is power. I mean, there is a fuel problem, so coal is now becoming again precious. Global coal prices have gone up. Any thoughts on companies like Tata Power or Coal India?
So what is happening is globally, there is a thought process that because of the hardcore infrastructure needs to be put up, there will be more requirement of metals and that may lead to the higher metal prices and therefore in turn it will lead to the better stock prices. That's basically the view globally because metals are finally global companies. When it comes to the power side, the power demand, because summer is likely to be a little bit hotter than what, that's as per the IMD is going to be.
They're talking about El Nino.
Correct. So there is a expectation that the power demand also will be a little bit better compared to what the initial estimates are. So then you need to look at the company-wise, the merchant power,
So where are your bets? Which part of the power side?
Right now we do not have any large exposure to power sector because these are temporary periods, 2 months, 3 months effect. We always believe to.
But you own, I guess, the transmission businesses. One of those few of the transmission
prefer the product businesses. The T&D plays, the companies like correct. So those have nothing much to do with the power and coal cycle. India and all that stuff because they are actually much more bigger hyperscaler play, the data center play, the metro capex play. So they are immune to this, both sides, good and bad. They are much more structural story for 3, 4, 5 years.
The one thing in the broader market, you spoke about the broader market earnings been quite strong in Q3. In that sense, what are going to buy in the broader market names? If you can identify a few sectors or a few companies that you like, you've been tracking and it's just fallen because of this war-related issues.
So I think strong stocks have not fallen much despite this macro war issue. So auto ancillaries, if you look at it, there is not much significant decline in auto ancillary, but there is a strong buyer declines. I think few NBFCs that can become a very strong play. Consumer discretionaries, hospitals, specialty capital goods companies, one or two specialty chemical company which goes into the data center cooling agents. So these are within niche business. So I think more bottom up probably will work in FY27. Top down the sectors will do well, and then bottom up you need to do the individual sub-segmentation.
What are your preferences? I mean, I'm asking you sectorally, but you can tell me stock-wise. Private sector banks, public sector banks, NBFCs. How would you Which is your best preferred?
So I think the commercial vehicle financiers will do extremely well. And the growth will be very high because CV cycle is just turning up, so which is good. If you look at the private sector banks, 1 or 2 private sector banks will do well, not everybody. 1 or 2 PSU banks will do also extremely well because they have the best of the ratios in their favor. And there, if you look at the capital adequacy ratio, as well as CASA, as well as loan to lending CD ratio, they are also favorable. Whereas for private sector banks, they will limit on the CD ratio. So that is actually putting incremental pressure about how much you want to grow. And that becomes a little bit capped. So NBFCs, I think, will do also well. CV within that will do better. And few private sector and few PSU, but you need to be selective within each of that bucket.
Many of the Gulf countries also control large sovereign funds, whether it's ADIA, Mubadala, Kuwait, Qatar, etc. And they make large investments in infrastructure, tech investments, real estate.
Correct.
While I get higher crude prices will bloat the overall Gulf economies, but there is also the possibility that the government calls on these sovereign wealth funds to divert some money to the government. I mean, have you given any of this a thought, how it impacts public-private markets?
I think their financial position is not in a bad shape. That's why they have a huge sovereign fund. They are investing into the other countries.
Correct.
Am I right?
But we're also all dependent on them.
And where they've invested highest is US and not India. Am I right? So if something happens, it might be bad for the US economy in general, but then they both are partners, am I right? So I'm sure they will balance it out somewhere. Nothing much as an India impact, because there's a large investment they have made in most of these companies are US. The Indian investments are not too big.
Not too big. All right. Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, one more.
No, just overall comment. You are a mid-cap, small-cap king.
Yeah.
So you think they are now better placed than Nifty or the other way around?
So as I always say, we look at the profit size rather than market cap.
Okay.
So the 1,000 companies, first 1,000 companies is a segment where we are extremely bullish. You'll be shocked to know that the Nifty Midcap Index, the average profit size is 1,000 crores.
Oh.
Nifty Small Cap Index, average profit size is 400 crores.
Okay.
And they're still called mid and small.
Small. Fair point.
Their debt equity has become 0. Their ROE has become 15%. And their earnings growth is 15% plus.
Okay. Fair point.
So I think they have transformed in last 10 years. They are no more, small is no longer small. Actually, if you look at top 1,000 companies, they have actually evolved. They have become much bigger. And they become
very,
resilient.
very convincing argument. Irrespective of the problems, individual companies have done very well.
That's where I think always alpha is to be made.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you so
Rajesh.
much.
This has been a great conversation, very insightful.
Thank you
Lots
so
of
much.
learnings for all of us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Really, I love the interaction. Thank you.
All right. Well, that brings us to a close in this edition of Editor's Roundtable. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on CNBC TV18. Thank you for watching.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise, this endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was.
Hello and welcome to our special broadcast right here on CNBC TV18. Now, United States and Israel's joint operations have continued across the Western theater, across West Asia. Over the last 5 days, we've seen heated conflict between the two sides. We've seen how weapons have been exchanged, how ballistic missiles have been exchanged, leading to death, and of course an aggravation of the geopolitical tensions between multiple countries. It started off as a conflict between Israel and US on one hand, and Iran on the other. Now we're looking at the specter of this conflict spreading far and wide across the region. What are the implications of this going forward? What were the intentions and the motivations behind this conflict, and how will the next few days play out as this conflict progresses? To help us answer some of these questions is with us veteran economist Jeffrey Sachs, now joining us on the show. Mr. Sachs, thank you so much for taking out time on a busy day. Let me begin by asking that, depending on who one has been listening to, the motivations behind this attack, there are voices from the US administration that say that this was done for ensuring a regime change. Then there are voices which say, no, we want to check the nuclear capabilities. Then there are voices which bandy Iran as a sponsor of terror, and then that is cited as a motivation. And then there are some voices that say that we want to support Israel, and that's the reason why we went in. What, in your assessment, is the motivation, or has it not been thought out at all?
There are motivations for Israel and for the United States. Israel is led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who tweeted 2 days ago that this war fulfills his dream of 40 years to overthrow Iran. Netanyahu's objective is to permanently eliminate any state of Palestine and to bring down any governments in West Asia that support Palestine. And he has led wars across Africa and the Middle East for this objective since 1996, including Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and now his dream, Iran. In my view, this is a malevolent, absolutely illegal, and dangerous mindset. Rather than having a state of Palestine alongside a state of Israel, which would bring peace to the world, Netanyahu is a maximalist who wants Israel to dominate the region of the Middle East. The United States has shared Israel's objective because the U.S. objective is world control, believe it or not. And Israel serves the purpose of control of the Middle East. We see that the United States has military bases all across the Gulf region, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia, in United Arab Emirates, and in many other places. It used to have bases in Iran, but it lost that when the US-backed police state was overthrown in a revolution in 1979. The US had brought in that police state regime in 1953 when the CIA overthrew the Iranian government. So the United States wants control of West Asia, it wants control of the Americas, it wants control of Europe, and Trump in particular wants to control the entire world oil economy. That's why he has commandeered Venezuela's oil and why he is attacking Iran as a threat to American dominance in the Middle East. So this is a project that goes a long way back. It has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear weapons because there are no nuclear weapons. The religious leader of Iran said that this was against Shia Islam, and so the U.S. and Israel killed him, the one that said no nuclear weapons. Iran and the UN had negotiated a complete inspection regime for Iran back in 2015, but Netanyahu and Trump ripped up that agreement in 2018, the so-called Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. This is specifically about hegemony. And of course, it puts Asia, India, China, Indonesia, the rest of Southeast Asia deeply in crisis. Israel has caused a sharp economic crisis in Asia now, and the crisis will get worse unless the countries of the world stand up and tell the United States and Israel, stop this war, stop your conquest, go back to peace, live by the United Nations. Otherwise, India, China, and others are going to pay a very high price.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is U.S. going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the U.S. seems to have given itself.
The U.S. has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was going to be overthrown in 2011, or about how Afghanistan was going to become a U.S.-led democracy, or about how Iraq would become a stable country. They used to say the same thing in my youth about Vietnam. It's just a short period away. These people are propagandists. They are not telling any serious analysis. This war will not end in 4 weeks. This war will create an economic catastrophe unless the BRICS countries say to the United States and Israel, you've got to stop. You have no right to ruin the whole world economy.
Sure. Let me come in there. When you talk of this conflict not ending in 4 weeks' time, the next logical question is what happens to the Gulf countries, the GCC countries who've been bearing the brunt? We've had some analysts on the channel in the last few days. What they're telling us is that hosting of the U.S. air bases, which ideally should have acted as a safety shield, far from that, it's actually put these Gulf countries in the line of fire. How do you see the role of these Gulf countries play out? Do you see this turning into a protracted conflict where the Gulf countries too feel the need to come in and intervene in terms of kinetic operations?
Well, there's a famous adage of Henry Kissinger who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. And this reality appears over and over again. I was just in the Gulf region a few weeks ago. I met with the leaders across the Gulf region. They all thought the U.S. is their security. This is not the case. The U.S. is their insecurity. The U.S. is like a magnet drawing the bombs and the drones right to their countries. if there had been peace based on the logic of peace across the neighborhood, they would be safe. But instead, Israel and the United States want control. Control does not bring security. So these countries are going to suffer badly. They have no potential for kinetic action against Iran. That's not even a thinkable proposition. Their oil fields, their port facilities, their refineries, their tankers are sitting ducks for thousands of drones that can come. There are not the anti-missile systems in number that can protect these assets. The only way to protect these assets is for the United States and Israel to stop their aggression. Other than that, there will be no protection for these countries in the Gulf.
Speaking of protection, Mr. Sachs, let me ask you, has there inherently been a miscalculation by the United States? I'd like to cite two aspects. One, Professor Pape of the Chicago University says that not once in human history has a regime change been executed through merely aerial operations. Has there been a miscalculation done by the United States? Is there a need for boots on the ground, or is there a need for a strategy to have been deployed that goes beyond mere aerial attacks against a country as large as Iran?
There is a need for peace. There is a need for the rule of law. There is a need for the end of this aggression. There's a need for Israel to live within its own borders, which are the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and to let the Palestinians live within their borders. So there's a need for a completely different approach. The United States will not put boots on the ground because the American people are completely against what is happening right now. This is done by the CIA, by the Pentagon, by Trump. This is not done by the American people. They're completely against this. So their idea of boots on the ground is that they'll pay the Kurds or other mercenaries to do this. This is all disastrous, delusional thinking. The war could end today by Israel and the United States ending their aggression. That is the way this war will end. It requires the voices of India and China and Brazil and Russia and the other BRICS countries, which represent half the world population, to say the truth to the United States and to Israel. You must stop this aggression.
A large chunk of the Trump voter base, the MAGA movement that we've seen in the United States, they will be put to effect in just a few months from now when we have the midterm elections in the United States. What I want to ask is that the entire pitch that Donald Trump had given to MAGA is that he wants to be known for peace. In fact, that's what his Deputy Secretary of State in New Delhi said today, that Trump wants to be remembered as the man of peace. But nonetheless, he does hold now the honor of having struck the most number of countries as the US president. Does this then put him in a very challenging position come the midterm elections in the United States?
Trump will lose the midterm elections, period. He is unpopular, and his approval ratings are falling, and they will continue to plummet. He lied to the American people. He lied to his base. He lied about the tariffs. He lied about the economy. So his approval is very low and falling. He will lose. I hope that the ballots are honestly counted. If they are, there will be an outcome that will control what right now is executive rule, not constitutional rule.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
Let's shift our focus to oil. That, of course, has been at the heart of this conversation over the last couple of days, at least in terms of what it does to oil, the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. Just a while back, we were speaking to a Kepler analyst, Mr. Pavlov. What he told us is that there has been a slight under-assessment of what the impact could be as far as oil is concerned. The jump in oil prices hasn't been as dramatic. What he said is that that is essentially operating on the premise that the US will not allow Hormuz to be closed for extended periods. What I want to ask you is that confidence misplaced? And if it is, where do you see the oil prices going from here?
The US, in my understanding, I am not your ultimate expert on these military issues, but in my understanding, the US cannot keep the Strait of Hormuz open, that is technically, militarily not possible, that Israel's bombing operations and US bombing operations will not do that. There will not be American boots on the ground, so that's also not going to happen. So if the war continues, that's the choice, by the way, of Israel and the United States. But if they continue the war, then two things will happen. One, the Strait of Hormuz effectively will remain closed. And second, the oil physical assets in the Gulf region will be destroyed one by one. The refineries, the oil fields, the port facilities, the LNG facilities, and so forth. So we will have a major global crisis. The price of oil, if that happens, will soar well above $100 a barrel. The markets have not assumed that this is the case because they are listening to Trump saying that this will be over in a short period of time. If that's the case, then yes, oil prices will remain only modestly increased. But if it is, as is likely, this continues because the US and Israel continue their aggression, the oil prices will soar well above $100. There will be a major global economic crisis. Asia and Europe will pay the highest costs for that crisis because they are dependent on imports from the Middle East. And both Europe and Asia will suffer enormously. Everyone will suffer. But India, Indonesia, China, the rest of Southeast Asia will pay a very heavy price.
Help us expand on that, Mr. Sachs, in terms of, first, of course, the immediate impact is likely to be felt when it comes to oil, availability of oil, and number two, the pricing of oil. Beyond that, what are the factors that will cause pain to economies like India going forward?
We know from the oil shocks of the 1970s, in 1973, 74, and in 1979, 1980, that when there was a sharp, rather sudden, significant reduction of world oil supplies, the entire world went into economic crisis. I actually did my PhD dissertation 46 years ago on that topic. We are back to that scenario where there will be a contraction of trade, of investment. There will be increased political instability in many countries if this war continues. That's not a foregone conclusion. There are two ways the war could end. One way is that the way that Israel and the United States claim, which is that they will defeat Iran. Most every military analyst disputes this, that the war will not end that way. How can a war end that way with a few weeks of bombing? Look at the Ukraine war. There's been bombing for 4 years. The war continues. Without boots on the ground, and there will not be U.S. boots on the ground, the war will continue. So ending the war by victory by the U.S. and Israel is extraordinarily unlikely. The other way that the war could end is that the world's governments tell the truth to the U.S. and Israel, which is you must stop this now. That is highly plausible. Most countries don't want to do it. They're scared of Donald Trump. They shouldn't be. It's a lot of bluff and bluster. The fact of the matter is that he cannot command India or China or Russia or other countries the way he thinks he can. So if they stand up together and say, end the war, it actually will end. But if neither of those happens and all of this continues, then the economic costs will be enormous for India, for most of Asia, for Europe, actually also for the United States, even though the U.S. is basically energy balanced, it will still have very significant negative consequences.
Mr. Sachs, one of the endings that you propose is that it would take middle powers, the countries, the likes of India, the kinds of Russia, to actually stand up in a united position and then convince the United States to not move forward with this engagement any further. We've seen beginnings, we've seen green shoots along those lines. We've seen the French president talk about how this is a non-legal approach that has been followed by the United States. We've seen Spain disallow the United States access to their air bases. Do you see this alliance forming up? Do you see these middle powers actually standing up in the face of a Donald Trump, in the face of a tariff regime that he has deployed?
I do. My only difference is I don't count India as a middle power. I count it as a great power. I don't count Russia as a middle power. I count it as a great power. China is a great power. What we need is the major powers to say to the United States and Israel, you've done something absolutely wrong, absolutely aggressive, illegal, delusional. You can quote me. They can quote me. It makes no sense. It wrecks the whole world economy. That will get this to stop. As a bully, Trump counts on everyone remaining silent or even falling into line. But countries are not having it. You know, Spain, the Prime Minister of Spain, or President of Spain, as he's also called, Pedro Sanchez, stood up and said, this is illegal and reckless, we won't do it, and the U.S. can't use our bases. Trump then threatened him. And you know what he did? He said, we're not listening to your threats. They're empty threats. Then other countries in Europe are saying, whoa, we can do the same thing. We need truth-telling right now. This started with Israeli grotesque delusions. This includes U.S. delusions. The world needs to say we don't want Israel to rule the Middle East. We don't want the U.S. to rule the world. We want actually a rules-based system under the UN Charter. That's the theme of the BRICS countries. We don't accept this kind of lawlessness. We don't accept Israel and the U.S. killing religious leaders and heads of state in the middle of negotiations. The recklessness of this is profound. There's no point in being silent about the recklessness of it, because that will prolong the agony, not end the agony. Calling out what is an absolutely illegal destructive and doomed to fail effort is what's most important right now.
Right, Mr. Sachs, we'd again like to appreciate the time you've taken out to speak to us. It's been an insightful session. We continue to stay connected and to get more of your perspective as this engagement, as this conflict in West Asia continues, hopefully for not very long, but something that we'll all be keeping a very close eye on. Mr. Sachs, thank you once again for being a part of this conversation right here on CNBC TV18. US President Donald Trump says the Iranian military has been completely destroyed, insists that there will be no deal with Tehran except unconditional surrender. Russian President Vladimir Putin calls for an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East, condoles the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. Marco Rubio says US not officially seeking regime change in Iran, but US wants different leadership. War could now last several more weeks. After giving India permission to buy Russian oil, US Treasury Secretary hints at lifting more Russian oil sanctions. Reports claim that US Army cancels major training exercise amid speculation troops may deploy to Middle East. Middle East is in free fall as the IDF releases footage of 50 fighter jets dismantling Ali Khamenei's underground bunker in Tehran. All right, the Middle East is in free fall as these defense forces releases footage of showing nearly 50 fighter jets striking what it claims an underground bunker linked to Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Reports suggest Iran could name a new Supreme Leader within days as the conflict rapidly escalates. Amid the intensifying strikes, US President Donald Trump has claimed American military operations have severely crippled Iran's armed forces. Trump says US strikes have destroyed key Iranian military capabilities, including parts of its navy, communication systems and elements of the country's leadership structure. On the ground, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have launched its 22nd wave of missile attacks targeting Tel Aviv and several US military positions in the region. The United Nations says the crisis is spearheading like wildfire, while China has sharply criticized the US-Israel strikes, calling them a violation of international law.
By the way, in Iran, we're doing very well. Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally.
All right, getting some breaking update here related to the flight operations. The flights to Riyadh and Daman were also holding, but operations appears to be now resuming. A British airline flight from Jeddah is diverting away after holding. All right, so that's the breaking update. We are getting that the flight operations resumes in Saudi Arabia as amidst the Gulf War that is taking place. Of course, we've seen how things are panning and shaping in last couple of days as we're entering, of course, into the 7th day of this war between Iran, Israel and United States. Now, of course, flight operations has been, of course, one of the top priorities. That's something which is, of course, impacting the lives of people, especially in the Gulf countries. We've seen here in India also some of the international flyers have cancelled their flights due to, of course, the shutdown of the airspaces. And also, of course, this is a significant development that we are picking right now. We are inside our newsroom, and let's get you more details about what exactly is happening and how long we will be, of course, expecting that there will be a normalization of the flights. Aman Sharma is with us, News Director of CNN News 18. Aman, what's the update that you have which you can share with our viewers? What is happening as far as the airspace or the flight operations are concerned?
See, this is the latest image from flight radar, and this is clearly showing, as we are showing for many days, that the entire airspace over Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, all is clear. No flights are going from here. Flights have started to the UAE, and you can see here flights over Saudi Arabia as well, but nothing over this particular area. But today, what is happening, Arun, this is the latest picture from last night. Today, what has happened is that even over Dubai, we are seeing a lot of disruption. Here you see all the flights are holding outside the Dubai International Airport. They're not going to the Dubai airport for at least the last 1 hour. Why this is happening is because there is suspected to be a strike near the Dubai International Airport. We have the Dubai media office here. You can see flight radar saying the Dubai media office say falling shrapnel after air defense interception is what has been seen recently over the city. Here's the Dubai media office, which has also put out a message just 50 minutes back. It says that Dubai's competent authorities have dealt with a limited incident resulting from the fall of a shrapnel fragment caused by a successful interception operation by air defenses. No injuries recorded. But they are saying there is no truth to what is being circulated on social media sites regarding any incident at the Dubai International Airport. But as you can see on flight radar, most flights are holding outside the Dubai International Airport. If not at the airport, somewhere else in Dubai, an incident seems to have happened, which has been a successful interception, but debris falls, and that causes this particular. These are the flights which are holding outside Dubai. There is a flight radar is putting them out. These are all the flights which are holding outside Dubai. You can see all these flights here. So the Dubai International Airport suffering a temporary kind of outage with no flights landing there. This has been the trend, in the Middle East that whenever these strikes are happening, the airports are getting affected. Dubai, in fact, right now, if you see here also, as per flight radar, is the 4th most disrupted airport in the world right now. It's the world's busiest airport. Anything which happens around Dubai derails the entire airline global aviation traffic as well. So that is what we are reporting right now, that Dubai is seeing some temporary closure of its air operations near the Dubai airport. But there is the Dubai authorities are clearly saying that it's an interception, not actually a strike.
And as you rightly mentioned, Ahmad, Dubai, Qatar, these are the international hubs of the flights. Anything that you can share with our viewers, of course, who will be very closely monitoring these developments as to when the operation will resume, or any specific cause which is coming officially from the Saudi Arabia or Dubai side?
See, both Etihad and as well as Emirates, both have started limited operations. Both have said, in fact, on their messages that we have started limited operations. So there are limited number of flights which are going. So things have certainly improved over the last 1 week when these airports saw complete closure. But it is still not full operations. That is the thing, that the full operations are still not starting. Both the Emirates as well as Etihad and both the airport authorities as well are telling passengers that please check the schedule before you leave. Only leave for the airport if you are told that your flight is going to fly. Don't otherwise come to the airport, because anyways it's not safe. So I think that is the latest situation. Limited operations have started, but full operations, I think, Arun, will take some time till the situation stabilizes in the Middle East.
Thank you so much, Aman. So Aman, of course, is tracking very closely what is happening right now. Of course, the latest development is that the operations are on hold in Dubai. Let's quickly cut across to CNN International to give you more perspective and more details what exactly is happening on the ground.
How deep this crater is. This is what happens when an Iranian ballistic missile hits. And actually, this is a best case scenario because it hit very soft earth, which meant that the damage here was nowhere near as bad as it could have been. And we're here now at the camp of one of these Iranian Kurdish militias here in Iraqi Kurdistan. They tell us that this was a hospital compound on the camp, primarily for civilians. We don't have any way of verifying that, obviously. Nobody, remarkably, was killed or injured in this strike, but certainly it seems that the Iranian regime is sending a strong message to these Iranian Kurdish fighters about what will happen if they get more involved with this conflict.
All right, getting some latest visuals also, of course. Let's get you the details, what exactly is happening here. You can see in the visuals here, this is, of course, a comparison that we are making here about the Bandar UAV base. This is, of course, on one side, you can see the condition of that UAV base before. and then after. Look at the damage that you can, of course, see here that has happened. And Siddhant Mishra is here with us to give us more insights in this. Siddhant, what you can see, what you can share with us about these before and after visuals that we see.
Yeah, this picture is in fact pretty clear, and we could see a structure here, very visible from the satellite. These are the satellite imagery we are putting out for our viewers. So this picture is pretty clear, very clear, that a construction could be seen here. Looks like some kind of a cantonment area premises, and on your side, Arun, one could see that this structure has been destroyed and was targeted by the forces. So again, these are some exclusive pictures we are putting out for our viewers. These are the satellite imagery, and in fact, today is the 8th day of war, Arun, and in the last 8 days we have been able to put out the satellite imagery from both the sides, from the Iranian sides as well, and from the targets hit by Iranian forces in the Gulf.
And of course, Siddhant, we are seeing that social media war is going on. Both sides, whether it is US, Israel, or Iran, they are putting out and showing damages that they have incurred more damages on to the other side. That's something. And in fact, in these in this grab also, we can see that there is a massive dismantling in that specific base there before of that attack, we can see. And also, of course, on the second one, we're getting some more breaking visuals of that air base. You can see this is the second picture that we have, and the damage is very much there, very much visible on your screen that you see right now. Yes, Siddhant, what you can tell us about this latest picture that we have about the damages?
Well, it's pretty clear, as I was saying before, that some of the satellite images are not very clear, but this particular image which we are putting out for our viewers, it's pretty clear that here is the structure used as a UAV base hangar, and this structure was hit by the forces, and you could see the smoke also rising from this structure, and it's fully damaged. So quite visible. In fact, there are a lot of tracking agencies, Arun, which are also putting out the number of targets hit on the basis of the smoke rising from those sites, also on the basis of the confirmation being given by that country. So that is also being done, because there's a lot of confusion also, Arun. As you rightly said, the narrative war. Narrative war is very important in any conflict, because each side have their own claims. Now, how those claims will be substantiated, or whether they are only claiming or there is some truth to that. So for that, even countries really need to put out the satellite images or give some kind of a proof of the fact that they have hit certain targets, they have successfully managed to achieve the objective.
Another picture of that UAV base, which of course has been dismantled. Look at the visuals here. Before what was the condition before, and here you see it's completely demolished, dismantled. You can't see anything in that visual. Siddhant, if you can also explain, you can see that there are a few structures there, and here it's just nothing. It's just the parts of debris.
Fully destroyed, fully dismantled, and this is Bandar Barukha naval base, and you see that this structure is visible. And as I said, that this entire structure has been destroyed here in the picture which we are putting out for our viewers. So as I said, that these pictures show the might of the Israeli forces. They have successfully managed to hit at the UAV base in Iran, the naval bases, and now they are putting out these pictures for in public domain.
That's right. There's another picture for you that we have brought. And of course, this is the continuous damage that we are showing right now. Look at this fourth picture here. You can see all these structures there one by one. And this, of course, is a massive structure property here that we can see. And now, of course, we see here that how it is damaged. And this is, of course, the JAM missile base that we are showing you right now. We have on one side the visuals of it before and after, how much the damage has incurred. And this is, of course, something which the United States and Israel have been speaking that, look, we have completely demolished the structures there in Iran. And we have heard Donald Trump also speaking about this, that they would rate, on a scale of 10, their forces 15. So that was the confidence which Donald Trump was reflecting. And in fact, Siddhant is back with us.
Yes, these strikes were carried out in the 10th wave. Perhaps that was announced by the Israeli side, the IDF, day before yesterday, that 10th wave of strikes on Iran are being carried out by IDF. In fact, they are also, dropping heavy bombs, Arun. In fact, that has been confirmed by both the sides in Iran. And you see, because of these heavy bombs being dropped, the entire area is being destroyed. So this is JAM missile base. Now, the objective, Arun, if I talk about, then there were three main objectives, what we could understand. One was to take down Ali Khamenei. The second was to end the nuclear enrichment program. And third was to also put an end to the missile stockpile. So that is the real strength of Iranian forces, the missiles. And they have achieved that technology. They have missiles which cost about $30,000 to $50,000. And for one interception being done, which Israeli and the US forces do, it costs in millions. So, it's very cost effective, the missiles that Iran has. And this is the reason that, UAV base, the missile base have been hit by Israeli forces, and it has completely been destroyed. Look at the picture where Arun is standing, right behind Arun.
All the pictures, Siddhant, that we have shown, in fact, is the testimony of how the damages have been incurred on the side of Iran. And that's what we've been speaking about, Siddhant, that how, in fact, the narrative game is being played on social media. Thank you so much, Siddhant, for joining us and, detailing all these things. With this, we're heading into a small break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned here on CNN News 18.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
Debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y por tanto de la paz. La palabra adecuada es exigir, porque España es un miembro pleno de la Unión Europea, de la OTAN y de la comunidad internacional. Y porque esta crisis también nos afecta a nosotros, a los europeos y por consecuencia a los españoles. Y por eso tenemos que exigir todo la resolución a Estados Unidos, a Irán, a Israel, para que paren antes de que sea demasiado tarde. Y por tanto no vamos a ser cómplices de algo que es malo para el mundo y que también es contrario a nuestros valores e intereses, simplemente por el miedo a las represalias de alguno. porque nosotros tenemos una confianza absoluta en la fortaleza económica, institucional y también.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Now we're getting some breaking update right now in this story. Amid escalating Middle East tensions, flights to Dubai have been put on hold for past 40 minutes. This is, of course, adding to what is happening in between Iran and Israel-United States war that for last 40 minutes we are told, and this is, of course, the latest information which we are getting, that 40 flights have been put on hold in Dubai. And of course, as we've been discussing about this, that how important this hub of Dubai, Qatar are as far as passenger traveling is concerned. And when you have an impact on this area, it is, of course, going to really impact the lives there. It's been more than 40 minutes since we're hearing that the operations are not taking place in Dubai. And as earlier also we were discussing about this, that how this is going to impact and what is going to be, of course, the stand. And Qatar, of course, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, these are the hubs of the international flights. We'll also really go across to Siddhant in this story. Siddhant, to give us more insight on this. Siddhant, what's the latest that you're picking up? We are given to understand that it's been close to 40 minutes since there is no flight in Dubai.
Well, that's right. So situation remains challenging for as far as airport operations are concerned. In fact, Arun, all we know is that that these countries could manage to secure a safe passage for the civilian flights. In fact, more than 7,000 Indians have returned back in last 1 week. This is what we've been told day before yesterday from a release. And now we're getting to know. In fact, this has been shared with me by one of our colleagues, and this is a safety notice. Perhaps, and it says that due to the current situation and potential missile threat, all passengers and aircraft personnel are requested to proceed immediately to the nearest designated shelter in place area within the terminal building. Please remain calm. Follow airport staff instructions. So as I said, that situation still remains challenging, Arun. The authorities, the civil aviation authorities across the globe are in close coordination, perhaps to put up the safe passage so that the civilian aircrafts can pass through those passages. Also, SpiceJet has been very actively, Indian airliner, especially SpiceJet, have been very proactive in bringing back the stranded Indians. The other Air India, the other airlines, then Emirates, Etihad, the other airlines are also have started working. A lot of Indians are back now. In fact, Indian ambassador to UAE the other day held meeting with the top officials of these airliners, perhaps so that the return could be facilitated smoothly, and what all problems they are facing, those hurdles can get removed. So efforts are being made, but as I said, that situation still remains challenging, especially for the airport authorities, because there are interceptions being done. There are stories, there are a lot of fake stories being peddled also, that there is a missile launch happening here, missile launch happening there, etc., etc. So it's creating a confusion, panic, and a lot of times these messages, etc., are being sent. These are the precautionary ones, so that people move to a safer place.
Yes. So this is, of course, a very, very difficult time, critical time, and of course, as a precautionary measure, we are seeing that it's been close to 40 minutes since operations are halted. We're hoping that sooner we'll see those operations to resume. But for now, we're heading into a small break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
first night was kind of really scary because it was very unusual. I've lived here for 22 years and we never thought this would happen. We never experienced something like this. And now we hear blasts once in a while and it's kind of getting normal because nothing really has happened around us. So it just seems like it's unusual, but it seems kind of normal now because it's happening so frequently. Every morning we hear a couple of blasts, every night we hear a couple of blasts. We hear fighter jets going around all the time patrolling. So that's that.
خايف نهائي لاني انا بجد حاسس ان انا في امان. البلد دي فعلا تقدر تحمي اي حد في اي مكان في الامارات كلها في اي اماره، والناس خايفه طبيعي عشان هم ما يعرفوش البلد دي كويس. انا مصري عربي وعارف ان الدوله دي عربيه هتقدر تحميني. بالنسبه للسياحه هي الناس موجوده وبتظهر لما يكون الدنيا هاديه، بتظهر كتير جدا كلهم بيبقوا موجودين، ولما بيحسوا انه في قلق بيخشوا بيوتهم. طبعا في رسائل بتيجي لكل البني ادمين هنا لو في اي قلق بيقول له استخبى في البيت، ما تخرجش بره البيت، ما تنزلش في حته مثلا فيها ضرب. بيعرفوا كل حاجه بكل تفاصيلها على رسائل على التليفون. اي انسان معاه تليفون هنا بيجي عليه رساله.
On March 5th, Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain is now widely seen as the frontrunner for Nepal's top political post. Soon after the protests that led to Oli's resignation, Balain posted a message to millions of his followers on social media. He wrote, "Dear Gen Z, the resignation of your killer has come. Now your generation will have to lead the country. Be prepared." Months later, that message is turning into political reality. Balain first rose to prominence in politics in 2022, when he won the Kathmandu mayoral election as an independent candidate. Then he had campaigned on the slogan, "Time for Change." Now after 3 years as mayor, he's contesting to become Nepal's next prime minister. So who exactly is Balendra Shah? His father practiced traditional Ayurvedic medicine, and his mother is a homemaker. Balain showed an early interest in poetry, which eventually turned into a passion for rap music. He later studied civil engineering in Nepal, before completing a master's degree in structural.
Es malo para el
Thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us here in what's your first public conversation that you're having at CNBC TV18. You know, first up, congratulations on, leading India's biggest consumer company. And more than just the numbers, it's what matters is the number of households, the number of people that Hindustan Unilever touches. One of the themes that we're discussing today is what the next decade of India's consumption story looks like. So from where you see your vantage point, what does the next 10 years hold? And where do you see HUL in that over the next 10 years?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you, Mangalam, for having, we are really proud to be a part of the 17th season of Lessons in Marketing Excellence. And I'm saying that because as HUL, we really value the value of marketing in business. So that's the first thing I want to say. So from my vantage lens, what do I see of India and the consumption and overall consumer goods in India? I would say to you, we must start with where India is on its inflection. We can't do any story of HUL without doing a story of India, because India and HUL is strongly linked. So I think, firstly, India stands at an incredible position in the world. With our GDP growth that we are seeing as a country, we are very well poised in a world which is increasingly looking more challenged. I think India is a bright spot. So I think that's the first thing that we must remember. And in that context, the transformation of India will reflect in the transformation of HUL and consumer goods. So whether it is premiumization, really category creation, and it starts with the current per capita consumption of consumer products in India. At $54 per capita, it is significantly lower. than all the neighboring peers. You think of Southeast Asia, other economies. So huge headroom to grow. And HUL as the leader of consumer products, the biggest opportunities in growing and creating categories. That's what we have done, and that's what we will continue to do. And the way you do it today is changing. It is changing in terms of the media choices, it's changing in terms of the channels where you can sell, but the intrinsic art and craft of creating brands consumers love, that is always at the heart of what we will do as a company.
That's incredible. You know, so while we talk about HUL in just a bit, let's reflect on your journey as well. Over 3 decades as a consumer sector enthusiast and then to an expert, you've been a lifer at Hindustan Unilever. If one has to look back at your journey, what according to you would be a few key moments that have shaped you to be the leader that you are right now?
I mean, you know, firstly, when you work in an institution like HUL, every job that you do shapes you. You know, it's a company that's shaping you as you go. I think that's the first thing that you must remember when you work, you know, you're privileged to work for an institution like HUL. But I think when I look back, Manglam, I would say to you that the jobs, the biggest thing I could tell the young audience here today is choose jobs that really push you, test you, and make you uncomfortable. Because when I look back at my journey, it's those jobs that I chose that really made me, you know, gave me that
Do you elaborate upon a few?
Yeah, I can. So let me tell you 2 jobs that probably were the most uncomfortable. You know, many uncomfortable jobs. The first is, you know, after about 15 years of being mostly in marketing, I went to sales. And I ran one of the branches of HUL. It was a sea change for me. I'd never been in sales. I was running a branch, 700 people reporting to me. It was mostly something I had no idea because I hadn't done the job. And it tests you and teaches you. Besides the fact that it's an operational line leadership job, which in consumer products is absolutely, you know, critical to understand consumer products, it is the fact that you are learning about yourself. And probably it is in these uncomfortable moments, completely different skill from the skills I had, but the incredible amount of learning and in a testing time and that years for HUL, being in line leadership made all the difference. More recently, Manglam, I chose to do a global role within Unilever. I had spent all my time in India, never been in a global role, but learning from a vantage view the diversity of global markets, running a global workforce, make an impact as a global leader. All things that, you know, if somebody tells you it's not making you uncomfortable, when you take the job, you must have some discomfort. Because in that discomfort, it opens up curiosity to know and learn. And if you have that discomfort every day, I hope and pray for myself, I have that discomfort and I can offer to you that discomfort that you can create for yourself. Because in that, you will open up the learning possibility for yourself. Because you will start with, I need to know something more than I know today.
Pray for discomfort and you'll always develop new muscle. That's as crystal clear as it gets. But, you know, since you spoke about the global role, before moving to Unilever Global for about 3 years, you were in India for 25 years. You dug your heels here. What was the perspective change that you got when you came back after going to the global role as the leader of the Indian business right now? So if you could give us a sense on that.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you are in a global role, Manglam, I think what is important is the incredible diversity of markets you get to see, right? From the US at one end, a very developed, different pace of change and a rate of change, to the developing markets, to on the other side, Japan, Korea, different kind of developed markets. I think you start to appreciate the diversity of global markets, you know, many mature markets versus, you know, we are very privileged to be in a growing, developing market. And I think we take that privilege for granted. You know, when you're working in very different, developed, very competitive markets, I think the privilege, you remind yourself of the privilege now having come back into India, of the incredible opportunity that India sits with. In this pace and rate of change that we're going to see as growth. So probably that's my biggest reflection back. You take for granted all the incredible opportunity that we have as India.
So let's bring it back to India, HUL, and the growth path of the company. You know, you said that HUL's growth is tightly linked to the growth of India itself. Where do you see India as right now? Is it at the cusp of consumption boom from here on, largely because a lot of things that the government has done over the last 12 months or so, the street believes that maybe going forward, they will bear some fruit. How do you foresee the very near future, medium term?
Yeah, let me talk medium term, and I think it's very important in the context of India to talk medium to long term. I think, whether it is the GDP growth of the country, whether it's the demographic dividend of the country, remember that India now has, almost 400 million young Gen Z consumers. They're changing the way India consumes, what India consumes, how they consume. So there are different segmentation variables, whether it's the per capita income shift that's taking place in the country. All of these, when they come together, or it's the way you can discover brands today, both because of the digital acceleration in the country or the channels where you can buy, India is more ready than ever before. And I think that's the exciting moment that we find ourselves in. We are living longer. We want to live better. So no matter how you look at it, India is transforming. And, we have to be positive that we can indeed make the most of this change and this moment that India, and finally India has that moment to really see the demographic dividend and the overall consumption change.
And internally, how would you say HUL is transforming to benefit from the transformation of India?
So, Manglam, I've been very public about the 4 things that I'm talking about. The first is that, we see an opportunity to have a more segmented approach to India. HUL is a company which is not a single brand company within a category. We're a multi-brand company. And the power of HUL lies in the incredible reach from the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the pyramid with our brands that we have. So, you can reach consumers not just at the top of the pyramid, but also at the bottom of the pyramid because of the range of brands we have. But we're segmenting much more our go-to-market models for each of the ends of the pyramid of the country. We're bringing in much more capability, whether it is in the way we do marketing or in terms of distribution and sales, to segment much more the population and the geographic dividend that the country will have. So that's the first part of what it is. The second is, and I sort of reference this, which is we are making our brands much more contemporary and modern. It's absolutely clear, right? All the young people in the audience today, in the way they see, process, and actually look at brands is very different today. And it's a very exciting place to be. How they consume, what they're looking for, and really opportunities to make our brands more modern, more contemporary, and we're working towards that. And of course, continuing all the good work in terms of our cost base, the scale that we enjoy, that is work we will continue.
All right. And now, the buzz post-pandemic has been D2C.
Yep.
It could be direct to consumer in terms of a product. It could be direct to consumer in terms of messaging. It could be direct to consumer in any form, right? In terms of delivery as well. So you have the channel which has been disrupted. You have the product portfolio itself, which has been disrupted by virtue of new brands. And then you have obviously the medium in terms of influencers. That brings me to the question of the orange economy. How is HUL positioned itself to lead this part? Because usually it is direct to consumer, so which brings a lot of independence to influencers to speak about everything, right? So how does a large company like yours think so micro?
So, I'm going to take one step back if I can, Manglam. But, I was thinking about it earlier today. If you think about when we did marketing, when I was a brand manager, Manglam, and we did marketing in the past, we used to call it word of mouth. Yeah, and the word of mouth then was generated by, one lady telling another lady about products she used. And, it used to be, that's the way that word spread. Today, that is monetized. Yeah, and that monetization has happened through the creator economy, where the opportunity to share your views and the social currency has been monetized in the creator economy. And in fact, it is a way in which brands can own and build with much more structure that word of mouth, which earlier actually we could neither measure nor we could control. Actually today, brands have the opportunity to actually, through a monetized economy, build their word of mouth. It allows for more authenticity for brands to share. And for companies like HUL, which spend billions of dollars on science, research, development, to put out there the reality of many of the things that we could never say in a short TVC, we can now say through the creator economy by sharing with them a lot of the facts around products, around brands, of all the regulatory, science, capability, and technology that large companies like ours really invest for, we can actually put out there for brands, for consumers to take a view on and really regain their trust.
Would you have any anecdote or any data point on something that you did with the orange economy really worked wonders for a product, a brand, a category for you?
Yeah, I'll give an example, from a campaign that we ran recently in our beauty business, which was run on the brand Vaseline. Now, Vaseline is a 155-year-old brand in the world. You would know Vaseline in India from the petroleum jellies, from the body lotions, from our new launch of Vaseline Gluta-Hya. But what's exciting about Vaseline is a simple petroleum jelly product has 1,000 uses. It's incredible how many uses, and I'm sure if I ask around the room, each one will tell me some interesting use and hack that they have with the Vaseline product. And we did a campaign we called Vaseline Verified, which is basically you tell us what your Vaseline hack is, and we'll tell you whether it's actually scientifically true or not. And it just it caught fire, right? Because creators saw this as super interesting. They went around, we verified it scientifically, but creators told us what the hack was. And so it's pretty simple. Tell us your use of Vaseline, and we will tell you whether it's verified or not verified.
That's interesting. Since we're in the cricket season, I can tell you, if you put Vaseline on a cricket ball, the ball does a lot of reverse swing.
Fabulous hack.
It can be hacked by, or rather it can be verified by Vaseline, but it will definitely not pass the muster of the ICC. Having said that, since you're speaking about hacks, what according to you will be the hack for faster than GDP growth?
So I think, listen, in the end, for any company, and any business, what really matters is when consumers choose you. So the biggest hack in the end for anything is creating brands consumers love, getting it to them in a way that is unparalleled, and it comes back to those brilliant basics, what consumer problem are you trying to solve? Are you obsessed with solving that problem? Giving them products, brands, and irresistible choices supersedes everything.
Japanese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18. After years of measured expansion, the brand now finally appears to accelerate in what it calls a priority growth market. For Kenji Inoue, Uniqlo India's Chief Operating Officer and CFO, India is an exciting market. The company has a little under 2% market share in India, but says it is on track to grow its business tenfold in the coming years. He is basing this on the success the company has tasted since it entered in 2019. Its Bengaluru market, which it entered physically less than 6 months ago, had also seen strong traction.
We opened our first store in Bengaluru in last.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was going to be overthrown in 2011, or about how Afghanistan was going to become a US-led democracy, or about how Iraq would become a stable country. They used to say the same thing in my youth about Vietnam. It's just a short period away. These people are propagandists. They are not telling any serious analysis. This war will not end in 4 weeks. This war will create an
hearing in Nepal.
If I was to look at, say, Hindustan Unilever right now, your experience at Unilever and Hindustan Unilever before that, with the kind of leadership that Unilever has, generated, it's called the leadership factory. Nearly 500 CXOs of the world can trace their roots back to Hindustan Unilever. How does the company actually keep employees so loyal at a time when the narrative is that Gen Zs are professional butterflies? You've been in a company for 30 years. How do you ensure that some of these guys who join HUL at some point stay for 30 years?
So listen, I don't know whether you want to stay, and we wouldn't want, it's not about whether you stay for 30 years. What's very important to remember is that are you building foundational skills? I think the thing that we offer and the thing that big structured companies offer you is foundational skills created through a very, very time-tested process. It's not by accident that we are known as the CXO CEO factory. It's because we have built over time foundational skills for people, and we are not a single brand company. So you are not going to be on one brand, one experience. We offer a multitude of experiences. We have 4 different business groups, multiple brands, and we can offer you geographical experience. So, whether you stay like me for 30 years or not, you will have foundational skills, and I think they really matter in a world in which you need a lot of resilience, a lot of deep knowledge to drive basic foundational skills.
That's phenomenal. Foundational skills and the 3-word rule that Unilever has, 8, 10, 12. You hire 8 people, pay them the money of 10, and they will do the work of 12. They will stick around with you. That stays. How has the global leadership's gaze changed towards India over the years? India has always been, the cynosure of every global company's eyes. With the Indian leadership going there, with the kind of transfusion, knowledge transfusion that is taking place, how has that changed according to you?
No, I think, again, Manglam, I'll go back to the idea that in the end, the change is the economic change of India. And it comes back to the opportunity that India stares at, right? Whether it is the GDP growth of the country, the size of the economy today, or the value creation opportunity that India has, is visible to everyone. And that is the exciting opportunity of India. It is that, and it is the skill base of India, the demographic skill base of India. If you multiply the two, that is the reason why every company in the world looks at India as an opportunity. Why not India is the question I would ask.
Right. Why not India? You spoke about Vaseline, which is a 155-year-old brand. But the consumers are young. And as increasingly people are looking to target the younger consumers itself, do you think old brands work, or do you need younger brands as well? I mean, the question that everyone asks, right, is the legacy of a brand its strength, or is it an albatross around its neck?
It's actually a real, thank you for asking. It's a wonderful question. You know, for me, it's about how brands stay contemporary. But the first thing I want to say is a brand does not stay 155 years old unless it has transformed and kept itself relevant. The reason why it is relevant today is its products have transformed to serve the needs of new consumers. You know, what better product than Vaseline body lotion? What better brand than Dove? These are all brands that are truly loved by consumers because they have created relevant offerings. And there is a fundamental spine of what those brands stand for that lasts the test of time. But it is absolutely important for brands to stay contemporary and modern. That is through products, through the way they market themselves, and stay contemporary in the lives of consumers. But the thing I want to leave you with, Manglam, is that when a large number of consumers are choosing these brands, they've made the choice through their wallet. And that's the biggest testament of why brands last and outlast generations, because consumers are choosing them every day.
Take that point entirely. Just a two-part follow-up to that before we, speak a little more about your leadership journey and what are the nuggets of wisdom that you would like to impart our audience out here as well. One is that, how do you ensure that a brand stays stays with the customer through their life cycle and through the value cycle as well? I enter a category with a brand, and thereafter, when I'm leaving that category, I'm leaving at the higher end of that brand, and there is no leakage there, because we've seen at entry levels, there are leakages to the unorganized space because of the price, and at higher price points, there are leakages to premium brands. So how do you ensure loyalty to the brand through the life cycle?
I think the first thing I want to say is that's why HUL is not a single brand company.
Got it.
It has a portfolio of brands to serve needs. I can take any one of our categories. Let me take home care just as an example. I mean, whether if you are a consumer who has means, you choose Surf Excel liquid, you choose fabric conditioners, you choose comfort, and if you are you looking for more value, you choose Wheel. So firstly, we have a series of brands to really straddle the pyramid of the country, right? Because different consumers have different needs, different income levels in which they operate. But I think what you're asking behind that is how do you keep a brand relevant over time? And especially through life stage. Let me give you a different example of Horlicks.
Right.
Yeah, and now let's take Horlicks. We have junior Horlicks for kids. We have mother's Horlicks for women who are expecting. We have regular Horlicks for children, and we have an adult Horlicks range, which looks at people who are suffering from diabetes or people who are suffering from, other ailments. So, through your different life challenges, and imagine it through your life, the brand can stay relevant. So it's really about, we have to think about what consumers through their life stages are experiencing in terms of nutritional deficiency, and the brand can provide different nutritional needs across the life stages, and that's just an example, but it's also through the array of our brands that we have.
All right, and when you said that a customer chooses every day from her wallet, could this also be because the brand is present at places where the customer goes, and the distribution, physical distribution, how big a moat is that, and how long does that stay at a time when quick commerce is something which is fairly prevalent as well?
No, I think absolutely. Listen, firstly, it's a very exciting omni-channel market in India. But the one thing I want to say is every channel in India grows. And that's the incredible thing about being in India and being a part of the Indian economy, is whether you're in, depending on the consumer and the income strata to which you're talking, you need to have strength in every different channel environment. So absolutely, quick commerce is a very exciting, and a developing channel in the country, and it forms a big part of the delta growth today. But that does not mean that general trade does not grow. So every part of the different omni-channel environment of India is growing.
And what, according to you, is the next billion-dollar category?
So, listen, firstly, HUL operates as a diversified conglomerate, as you know well, Manglam, in the country. I would say to you, we've made our point of view clear, right? That, listen, we see the overall space of beauty, personal care, and wellness as the big driver of delta growth for us as a business, and that's the area we will double down.
And if you had to leave, this audience with one word advice, or one advice that could, according to you, or that something that changed your life, what would that be?
Well, I don't know whether it changed my life, but I think I believe in it, so let me tell you that. I think the biggest thing is, and I'll talk about it in reference to the consumer products industry, Manglam. For me, what matters is staying obsessed with consumers and the consumer problem you're trying to solve, not the solution that you have created. And it is easier said than done. Because, you get quite obsessed and quite close and proximate to the solution. You're spending your whole life on that product or that solution you've created, that brand. But if you stay obsessed with the original reason why it was created and the person behind it for who it was created, even if the sands are shifting, you will be the first to see it.
Final question before we let you go. When we speak here, hopefully in Lime season 18, what would be some of the changes that you'd like to see in the country?
More than the changes I would like to see, Manglam, I hope we are sitting here saying that, India is making the most of the opportunity that we have in front of us. I hope that, the time is now for India, and we are really taking charge of the opportunity that we have, and we feel proud of the journey as Indians, as citizens of this country, that we are all on collectively, and we are doing it in the right way.
Perfect. I couldn't have thought of a better ending to this conversation than this. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
The idea of Aether actually happened?
So Swapnil had started this group called Aether Energy in second year of college. So we started building an electric scooter to demo our battery pack. And I remember me and Swapnil would do high-speed demonstrations on it on the campus roads, just to try and hook somebody. That बहुत अच्छा scooter है, must drive करता है. Nobody cared about the battery, but people fell in love with the vehicle.
The EV space in India is a graveyard of companies and largely startups that are either have wound up or are in the process of winding up. What choices did you make to avoid that?
It'll be very hard to beat a Honda on quality. They literally wrote the book on it. Or a TVS on manufacturing excellence, or a Hero on scale, or a Bajaj, Hamara Bajaj, Desh Ki Dhadkan Hero. What finally clicked for us is none of them actually want to be a product-first company. They're great businesses, but nobody's trying to be a bit of an Apple girl.
what was it like getting the people to buy into your story?
If you were building a race car at college, and there were a lot of these teams building race cars, Aether's the team to join.
Your competitor, pretty much across from you in Bangalore, has a very different approach to things.
So many of us find this alien that ये क्या फालतूगिरी कर रहे हो, बस फटाफट कुछ भी निकालो यहाँ से. I'm like, कुछ भी निकाल के you're not gonna build a monster of a product company.
What would you like the government to redo as far as PLI is concerned?
We got to find ways for PLI to support and not push startups out.
Is there a list of what you won't do?
If you find us basically announcing stuff that are super easy, super replicable, super standard, I think there's something going wrong. So that's the one to avoid. Do the hard stuff.
Hello and welcome to Young Turks Reloaded. I'm Shireen Bhan. Well, joining me on the show today, a company that was founded in 2013 at IIT Madras, Aether Energy began with a bold decision to build a smart software-defined electric scooter in India, designed entirely from scratch in India. Today, it commands an over 19% pan-India market share in Q3 of FY26, delivered its strongest ever quarterly performance with revenues of 995.7 crores, up 53% year-on-year, and sold nearly 68,000 units in the quarter, clocking a 50% growth. Nearly 90% of its key components and 100% of its software stack are built in-house, with almost half of its workforce and close to 15% of its revenue invested in R&D. Software and non-vehicle revenues now contribute about 14% of total income, strengthening margins as the company moves closer to break even, all without PLI benefits. As Aether prepares its lower-cost EL platform and expands capacity, the larger question is, can India build globally competitive deep tech hardware champions? Joining me to talk about all of that and more is Tarun Mehta, the co-founder and CEO of Aether Energy. Tarun, it's great to have you. Thanks very much for joining us on Young Turks Reloaded. Before I talk to you about the present, I want to travel back into the past. You were very comfortable with the idea of becoming a consultant. That's what you wanted to do. You decided to take up a job at Ashok Leyland, and Aether was not part of the plan or the vision board, was it?
Oh, no, it actually goes beyond that. In college, we joined an entrepreneurship club. And our understanding of what entrepreneurship is was quite bad at that point.
What was the understanding?
To get into an IT company, get a job in an IT company.
That was it?
That was it. Tried really hard to dress up my resume to sort of, get all the ticks to get that consultancy job. But I was really lucky.
That didn't happen?
Didn't happen. So...
You think if that had happened, you wouldn't be here today?
Oh, absolute. Golden handcuffs.
Yeah?
No chance.
No?
No chance.
So let's now move forward to the fact that you decided to first join Ashok Leyland. And then how did the idea of Aether actually happen?
So me and Swapnil, my co-founder, so Swapnil had started this group called Aether Energy in second year of college.
Okay.
It had like a bunch of bunch of first years and him like trying to do something. I joined them in the second year.
Okay.
And then very quickly everybody else left. So it was just me and Swapnil left. And we were trying...
You pushed everybody out,
No. So the two of us are the only folks stuck with this idea and who continue to romanticize the idea of starting an energy company in India. So we want to come back to this idea, Aether. We'll just figure which idea brings us back. And very quickly, we had this idea of battery packs. We figured we'll actually be an energy company. We'll just build battery packs for other OEMs and maybe sell them electricity, be a genuine energy company. Couldn't find a single OEM who would buy the battery pack because nobody wanted to build an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
So we started building an electric scooter to demo our battery pack. In fact, I remember like me and Swapnil would do high-speed demonstrations on it on the campus roads, just to try and hook somebody that बहुत अच्छा scooter है, must drive करता है. Let me understand more about the technology. Nobody cared about the battery, but people fell in love with the vehicle.
And that's how the mobility side of the story started.
Yeah, so, and that's made us realize that as much as you want to be an energy company, you actually like the idea of building a product and building a vehicle could be a ticket to that. So we decided to do that.
Getting your first employee on board,
Yeah.
what was that like? And then building the team around the idea that you had. There must have been a lot of people who doubted the vision, which you were in the process of figuring out yourself anyway. So what was it like getting the people to buy into your story?
Actually, funnily, we didn't get people in for the first several months until me and Swapnil really believed in something very deeply. But then we started getting people. Our first intern, who's still with us as head of design, came in as an intern back then. Honestly, the first maybe 100 people that we got in, not just the first 5 or 10, I'd say the first 100 people literally came in because we gave them a very we had a very simple pitch. We're going to build a vehicle. We're going to build physically a vehicle where design is going to lead the way. So we're going to first sketch this vehicle out.
Yeah.
And then that starts the hard engineering problem of figure out how to engineer the product inside the sketch, right? So the sketch constraints are already out there. Now figure out how to package everything within the sketch. I think that was an incredibly hard and a very exciting problem statement for a lot of young engineers. And particularly in the mechanical and the electrical side, we quickly realized that we were just becoming a magnet because automotive companies in India were not giving people this opportunity that, hey, you can come and at your age of 21, 22, 23, you'll get an opportunity to actually design something that could go into production and you'll get a salary for it. Your option was to stay in college and build a formal FSAE car, which is one of the race cars, and not obviously get paid for it. Or join a big auto company where you would spend the first 10 years earning your right to, touch anything useful. We realized we were at the sweet spot where Aether became very quickly, and the word spread in the network really fast among all engineering colleges, that if you were building a race car at college, and there were a lot of these teams building race cars, Aether is the team to join. They will actually pay you a salary to continue doing the same stuff post. So we got a lot of really good builders.
So how many iterations of this sketch went through before you decided this is the one?
We actually had 2 different phases. The sketch was a pristine sketch phase. We actually had no engineering happening at that point. That probably would have lasted us, 6-8 months. Once the sketch was frozen, and those sketches are still up there in our offices, we barely touched the sketch. We spent solid 4 years engineering the product within that sketch. 4 years may sound long, but I think those
in today's environment it is.
But I think those are some of the fun, the best 4 years for anybody working at Aether.
Yeah, and this is interesting because your competitor, pretty much across from you in Bangalore, has a very different approach to things, and very often you've been asked questions about, have you been too slow? How do you respond to that? And what has it taken to actually keep those distractions, keep that need for speed, which has become almost the sort of mantra for success, or has been perceived to be the mantra for success at bay?
I think that assumption betrays a poor understanding of building physical products. Speed is built institutionally over a period of time. A keenness to just deliver something on day one, creates a very poor ability to sustain that and launch new things later. If you look at our launch trajectory, first 5 years, we had one product. In one color, by the way. Okay. 6th year, we had 2 products, 5 colors. 7th year, we had, I believe, 10 products. Today we have, I think we have 63 SKUs. I think we have dozens of variants, 2 distinct product lines. We're getting ready to launch a 3rd product, which will probably double this entire volume up. We probably have the widest product portfolio among the large e-scooter manufacturers today. This is a business where you've got to invest upfront in getting your platforms right, getting your technology right. I think we've seen far too few companies in India where somebody's tried to build a product business, somebody's tried to build a platform from scratch, which is why so many of us find this alien, that ye kya faltugiri kar rahe ho, bas fatafat kuch bhi nikalo yahan se. I'm like, kuch bhi nikal ke, you're not going to build a monster of a product company. You want to build an engine that can keep spamming out successful products all the time. You don't want a one-hit product wonder. You don't want something that worked once, because a bunch of magicians were behind it and, disappeared. There's no ability to recreate that magic. There's no ability to sustain that magic. You want a system which for the next 30, 40, 50 years will launch something amazing every single year. We literally call this now at Aether one magical experience per year.
Let's now talk about EL, because that's the next big magical idea, so to speak. Those are I'm picking up on your words. I don't know if that is the one magical experience for you in 2026 that you're hoping to create. But what do you want to do with EL? What do you want to achieve with EL in terms of scale? Because that's clearly the vision, as you pointed out.
Yeah, so EL actually, at its root, EL is not very complex. EL is actually us generally taking a low-hanging fruit because it was available. Simplify our cost structures. Our cost structures, given that we were born in a more resource-constrained environment, our product cost was high on the mechanical items. Our frame is expensive, transmission is expensive. So find ways to cut that cost down to offer a better choice, a better cost to the end consumer, but at the same time preserving stuff that we are actually good at. The reason people probably buy an Aether is because of the stability of a powertrain and a software. So how can we preserve these two things, still reduce cost and pass that benefit to the consumer? That's the context in which EL was born. For example, how we are bringing the motor controller and the charger together in a single package. And what kind of experience does that open up? I think it opens up not just, the easy answer is yes, it opens up onboard charging. So you don't have to carry a charger with you, right? So it's easy, it's convenient. But what we're realizing rapidly is it's actually becoming a fairly powerful experience, because the kind of charging and the speed of charging it's opening up. So there's something to announce there. We've just talked about it, we haven't described it, but we've been able to crack a new architecture, which we are calling as Advanced Electronic Brake System, AEBS. It's something that recreates an ABS-like braking control, but at like 1/10 or 1/100th of the cost. So this is a massive innovation in terms of brake technology. So, and the experience is really good. So these are some things. There are many others when we launch, but these are two that we've already publicly talked about.
So what is this going to mean in terms of cost for the end consumer? The expectation is, do you go sub 1 lakh? Is that going to possibly be possible given everything that you just spoke about and the many innovations that you're experimenting with?
There is a market of products below 1 lakh in our industry. Our estimate is that maybe about 20% of the industry is below 1 lakh. Again, it's our estimate today. We believe that we've got to focus. We can't go after every single segment, every single price point. Particularly when we don't have PLI. We don't have PLI, so we have this huge 15% disadvantage compared to people who don't even want to probably build electric. So as people who want to probably push the envelope on electric, we are balancing a very difficult task that we are starting off with a 15% disadvantage here. So we've got to be very careful, not get into segments where there could be a there could be a lot of bloodletting that happens, a lot of cost pressures that come in. So for us, the Lakshman Rekha is 1 lakh. We will not go below that.
What is happening in the world with subsidies? I mean, you're seeing subsidies being withdrawn world over. We don't know whether the PLI in India will continue or not. We've seen issues with the FAME scheme, which have in fact resulted in many of those companies having to shut down, as I pointed out at the start. So you've always been designed for a world without subsidies. Do you believe that eventually it'll work to your advantage as subsidies start to be wound down?
So our view is that I think it's a very powerful policy. It's worked so beautifully in so many segments, particularly when you're thinking of exports. PLI has been magical there. And I think Indian electric two-wheelers are at possibly the best moment of time in its history to go global. Historically, there have been three big exporters: India, China, Japan. We know where Japan is with electric vehicles. Not really keen. China is great with electric vehicles, but not with two-wheelers. They don't care enough about two-wheelers. They've actually more or less commoditized that industry. That only leaves India. And India, as it happens, whether it's us or even our peers, there's been a tremendous investment in R&D and product that's happened over the last 5-7 years. We are genuinely, massively ahead of the rest of the world on EV two-wheeler technologies, cost structures, and scale. We can flip that to become one of the biggest exporters. And this is a $100 billion market. of two-wheelers in general. So I think there's a great opportunity. PLI could fix it, but PLI really needs to support innovation. We've gotten here and we can go forward only because of the innovation engine, which is mostly been startups, mostly been new age technology companies. We've got to find ways for PLI to support and not push startups out. So if you push startups out, this entire train for it to run, yes, it needs the capacity and the capital of the legacy players.
Yeah.
But it needs the engine of startups to actually take it forward.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
But I want to go back to that statement that you made, that this is the sweet spot for the EV two-wheeler business in India, and this could be a breakout moment for companies like yours to go global. Is that something that you're now committing yourself to, a global future for Aether? When do we start to see that happen for you?
I think it's in the horizon. It's still not there for me to say that we are committing ourselves to this being the next lever of growth. We're yet to finish exhausting the scooter lever. And then there are, other things like motorcycles potentially and international markets. But I do believe if you take a 10-year horizon, international could very well be the largest driver of value creation in our industry as a whole.
Tarun, let's talk about financials now. And you're a newly listed entity, so you're going to be asked that question quarter after quarter. And we've just seen you deliver some numbers that the street has liked. But how important is it for you to ensure that you're not just keeping costs down, but you're also moving the needle as far as profitability is concerned? And how do you believe that picture is likely to change? What we've seen in the last few years is everyone's been burning through cash. How does that picture change in the next few years?
Our gross margins improved. That took us from minus 36% EBITDA to maybe minus 20% EBITDA. Yeah. But then our volumes went up 50-60%. And that's taken us from minus 20% EBITDA to whatever, minus 5% EBITDA. The current capacities can further grow our volumes by almost, I would say, almost 50%, 40-50%, 30-40%. And I believe that should be good enough, barring like some global commodity crisis. Yeah. That should be good enough to turn profitable, at least at an EBITDA level, if not a PAT level.
The market share game, and today you're number 3, at least as far as the latest data is concerned, right after the two incumbents, TVS and Bajaj. Largely South India. You're, of course, looking at expanding your presence pan-India. But how do you look at the market share game? How important is that for you?
We don't look at the market share game. Obviously, we will talk about the numbers. We'll let people understand how it's shaped up. But we're very clear. What's controllable, modelable, and predictable on our side is monthly volume, not necessarily monthly market share. Somebody would launch a product at 80,000 rupees. I don't even compete there. And that can change the market share dynamic. So, yeah, we'll obviously always talk about it, but that's not the primary focus. The primary focus is always absolute volume and hence margins generated. I'm extremely optimistic for growth and very bullish because remember, our legacy peers are 20-30% larger than us today on the back of a distribution that's probably 3, 4, 5 times larger. So we are sweating our existing stores a lot more. And I think this is building a very strong underlying strength. As our distribution count continues to compound.
You're going to 700 now.
I got to 700 this quarter and hopefully more later this year. As the distribution counts continues to compound, we believe there is a big growth opportunity there.
As a founder who started this company in 2013 and has then taken it public, you hold a little under 6% now. You're still classified as the promoters, but you hold under 6%. The largest shareholder is Hero. What has this been like? I mean, in a way, you're giving away equity. You're no longer the largest shareholder. What has that meant for you emotionally as well?
I know. I think this. And most founders go through a very similar journey. Whether it's our business or the internet businesses or the software businesses, we are in a world where you've got to make one of two decisions. Trade off speed for higher ownership, and you may not see the desired outcome in your youth and your life, but you'll have control. You'll have ownership rather. Control comes from your ability to execute, frankly. Or, it's okay, give up ownership, share the upside with more and more investors, more and more people. But then you get to see your life's dream come true while you're still building, right? At $3 billion, Hero's stake is probably worth 8,000-9,000 crores now. We wouldn't have created this value if Hero did not have the foresight to not try and take over. Like actually understand early on that, this is a different business.
Did they not want to take over? Did you not allow them to take over at the start?
Think of the journey. Hero came in as a 32% shareholder. And over a 9-year journey now, 9 years, they've been able to keep their ownership in this horizon. And they've always said, let's bring in more investors. Let's bring in financials. Let's make sure, there are enough investors on this cap table so that you have enough firepower available to drive your growth. And they built their own VIDA, and might I add, very successfully today. VIDA is now larger than many of the older players in the market today. I think this is incredibly rare to have a legacy company have the foresight to invest, learn from the investment, and be able to ensure that the value creation is so profound. Most investments wouldn't land up in this place, honestly.
As every industry talks about what it's going to mean, how disruptive it's going to be, how do you look at AI? Are you using AI? How much of AI are you using? And what do you see for Aether in an AI era?
So that's increasingly become a big focus for us over the last 5-6 months. Internally at the company, obviously, that's gone pretty deep now with development and just using that as an analyst across the board. But on the product side, we are starting to see some really large opportunities. And I'll talk about one pivot that we did do because of AI.
Since you don't do that many pivots.
So there's one to talk about, recent times. We launched smart helmets called Halo a couple of years ago. And a lot of excitement. And we were also pretty excited about them. But at that point, in a pre-AI world, that was conceptualized as a genuine Halo product, like this really expensive 15,000 rupees smart helmet. That's a great experience, but not really meant for everybody, and it's okay.
Yeah.
But with LLMs becoming so powerful and now edge models becoming so good, and with the kind of work that Shriram is doing, for example, in India, we woke up about 6-9 months or 1 year ago and we realized that, you know what, we actually need to leverage this in our daily products with every consumer. So we had a massive pivot here. We decided to flip our smart helmet strategy from this amazing, super premium niche product to everybody needs to get a smart helmet.
Okay.
Like, my ideal attach rate for this product is 100%. Like, everybody should get a smart helmet. We need to beat prices down to like 2,000 rupees and make margin selling that hardware at that price.
Tarun, it's been an absolute pleasure. We wish you the very best of luck with Aether.
Thank you,
and we look forward to hearing more from you about the magical experiences that you hope to create through the course of the year and how you intend to keep cracking the code, as well as all your expansion plans. Thanks very much for joining us on Young Turks. Well, we are going to take a break here of this episode of Young Turks Reloaded. As always, keep your feedback coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Till then, from the entire team, thanks very much for watching.
Debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y por tanto de la paz.
नमस्कार। नेटवर्क 18 के सभी पत्रकार, इस व्यवस्था को देखने वाले सभी साथी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, आप सभी राइजिंग भारत की चर्चा कर रहे हैं और इसमें स्ट्रेंथ विद इन पर आपका जोर है। यानी साधारण शब्दों में कहूं तो देश के अपने खुद के सामर्थ्य पर आपका फोकस है। और हमारे यहां तो शास्त्रों में कहा गया है तत्वम असि, यानी जिस ब्रह्म की खोज में हम निकले हैं वो हम ही हैं, वो हमारे भीतर ही है। जो सामर्थ्य हमारे भीतर है उसे हमें पहचानना है। बीते 11 वर्षों में भारत ने अपना वही सामर्थ्य पहचाना है और इस सामर्थ्य को सशक्त करने के लिए आज देश निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। साथियों, सामर्थ्य किसी देश में अचानक पैदा नहीं होता। सामर्थ्य पीढ़ियों में बनता है। वो ज्ञान से, परंपरा से, परिश्रम से और अनुभव से निखरता है। लेकिन इतिहास के एक लंबे कालखंड में गुलामी की इतनी शताब्दियों में हमारे सामर्थ्यवान होने की भावना को ही हीनता से भर दिया गया था। दूसरे देशों से आयातित विचारधारा ने समाज में कूट कूट कर ये भर दिया था कि हम अशिक्षित हैं और अनुगामी यानी फॉलोअर हैं। हमारे यहां ये भी कहा गया है, यादशी भावना यश सिद्धिर्भवति त्यादशी, यानी जैसी जिसकी भावना होती है उसे वैसी ही सिद्धि प्राप्त होती है। जब भावना में ही हीनता थी तो सिद्धि भी वैसी ही मिल रही है। हम विदेशी तकनीक की नकल करते थे, विदेशी मोहर का इंतजार करते थे। ये वो गुलामी थी जो राजनीतिक और भौगोलिक से ज्यादा मानसिक गुलामी थी। दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद भी भारत गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर नहीं निकल पाया और इसका नुकसान हम आज तक उठा रहे हैं। इसका ताजा उदाहरण हम ट्रेड डील्स को लेकर हो रही चर्चा में देख रहे हैं। कुछ लोग चौंक गए हैं कि अरे ये क्या हो गया, कैसे हो गया। विकसित देश भारत से ट्रेड डील्स करने में इतने उत्सुक क्यों है? इसका उत्तर है हताशा निराशा से बाहर निकल रहा आत्मविश्वासी भारत। अगर देश आज भी 2014 से पहले वाली निराशा में होता, फ्रेजाइल 5 में गिना जाता, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस से गिरा होता, अगर ये हाल होते तो कौन हमारे साथ ट्रेड डील्स करता? अरे हमारी तरफ देखता भी नहीं। लेकिन साथियों, बीते 11 वर्षों में देश की चेतना में नई ऊर्जा का प्रवाह हुआ है। भारत अब अपने खोए हुए सामर्थ्य को वापस पाने का प्रयास कर रहा है। एक समय में जब भारत का वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में सबसे ज्यादा दबदबा था, तो हमारा क्या सामर्थ्य था? भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत की प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी, भारत की अर्थनीति। अब आज का भारत फिर से इन बातों पर फोकस कर रहा है। इसलिए हमने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर काम किया, हमने मेक इन इंडिया पर बल दिया, हमने अपने बैंकिंग सिस्टम को सशक्त किया, महंगाई जो डबल डिजिट की दर से भाग रही थी उसको कंट्रोल किया और भारत को दुनिया का ग्रोथ इंजन बनाया। भारत का यही सामर्थ्य है कि दुनिया के विकसित देश सामने से भारत के साथ ट्रेड डील करने के लिए खुद आगे आ रहे हैं। साथियों, जब किसी राष्ट्र के भीतर छिपी हुई उसकी शक्ति जागती है तो वह नई उपलब्धियां हासिल करता है। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण देता हूं। जैसे मैं जब कभी दूसरे देशों के हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट से मिलता हूं तो वो जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की त्रिशक्ति के बारे में सुनने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक होते हैं। जिस भारत में एटीएम भी दुनिया के विकसित देशों की तुलना में काफी समय बाद आया, उस भारत ने डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम में ग्लोबल लीडरशिप कैसे हासिल कर ली, जहां पर सरकारी मदद की लीकेज को कड़वा सच मान लिया गया था। वो भारत डीबीटी के जरिए 24 लाख करोड़ रुपए यानी 24 ट्रिलियन रुपीज कैसे लाभार्थियों को भेज पा रहा है। भारत का डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आज पूरे विश्व के लिए चर्चा का विषय बन चुका है। साथियों, दुनिया हैरान होती है कि जिस भारत में 2014 तक करीब 3 करोड़ परिवार अंधेरे में थे, वो आज सोलर पावर कैपेसिटी में दुनिया के टॉप के देशों में कैसे आ गया। जिस भारत के शहरों में पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट सुधरने की कोई उम्मीद न थी, वो भारत आज दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा मेट्रो नेटवर्क वाला देश कैसे बन गया। जिस भारत के रेलवे की पहचान सिर्फ लेट लतीफी और धीमी रफ्तार से होती थी, वहां वंदे भारत, नमो भारत ऐसी सेमी हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी कैसे संभव हो पा रही है। साथियों, एक समय था जब भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी का सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंज्यूमर था। आज भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी का निर्माता भी है और नए मानक भी स्थापित कर रहा है। और ऐसा इसलिए हुआ है क्योंकि हमने अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचाना है। जिस स्ट्रेंथ विदिन की आप चर्चा कर रहे हैं, ये उसका ही उदाहरण है। साथियों, जब हम गर्व से आगे बढ़ते हैं तो दुनिया हमें जिस नजर से देखती रही है, वो नजर भी बदली है। बीस 25 वर्ष पहले आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में किया गया होता तो आज ये पूंजी भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिसर्च, इंडस्ट्री, किसान और युवाओं की क्षमताओं को मजबूत कर रही होती। आज हमारी सरकार इसी सोच के साथ काम कर रही है। विदेशी जहाजों को 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए ना देना पड़े, इसलिए भारत शिपिंग और पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत किए जा रहा है। फर्टिलाइजर का डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए नए प्लांट लग रहे हैं। नैनो यूरिया को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। पेट्रोलियम पर निर्भरता कम करने के लिए एथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, सोलर और इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है और साथियों, हमें भविष्य की ओर देखते हुए भी आज ही निर्णय लेने हैं। इसलिए आज भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण हो रहा है। रक्षा उत्पादन में, मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी में, क्रिटिकल मिनरल सेक्टर में और उसमें निवेश आने वाले दशकों की आर्थिक सुरक्षा की नींव है। 2047 का लक्ष्य कोई राजनीतिक नारा नहीं है। यह उस ऐतिहासिक भूल को सुधारने का संकल्प भी है जहां कांग्रेस की सरकारों के समय कई क्षेत्रों में समय रहते निवेश नहीं किया। आज अगर हम खुद स्वदेशी जहाज, स्वदेशी शिप बनाएंगे, खुद एनर्जी का प्रोडक्शन करेंगे, खुद नई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करेंगे, तो आने वाली पीढ़ियां इंपोर्ट के बोझ की नहीं, एक्सपोर्ट की क्षमता पर चर्चा करेगी। राष्ट्र की प्रगति आज की सुविधा से नहीं, कल की तैयारी से तय होती है और दूरदृष्टि से की गई मेहनत ही 2047 के आत्मनिर्भर, सशक्त और समृद्ध भारत की आधारशिला है। और इसके लिए कांग्रेस अपने कितने ही कपड़े फाड़ ले, हम निरंतर काम करते रहेंगे। साथियों, राष्ट्र निर्माण की, नेशन बिल्डिंग की एक बहुत अहम शर्त होती है नेक नीयत की। कांग्रेस और उसके साथी दल इसमें भी फेल रहे हैं। कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों ने कभी नेक नीयत के साथ काम नहीं किया। गरीब का दुख, उसकी तकलीफ से भी इन्हें कोई वास्ता नहीं है। जैसे बंगाल में आज तक आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू नहीं हुई। अगर नेक नीयत होती तो क्या गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज देने वाली इस योजना को बंगाल में रोका जाता क्या? नहीं। आप भी जानते हैं कि देश में पीएम आवास योजना के तहत गरीबों के लिए पक्के घर बनवाए जा रहे हैं। नेटवर्क 18 के दर्शकों को मैं एक और आंकड़ा देता हूं। तमिलनाडु के गरीब परिवारों के लिए करीब 9.5 लाख पक्के घर अलॉट किए गए हैं। 9.5 लाख। लेकिन इनमें से 3 लाख घरों का निर्माण अटक गया है। क्यों? क्योंकि डीएमके सरकार गरीबों के इन घरों के निर्माण में दिलचस्पी नहीं दिखा रही है। इसकी वजह क्या है? इसकी वजह है नियत नेक नहीं है। साथियों, मैं आपको एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का भी उदाहरण देता हूं। कांग्रेस के समय में खेती किसानी को अपने हाल पर छोड़ दिया गया था। छोटे किसानों को कोई पूछता ही नहीं था। फसल बीमा का हाल बेहाल था। एमएसपी पर स्वामीनाथन कमेटी की रिपोर्ट फाइलों में दबा दी गई थी। कांग्रेस बजट में घोषणाएं जरूर करती थी, लेकिन जमीन पर कुछ नहीं होता था, क्योंकि उसकी नीयत ही नहीं थी। हमने देश के किसानों के लिए नेक नीयत के साथ काम करना शुरू किया और आज उसके परिणाम दुनिया देख रही है। आज भारत दुनिया के बड़े एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्टर में से एक बन रहा है। हमने हर स्तर पर किसानों के लिए एक सुरक्षा कवच बनाया है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों के खाते में 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक जमा किए गए हैं। हमने लागत का 1.5 गुना एमएसपी तय किया और रिकॉर्ड खरीद भी की है। मैं आपको सिर्फ दाल का ही आंकड़ा देता हूं। यूपीए सरकार ने 10 साल में सिर्फ 6 लाख मैट्रिक टन दाल किसानों से एमएसपी पर खरीदी। 6 लाख मैट्रिक टन। और हमारी सरकार अभी तक करीब 170 लाख मैट्रिक टन यानी लगभग 30 गुना अधिक दाल एमएसपी पर खरीद कर चुकी है। अब आप तय करिए कौन किसानों के लिए काम करता है। साथियों, यूपीए सरकार किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के जरिए भी किसानों को मदद देने में कंजूसी करती थी। अपने 10 साल में यूपीए सरकार ने 7 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कृषि ऋण किसानों को दिया, 7 लाख करोड़ रुपीस, जबकि हमारी सरकार इससे 4 गुना अधिक यानी 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए दे चुकी है। यूपीए सरकार के दौरान जहां सिर्फ 5 करोड़ किसानों को इसका लाभ मिलता था, आज ये संख्या 2 गुने से भी अधिक करीब 12 करोड़ किसानों को पहुंची है। यानी देश के छोटे किसान को भी पहली बार मदद मिली है। हमारी सरकार ने पीएम फसल बीमा योजना का सुरक्षा कवच भी किसानों को दिया। इसके तहत करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए किसानों को संकट के समय मिल चुके हैं। हम नेक नियत से काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए भारत के किसानों का आत्मविश्वास बढ़ रहा है, उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है और आय में भी वृद्धि हो रही है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का 1/4 हिस्सा बीत चुका है। अब अगला चरण भारत के विकास का निर्णायक दौर है। वर्तमान में लिए गए निर्णय ही भविष्य की दिशा तय करेंगे। हमें अपने सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हुए, उसे बढ़ाते हुए आगे चलना है। हर व्यक्ति अपने क्षेत्र में श्रेष्ठता को लक्ष्य बनाए। हर संस्था एक्सीलेंस को अपना संस्कार बनाए। हम सिर्फ उत्पाद न बनाएं, बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट बनाए। हम सिर्फ रूटीन काम न करें, वर्ल्ड क्लास काम करें। हम क्षमता को परफॉर्मेंस में बदले। मैंने लाल किले से कहा है, यही समय है, सही समय है। यही समय है भारत को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने का। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
First night was kind of really scary because it was very unusual. I've lived here for 22 years and we never thought this would happen. We never experienced something like this. And now we hear blasts once in a while and it's kind of getting normal because nothing really has happened around us. So it just seems like it's unusual, but it seems kind of normal now because it's happening so frequently. Every morning we hear a couple of blasts, every night we hear a couple of...
Hello and a very good afternoon. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18 as we keep our sharp focus on the war in West Asia. For now, we shift our focus to more breaking news coming in from across the country. First up, in the latest, we're learning that Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been acquitted in journalist Ramchandra Chhatrapati murder case. The Punjab and Haryana High Court has acquitted Gurmeet Ram Rahim. Remember, the journalist was shot at point-blank range at his residence on the 24th October 2002. So this case goes back to 2002 and now we're learning that the court has acquitted Ram Rahim in the murder case of journalist Ramchandra Chhatrapati. This is the latest coming in from the court. The Punjab Haryana High Court acquitting Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim in the 2002 murder case of a journalist. The court acquitted the Dera chief more than 7 years after he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. So relief coming in for Gurmeet Ram Rahim. He, alongside 3 others, were convicted in this case for the murder of the journalist in Haryana's Sirsa. Do remember this journalist, Chhatrapati, was shot outside his own home in October 2002 after his newspaper published an anonymous letter narrating the alleged sexual exploitation of women followers at the Dera headquarters in Sirsa. So that's a quick background into the case so far. Apart from this, do remember Gurmeet Ram Rahim is also serving a 20-year jail term given in the 2017 case for raping 2 of his disciples. And following his conviction in this case, he was also lodged in the Sunaria jail in Haryana's Rohtak. So several cases against him as we speak and a relief coming in this 2002 murder case. He was convicted alongside 3 others in the murder of a journalist in Haryana Sirsa. The journalist Chhatrapati was shot outside his own house in October 2002. And what details had trickled in back then was that the journalist newspaper Pura Sach published an anonymous letter narrating the alleged sexual exploitation of women followers at the Dera headquarters in Sirsa. So Gurmeet Ram Rahim getting relief from the court acquitting the Dera chief more than 7 years after he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. We try and go across to our colleagues in just a bit, reporters on ground who have been tracking this story in the latest. For now, there's a Congress reaction that's also come in on the story. Let's hear it.
एक बार फिर तीनों पाल वाली मशीन मोदी जी की, उसमें से राम रहीम गुजर कर साफ सुथरे होकर, बरी होकर, आरोपों से मुक्त होकर हमारे सामने आ गए। मैं न्यायालय का पूरा सम्मान करता हूं, उनके प्रति आदर दिखाते हुए कहना चाहता हूं, मुकदमा तो बनाम स्टेट था ना, अदालत तो वही फैसला करेगी जो तथ्य उसके सामने रखे जाएंगे, जो साक्ष्य उसके सामने रखे जाएंगे। और पार्टी तो हरियाणा थी, हरियाणा सरकार थी। अंदेशा तो उसी समय हो गया था जब हरियाणा के चुनाव में पैरोल दी गई थी, फरलो दी गई थी, और इनका आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर राम रहीम जी का हो गया था।
आज माननीय हाई कोर्ट के अंदर ये जो रामचंद्र छत्रपति केस था उसकी प्रोनाउंसमेंट थी। चीफ जस्टिस साहब की बेंच पे ये लगा था आज। तो आज माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने पूज्य गुरु संत गुरमीत राम रहीम सिंह जी इंसा जी को इस केस में बरी कर दिया है। और जैसा कि हम आपको पहले भी हमेशा से कहते आए थे कि पूज्य गुरु संत गुरमीत राम रहीम सिंह जी इंसा जी का इस मर्डर केस के साथ किसी प्रकार का कोई संबंध नहीं है। तो आज माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने भी वो माना और उसी के तहत पूज्य गुरु जी को आज बरी कर दिया है। इसके अंदर जो 3 और अक्यूज थे उनकी सजा को बरकरार किया गया है।
CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh joins us with more details. Pallavi, this is partial relief for Gurmeet Ram Rahim because despite the acquittal, he continues to serve a 20-year jail sentence after being convicted in the 2017 case for raping 2 of his disciples. Having said that, if you could quickly take us through what the court has observed and a brief timeline to the case as well, please.
See, Christine, there are multiple cases against him, and as you rightly pointed out, many cases are his disciples who complained about them, women especially, that there were sexual assault cases which were taking place in his ashram. There were many exposés done, many, kind of whistleblowers, and Ramchandra was also believed to be one of them. And that is when this allegation came against Baba Ram Rahim that he was trying to silence the voice of dissent or those who were exposing. And therefore the murder which took place was something in which he had a hand and he had instigated it. Well, the court in its observations did not find any evidence against him, and that's the reason why this is just one case in which the acquittal has taken place. He continues to remain behind bars, but the multiple payrolls which Baba Ram Rahim has got has always evoked a lot of politics over it, with questions being raised over the Haryana government, which is ruled by the BJP, and the timing of the parole. Baba Ram Rahim, despite being in jail, has a sizable following across the Dalits, particularly as far as Haryana is concerned, parts of Punjab is concerned, which is why this issue always remains mired in politics. We just heard what Pramod Tiwari had to say. Again, that voice of dissent coming in from the opposition. But this is also something which the court observed, saying that we never found prima facie evidence against Baba Ram Rahim to hold him accused in a murder of the journalist.
Pallavi, stay on with us. There's more breaking news coming in. So let's quickly turn our attention to this. It's a fact check coming in from Ministry of External Affairs. We're learning that a Congress IT cell member has been caught spreading fake news, suggesting that Indians are carrying out false flag operations in Saudi Arabia. The Ministry of External Affairs has fact-checked this claim, urging the public to stay alert against such preposterous and unverified information circulating on social media. And we have that social media update by MEA Fact Check on your screens as well. Pallavi Ghosh continues to stay on with us. Pallavi, what is this all about? The MEA says this is fake news. Please stay alert against such unsubstantiated claims on social media. But what is it that this Congress IT cell member had claimed in the first place?
So there are many such accounts which are, of course, pro-Congress accounts, and either they are technically a part of the social media cell of the Congress party, or they are obviously Congress supporters, and this is coming across party lines. So in this case, the news which was posted by the social media IT cell member was very clearly when he was talking about that there were exercises which were being conducted by the Indian side as far as Saudi Arabia. The insinuation, of course, was that India was getting involved in the war between Israel and Iran, and of course in the Gulf region. We know that ever since this war broke out, Christine, the Congress has been very critical of it. The Congress has always been accusing the government of, one, picking sides, and second, also saying that because the Indian government is picking sides, it is putting the people of our country into jeopardy, and that is the kind of narrative they've been pushing. But over enthusiastic, Christine, this post has now been fact-checked by the MEA. That he can actually evoke a very, very strong action because anything which hurts or has the potential of hurting the national security of the country also invites a very, very strong action. So we'll have to wait to see if it is going to be followed up by any kind of action by the police on this case.
Okay, now these are believed to be Congress supporters. Are questions being asked by some in the government also to the Congress, Pallavi, on what explains this? What kind of a role do these people play, if at all, officially in the Congress? Are those questions being posed as yet?
See, Christine, the Congress party has always been questioned every time they have been critical of the government's policies, and especially of Rahul Gandhi, I would say. Whenever Rahul Gandhi comes out with a statement, the BJP has officially gone on to say that he always dangerously peddles news. Some to an extent are saying he's very dangerous for national security. Look, these are little testing times. These are also uncertain times. And no matter whatever political differences are there, the government says that, we really need to sink our differences and speak in one voice. From Monday onwards, when the parliament reconvenes, Christine is going to get even more aggressive. But for now, any handle supported by the Congress party or which is a part of the Congress's social media cell, and if they come out with these kind of statements which are factured by the MEA, they have the potential of being extremely dangerous. And, it's a threat to our national security, which is why I'm asking this question and wondering whether there will be, police action or cyber cell action which will take place against the IT cell member.
Okay, Pallavi, let's also talk about what these social media posts indicate at the moment and to what extent are they alleging an involvement of some Indian nationals. That's been fact-checked by the Ministry of External Affairs. Hold on, Pallavi, we'll come to you in just a bit. BJP Shehzad Poonawala joins us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Shehzad. Hope you're doing well. Shehzad, your first thoughts on the fact-check that's coming from the MEA and the allegations that have surfaced on social media. Very clear. To begin with, that these are Congress supporters. Not sure if they're also linked to the IT cell of the Congress party, but your first thoughts on this.
No, these are very much linked to the Congress party. And the Congress party, since the beginning of these escalation of tensions between Israel and Iran, has been wanting that India should get dragged in and Indians should be killed. And therefore, this particular post by this Congress IT cell functionary is directed towards making sure that Iran or the others take action against Indians. You would remember that the warship of Iran, which was destroyed by America, which was not in Indian waters, even there the Congress party was deliberately provoking the Iranians that they should take action, even though that never happened in the Indian waters. It happened actually close to Sri Lanka, not even in their waters, in their territorial waters. So the agenda of the Congress party is to create a sense of false thing that India is against a particular side, and to make Indians vulnerable. You would also remember, and Pallavi in particular, would remember that Sonia Gandhi has refused to condemn the retaliatory strikes of Iran that has targeted Indians in the Gulf region where 95 lakh people of Indian origin live. So, clearly putting Indians' lives at risk and ensuring that India suffers is the only foreign policy agenda of the Congress. Congress is a bunch of anti-nationals, and therefore their entire post and their stand reflects that.
Oh yes, and that said, all unverified news on social media is not welcomed, especially given the sensitivity that comes with the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Thank you so much, Shehzad, for joining us with your inputs on the same. Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's just come in. This is an input we're tracking from West Bengal following a letter from the TMC. The Election Commission of India, we're learning, has become active on the matter. According to sources in the Election Commission, in view of the number of complaints being resolved by judicial officers, a proposal is being considered to publish a supplementary list. Sources say the state's chief electoral officer Manoj Kumar Agarwal is likely to place this proposal before the full bench of the Election Commission of India. So that's the latest bit of breaking news update coming in. Do remember, not too long ago, we've seen Mamata Banerjee also begin her sit-in protest against alleged voter roll deletions via the SR exercise in West Bengal. Kamalika Sen Gupta continues to stay on with us. This is EC source revealing to CNN News 18 that the Election Commission has become active on the matter. Complaints that have been filed by the TMC and Mamata Banerjee. Kamalika, over to you for the latest. Tell us about these proposed changes that are now under review.
See, this entire matter is sub judice. This entire matter is looked after by Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court has given an order where the judicial official, the judges, they are reviewing the logical discrepancy list. So whatever the Election Commission does, the Election Commission obviously has to place that in front of the court. Now Abhishek Banerjee, he wrote a letter to Ganesh Kumar mentioning that supplementary list. That means that was written that the main final roll will be published and then the supplementary list will come out. Regarding that, a letter was written by TMC. Election Commission, the Bengal, the CEO, what we are coming to know is all these things which is going on, that will be placed in front of the full bench. Now the full bench will be coming on Sunday night. Monday morning they have meeting with the political parties, and also they'll have the meeting with law and order and enforcement agencies, and on 10th they will have a press conference. So since the entire matter is in court, definitely how this supplementary list will come out, what will be the procedure, definitely it is the matter of court. But since election is coming and also this number of adjudication list is 61 lakh, this was an appeal by the TMC, and the Election Commission, like they have done, they have taken all the application and appeals into consideration. But here the entire matter is in court, so matter is sub judice. But definitely what we are coming to know that the Bengal CEO will appeal this to keep this in front of the entire Election Commission.
And the full bench of EC is arriving in Kolkata tomorrow night. Is that correct, Kamalika?
Yes, the Election Commission full bench is supposed to come tomorrow night, and Monday morning they are going to have meeting with the political party. Let me show you another thing also. This is the Dharna Mancho of Mamata Banerjee. She is sitting in Dharna. So at the time when Ganesh Kumar and the entire EC bench will be here in Kolkata, at that point of time Mamata Banerjee will be sitting in Dharna. She has started this Dharna since yesterday. She stayed here overnight, and today also she will be here, and tomorrow also Trinamool Congress plans to have a big rally out here. You can see Mamata Banerjee sitting in Dharna, and when tomorrow the Election Commission's total bench will be here in Kolkata.
Okay, stay on with us, Kamalika. We have more inputs that we need to quickly put out for our viewers. In the latest, we're also learning that the West Bengal Chief Minister has criticized the centre over rising LPG prices, highlighting the challenges for households as gas bookings now require a 21-day lead time. Kerosene quotas have been reduced. She has accused the government of increasing prices across the board and has also said Bengal will resist attempts to intimidate or suppress voters. She's also vowed to expose such actions. So that is the latest attack coming in from Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. She is certainly crossing the SR line in terms of launching an all-out attack on the central government and taking it to areas like LPG prices and what this means for households in all of West Bengal. Kamalika continues to stay on with us. Kamalika, you were giving a sense of the sit-in protest that's currently underway. We continue to track those visuals on your part as well. But what is the motive of these protests that are being staged by Mamata Banerjee and all of Trinamool Congress? Clearly, it's not just limited to SIR criticism.
See, there is 15 years of anti-incumbency that is there on Mamata Banerjee. There are a lot of allegations of corruption that is there against Mamata Banerjee's TMC rule government. But there Mamata Banerjee is trying to just portray the SIR issue. She is trying to show that so many people's names have been deleted. Now, if we see the facts, till now 62 lakh people's name have been deleted due to various issues. Some were absent, some were fake, some were shifted, and there is another near about 61 lakh logical discrepancy. Now here only the Mamata Banerjee is trying to actually accuse the Election Commission. Her entire anger is against Election Commission, CEC. She is totally giving this allegation that everything is being done in the Election Commission, whatever the Election Commission does, is at the behest of BJP. That is what she is trying to project, that for her people she is sitting in dharna, for her people she has gone to the court. But at the same time, the BJP is saying that who are the people who are getting deleted? People who are dead, people who are infiltrators, people who are staying here with fake voter ID. So how does Mamata Banerjee justify this? Because Mamata Banerjee is sitting for the infiltrators. That is the question which BJP is raising. That the numbers which has gone deleted, those numbers have gone deleted because they are not actual voters. That is what the BJP's point of view is. And Trinamool Congress is absolutely making this a political issue, and they are trying to play it on the SIR angle. And again, we'd like to show that, see, this is the place.
Yeah, Kamalika, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you for getting us those visuals, giving a sense of how this political war is playing out in the state of West Bengal. That's all the time we have. We need to head into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
On March 5th, Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain is now widely seen as the frontrunner for Nepal's top political post. Soon after the protests that led to Oli's resignation, Balain posted a message to millions of his followers on social media. He wrote, "Dear Gen Z, the resignation of your killer has come. Now your generation will have to lead the country. Be prepared." Months later, that message is turning into political reality. Balain first rose to prominence in politics in 2022, when he won the Kathmandu mayoral election as an independent candidate. Then he had campaigned on the slogan, "Time for Change." Now after 3 years as mayor, he's contesting to become Nepal's next prime minister. So who exactly is Balendra Shah? His father practiced traditional Ayurvedic medicine, and his mother is a homemaker. Balain showed an early interest in poetry, which eventually turned into a passion for rap music. He later studied civil engineering in Nepal, before completing a master's degree in structural engineering at Visvesvaraya Technological University in Karnataka, India. But by then, Balain had already built a reputation as one of Nepal's most outspoken rappers. Many of his songs sharply criticized the country's political elite, a message that resonated strongly in a country where around 20% population still lives in poverty. One of his most famous tracks, Baladun, released in 2019, has racked up more than 12 million views on YouTube. Unlike many of Nepal's traditional politicians, Balain rarely engages with the mainstream media. Instead, he connects directly with young voters through social media, where he has over 3.5 million followers. Last December, he officially joined the Rastriya Swatantra Party, led by
Welcome back. We return with more breaking news coming in. We're learning that TVK chief Vijay's wife has filed additional petition seeking to reside at the matrimonial residence till the first petition for divorce has been disposed of. Now, TVK chief Vijay is heading for a divorce after his wife Sangeeta filed a petition before a family court, and the allegations amount to cheating. That's what's come to light in the latest, and as per this breaking news update, we're learning that Vijay's wife has also filed an additional petition now seeking to reside at her matrimonial residence. So the residence where she's been living post-marriage, at least till the first petition for divorce has been disposed of. The first petition was submitted on the 24th of February, formally initiating legal proceedings to dissolve their marriage of 27 years. I do want to bring in Poonima Murli into the conversation. Poonima, tell us about this additional petition, please.
Just tell us that Vijay's wife has filed another petition, this in addition to the divorce petition that was filed, and this additional petition is also seeking directions to reside at the matrimonial residence, which is located on the ECR. And till the first petition of divorce has been disposed of, she seeks permission to reside at the address where she and Vijay have been currently staying. So the ECR address is where she wants to stay till the first petition comes up for hearing. Remember, as per the first petition, the court has directed Vijay to appear before it personally on the 20th of April. So all eyes on how this development pans out, but significant that the timing of this comes just in the run-up to the 2026 State Assembly polls.
Thank you, Poonima, for joining us with all those details. Shifting our focus before we head into a very quick break, let's talk about Jio Studios and B62 Studios and how they've unveiled the trailer for Dhurandhar The Revenge, which is part 2 of the film starring Ranveer Singh in the highly anticipated spy action thriller sequel. The trailer continues the story of Singh's character Jaskirat, charting his rise and a path driven by revenge. We leave you with those visuals, the first glimpses of part 2 of Dhurandhar. The entire country certainly looking forward to this one. We head into a quick break with that. We'll be right back with more on the other side.
रो क्यों रहा है लाले? तूने सुना नहीं? जहाँ दर्द है, वहाँ मर्द है.
हिंदुस्तानी काफिर का सर काटकर मुशर्रफ के दस्तरखान पर रखा था मेजर इकबाल.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is U.S. going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the U.S. seems to have given itself.
The U.S. has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was going to be overthrown in 2011, or about how Afghanistan was going to become a U.S.-led democracy, or about how Iraq would become a stable country. They used to say the same thing in my youth about Vietnam. It's just a short period away.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
Lights, roll cameras, action.
This is the story of a business that competes with your sleep. 10 years ago, Netflix launched in India as just an app. But today, it's a habit. It decides what we watch, how we watch and unwind, and perhaps the reason why your weekend disappears. Millions of viewers, billions of hours. Netflix didn't just enter pop culture, it became the main character. So how did it go for them? How was the last decade like? How did the streaming disruptor spark debate, face controversy, and even offend a few? Trust me, this one is a binge watch. So Netflix rolled into India in January 2016 with a premium price tag of 800 rupees a month. But let's be clear, that did not stick well. You're entering a market where every rupee counts. Sure, 800 rupees felt very expensive in a country that's used to free cable TV but tired of Saas Bahu sagas and was craving something new. Eventually, Netflix cut its pricing drastically.
भगवान को मानते हो?
And you know what else it did? It went a step further and made a show that rewrote the playbook for Indian entertainment. हेलो नवाज, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू CNBC TV18। सबसे पहले मैं जानना चाहती हूँ कि नेटफ्लिक्स का सफ़र जो है वो बिना सीक्रेट गेम्स के अधूरा सा है। तो आपकी सबसे खूबसूरत मेमोरी क्या है सीक्रेट गेम्स को लेकर?
मुझे तो नहीं मालूम था नेटफ्लिक्स क्या होता था, नेटफ्लिक्स का एंड नहीं मालूम था मुझे, बट अनुराग ने, मोटवानी ने मुझे कन्विंस किया सीक्रेट गेम्स के लिए। और काफ़ी टाइम के बाद मुझे लगा कि मुझे तो फिल्में करनी है। बहुत टाइम से मैं फिल्मों के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहा था, तो धीरे धीरे फिल्में मिलनी शुरू हुई, तो वापस मुझे आप टीवी में लेके आ रहे हो, मुझे इतना आइडिया था। तो बाद में मुझे कन्विंस हो गया उसके लिए। और फिर जब शूटिंग शुरू हुई उसकी, तब मुझे रियलाइज़ होना शुरू हुआ कि यार ये क्या चीज़ बन रही है। बिल्कुल फिल्म की तरह शूट हो रहा था और जो भी क्रिएटिव एस्पेक्ट थे उसके वो बहुत ही हाई थे। तो और एज़ फार एज परफॉर्मेंस कंसर्न को उसमें भी लग रहा था कि कुछ तो कर रहे हैं, कुछ डिफरेंट तो हो रहा है। और उसके बाद ये भी आइडिया नहीं था कि कैसे जब ये रिलीज़ हुआ तो क्या होगा। लेकिन जिस दिन ये रिलीज़ हुआ ये सीक्रेट गेम्स, मैंने तो नहीं देखा, लेकिन लोगों के ना पहली बार ऐसा हुआ मेरी लाइफ में कि लोगों के जो फ़ोन कॉल्स ये वो आने शुरू हुए, तो मैं थोड़ा सा ना अजीब सा एक रिएक्शन हुआ कि यार ये ऐसा क्या हो गया।
गणेश गायतोंडे जो कैरेक्टर था,
हाँ,
तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए। अभी 10 साल के बाद क्या आपको कुछ याद है उस कैरेक्टर के बारे में? कैसे प्रिपेयर किया था, कैसे अप्रोच किया था, क्या सबसे अच्छा लगा उस कैरेक्टर के बारे में आपको?
एक्चुअली अच्छा तो नहीं लगा क्योंकि बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था, क्योंकि डिफ़िकल्ट चीज़ को करने में ना थोड़ा अब ऐसा नहीं कि फ़न था उसमें, ऐसा नहीं था, क्योंकि बहुत ही इंटरनलाइजेशन वाला कैरेक्टर था। तो जब इस तरह का कोई एक कॉम्प्लेक्स कैरेक्टर जब करते हैं तो फ़न तो नहीं होता, बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट होता है। हर सीन, हर शॉट जो भी था वो बहुत ही ऑनेस्टी के साथ, यानी कि मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि जब तक मैं अपने कैरेक्टर के साथ ऑनेस्ट नहीं होगा तब तक वो रिफ्लेक्ट भी नहीं होगा। वैसे कैजुअली तो नहीं हो सकता है कैरेक्टर किसी भी लिहाज से, बट डिफिकल्ट था, बहुत डिफिकल्ट था।
I mean, look, this is a conflict of interest. Sacred Games is based on a book my brother Vikram Chandra wrote, but it would have to be Sacred Games Season 1. I think we had never seen anything like it. I mean, the material was so gritty and so thorny and difficult and moving and talked about so much. The acting was so brilliant. The fact that you had stars like Nawaz and Saif doing streaming shows was such a paradigm shift in how we all thought. So I think it would have to be Sacred Games.
Monica, I wanted to understand from you, when Netflix launched in India 10 years ago, it was essentially all international titles, international blockbusters. When did Netflix understand India's pulse, that this is the audience we want to cater to and this is the kind of content we want to make? Was it Sacred Games?
I think Sacred Games very truly spoke to the Indian audiences with setting a very excellent benchmark, something which was cinematic in its execution and storytelling, and yet had characters which could really appeal to the audiences at large.
10 years journey without that iconic dialogue मुझे लगता है नहीं होगा. तो एक बार वो famous dialogue अपनी भगवान अगर आप हमारे fans के लिए बोल दे तो.
अरे ठीक है, मैं बोल देता हूँ. कभी-कभी लगता है कि पुलिस भगवान है.
हाँ, OTT पे आके एक ये फ़ायदा है नेटफ्लिक्स पे कि अब ऐसा कोई बंदिश नहीं है कि 9 बजे आपको घर पहुंचना है या 9 बजे ही आएगा शो, 9 से 10. तो लोग अपनी सहूलियत के हिसाब से देखते हैं. और अगर हमारा सैटरडे को एपिसोड आ रहा है, किसी के पास सैटरडे को टाइम नहीं है, कोई बाहर है घर से, तो वो संडे को देख सकता है, संडे को नहीं तो मंडे को देख सकता है. दोनों एपिसोड इज़ देयर, सो जब भी आपको टाइम लगे. तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है OTT की.
I think a Netflix special is a certification of a certain premium. You know, a comedy special in itself is a certification of a certain premium, that a comedian is capable of an hour of material, and that is consumable at a larger level and at an international level, especially an OTT special. And because typically an OTT special works with a bigger budget than a YouTube special or this thing, you can experiment, you can make it more filmic, you can light yourself, you can, I consider a comedy special to be filmmaking. And so I think that lens it has changed. So where an audience watching a comedy special on a Netflix expects a story, expects a narrative, expects it to be about something, expects an overarching theme, as opposed to just jokes or reels.
I think it's changed the landscape. It's been an incredible sort of flourishing of storytelling, not just of course with Netflix, but also with Amazon and Z and Hoi Choi and Sony Live, and it's just, and it's, I grew up in the 80s and all we had was Doordarshan. So for people like me, it just boggles the brain to imagine that there's just thousands of hours of films and shows that we will never see. But I think it's been incredible in terms of having more platforms for more artists. It's created its own star system. It's given an opportunity for so many fine actors to really come up. Actors for whom the theatre and sort of cinema was not as hospitable or as open. And I think it's been great for women. I think Netflix, Amazon, so many of the big platforms are actually run by women and have women in positions of gatekeeping and power. And so you have stories about women. You have women in every in every section. You have so many writers' rooms with women, and that I think is amazing. And I think it's also given women of a certain age the permission to be their own heroes.
I think the best part about streaming is that it is based on great writing. And I think it has been proven over the last 10 years. I think we've had the best creative decade in the entertainment industry, with so much amazing work happening across the industry, across platforms, some of the most defining cinema also. There is, storytelling at scale, at an ambition that we have not seen so much before.
So I think when Netflix came in and literally, I would say, opened up the storytelling ability, the ability for really good script writing with deep character sketches. I think the reason for binge watching today, most people think it's storytelling, it's actually the characters. You fall in love with the characters. The series actually may have good storytelling, but the characters are the ones that's been opened up. So I think that depth would be one.
One of the most special moments has been when we got the Oscar for The Elephant Whisperers, and we all went to meet the Prime Minister. I think that was a very special moment too. So bringing the Oscar home, international Emmys home, getting the Busan Award, so many Asian Creative Academy Awards, and also, like I said, the national award, and also so many awards in India across, tell us that we are, on the right path, and we are delighting our audiences, and also we are pushing the creative boundaries, which I think is something most important to Netflix.
टीवी पे लोगों ने बड़ा प्यार दिया, आई थिंक उसी प्यार की वजह से आज हम लोग OTT पे भी जब आए तो इसको भी इतनी मोहब्बत दी लोगों ने। और पहले क्या, जब कभी फ्लाइट में जाते थे तो किसी को बताना पड़ता था कि अच्छा, कोई फॉरेनर मिल जाता था ना कभी, तो उसको बताना पड़ता था कि वी आर डूइंग ए कॉमेडी शो ऑन इंडियन टेलीविजन। तो अब नेटफ्लिक्स क्योंकि सबके पास है, ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म है, तो बस इतना ही बोल देते हैं कि वी आर देयर ऑन नेटफ्लिक्स। अपने आईपैड में मैं दिखा देता हूँ खोल के, तो समझ जाते हैं लोग।
I think I could be wrong on this, but I think I might be the first Netflix product out of India, because I think it was my special abroad understanding, and then Sacred Games came out a few months after me. But I was in Los Angeles at a comedy club called The Improv, and there's the head of comedy called Robbie Pro at Netflix, and he came and saw me in Los Angeles. And then I think a month or two later, Netflix offered me a special, and everybody said, go and ask for one special shot in India. And I asked for this 2-country special that cuts between India and New York. We never shot a special before in India. We didn't really know how to do it. So we got this director called Marcus, and he kind of taught us a little bit of stuff, etc., etc. And it was nice. We shot a stadium with some 6,000-7,000 people in Delhi. It's a very tough shoot. It's 12 cameras and all of that stuff. So a big learning experience. But the moment was great. I kind of knew that night that it had gone well, and that offer to aayega. And all the agencies were like, don't ask for too much, just take the offer. And we went in there and asked for the world, and came out with it. So it was nice.
Hira Mandi, I think it was received very well, not just in India, but globally. Tell us about your fondest memories and working in the Sanjay Leela Bhansali ecosystem, and of course, Bebu Jaan.
I mean, it would be really hard for me to start or finish this conversation. So I'm going to try and tell you the main things that were really sort of very gratifying and very exciting for me. I think the first and foremost would be just being on set with Sanjay sir for a show.
एक बार मुजरे वाली नहीं, मुल्क वाली बनकर सूझी.
So you get, that much time with a visionary and a director who I respect and love very much. And I've been in Cannes, I've been in London, I've been in like all kinds of places, Prague, and on the streets, people have recognized me like this, not even in Bibbo Jaan Shararas, and which obviously means that they've consumed it so much that they are able to, spot you even in your track pants and sneakers. So I think that is insanely overwhelming, and I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, I think Delhi crime has really broken the mold in many ways. It's hardcore, it's very real in every sense of the word. And actually, I think it's broken internationally. I've seen a lot of people globally talk about a series like that. So it's a good example of something that is very quintessentially Indian, but actually told in a very global manner.
But it hasn't been a smooth sailing for Netflix in India. From bold to edgy shows to accusations of hurting religious sentiments, Netflix has often found itself at the center of controversy and headlines. It raises a bigger question. Is it becoming harder to tell bold stories in India today?
debemos aprender de la historia. Y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de...
ऑफ कोर्स बोल्ड स्टोरी कहना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट तो हो गया, लेकिन उसके भी तरीके हैं. आप कान को यहाँ से नहीं पकड़ के इधर से पकड़ के कह सकते हो उसको, बट कहने का तरीका होना चाहिए. आप आज भी कह सकते हो उस बात को, ऐसी बात नहीं है.
How do you deal with it? I mean, recent example was IC814, and there are many such examples, and not just Netflix but other streaming platforms also. Do you think it affects your decision making when you pick a story?
It doesn't affect my decision making because I feel that thoughtful storytelling can both have creative freedom and can also, not go against compliance or the laws of the land. I think it strengthens both. We are all living in a broader environment where legal and regulatory are a part of everything that we do. So ensuring that as an entertainment service, you're taking thought-provoking stories, but you're also being responsible about it, being sensitive about it. I think that is where, your judgment lies. And I think, I don't think that they're different, both are possible.
Both are possible.
And we always take creative risks, we take bold bets. You have seen, you yourself have said that, we've had many such instances. It's because we believe in responsible and sensitive storytelling both, and giving our creators that freedom also, but ensuring that we are doing it the right way.
No, it's gotten more difficult to tell bold stories, especially stories that touch in any way on politics or religion. I think is very difficult to tell those stories, stories that go into those areas, because we're just at that time in the narrative of this country that it's a very fraught time, it's a very divisive time, people take offense very quickly, and so of course that has played a part, because finally streaming platforms are also here to do business. They're not activists, they're not here to change the world, right? But I think despite all that, like when you see a Black Warrant, or you see a Patal Lok, the next season of Patal Lok, or even a Bads of Bollywood.
मैं आपसे नहीं मिलना. क्या कहा उसने? घंटे का बाद शक्ल.
Just fun and just meant to be light, but also is doing things that you've not seen before and doing them, just being cheeky and funny. And I think that's all still great.
I don't self-censor. I take the freedom on stage to talk about whatever I want. So I have to give you the freedom to give me any type of feedback you want to give as well. I have to afford my audience the same freedom that I have. But that literally is the only kind of censorship that I'm willing to accept.
According to industry sources, Netflix has an estimated 16 to 20 million subscribers in India, generating revenues of over 3,800 crore rupees. Globally, the platform crossed 325 million subscribers by the end of 2025. As per Media Partners Asia data, India's leading streaming platforms are YouTube, Meta, JioHotstar, Netflix, and Amazon Prime Video.
फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग बस मैं यही चाहता हूँ कि जो जिस तरीके से स्टार्ट हुआ था, क्योंकि पूरे वर्ल्ड में नेटफ्लिक्स को इसलिए देखा जाता था कि उसमें कंटेंट सबसे बेस्ट होता था, वो ही चीज़ कंटिन्यू रहे और उसी तरह के जो आर्टिस्ट थे, फिल्म मेकर्स थे, डायरेक्टर्स थे, वो कंटिन्यू रहे तो ज़्यादा बेटर होगा.
I would say to them, every time you try a big budget commercial idea, that young, edgy, low budget, high concept idea that you also greenlit, that's the one everyone ends up talking about. The greatest Netflix pieces you've ever done have never featured the biggest stars and the biggest budgets. They've always featured just the young, hungry, excited idea. So I would say, while you're making the big stuff, and I know that you do need to, start increasing this, because eventually this is what you'll be remembered for, not this.
I would just say enable great writing, because I think that's what, and especially on a series, you know, the writing is everything. And I think I would say don't be dazzled by names, because I think that is never the solution. And if you tell a great story, it will find an audience. So enable the writers. For me, that's my mantra, is, you know, that line from Superboys of Malegaon, writer baap hota hai. Writer baap hota hai. Just enable the writers.
I find now that what was freeing about the OTT platforms, which was creation, and where a director could really tell a story and create a world. I feel that now maybe it's become a little more complicated in terms of metrics, and because these are conversations I keep hearing, so I don't know what the real scene is, but this is what I hear. And I wish that drama and the unfolding of a story wouldn't rely so much on metrics. I hope. I want all spaces to be free and for us to create, and the intention to create should be honest.
I think right now they're doing what they need to do, both from an economics point of view. You know, I think maybe in the beginning the economics may have been a little bit different, but today I think that's what you need to do. I think subscription models, for them to really work, need actually very disciplined green lighting of content. And I think that's the process that has evolved from maybe 4 years back to now.
Do you think OTT services have also in a way killed cinema theatre?
Not at all. In fact, I would like to say that streaming services have actually collaborated with theatrical partners. If you see what happened during the pandemic, there were so many films struggling and the crews were not getting paid, etc. I think not just Netflix, all streaming services actually stepped up, and you know, the industry kept moving and the work kept happening. Films came on the service, and today also, if you look at it on Netflix, every film, you know, every film that is good actually comes on Netflix and has a second lease of life. There is, you look at a gem like Lapata Ladies, it would have never become this big as it has become because the right people, the right audiences discovered it on Netflix.
Well, it's like saying our cars and aeroplanes and trains, allies, they're all modes of transport in some form or the other, right? So I think in many ways it is complementary. You're giving the audience multiple choices.
Netflix and chill is after an emotional week, just in my bed, up with the Netflix screen with my popcorn and maybe a little bit of wine and just like chilling and winding down.
Netflix पे आने का रीजन ये है कि उसमें काफी नयापन था। हर आदमी मोबाइल पे, आप मार्क करो कि हर आदमी जा रहा है, खड़ा है 10 आदमी, किसी के पास टाइम नहीं है।
See, I watch many. I like movies. So 83 is my favorite movie. I have watched that like 100 times.
जो काफी टाइम से जो एकता वगैरह जो सीरियल बना रही थी, सास बहू पे ये वो, तो इनमें काफी नवी वैरायटी अब बहुत आती है।
Bahubali maybe 1,000 times. So these are the things that I keep on watching. So if I like something, I keep on binge watching the same thing again and again.
Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and the limited series Unbelievable.
I regularly watch Kapil Sharma show.
So India is the fastest growing market for Netflix. The stakes are really high. Netflix didn't just come to India to capture it, it came to disrupt. Could the next decade be its boldest move yet?
I think the next decade is going to be about the next level of stories from Netflix India. We are already cooking them. My role is making Netflix India the best, making it shine, and that's what I'm focusing on.
Stay tuned, because the story of what India watches in the coming decade is streaming as we speak.
Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known
On Overdrive this week, we get up close with the ultra-luxury Mercedes-Benz V-Class, chat with Racing Bull's newest F1 driver Arvid Lindblad at Red Bull Motor Jam, and review the updated Citroen Aircross X. Hello and welcome to Overdrive. I am Soini Dutt. The new Mercedes-Benz V-Class is here and it's now stepping into ultra-luxury territory. It now comes with AMG line styling, petrol and diesel options. It gets airmatic suspension, rear ventilated seats and a full suite of ADAS tech. It is now more than just a van. Let's take a look.
Mercedes-Benz V-Class is back. It's longer, much larger than the car that it replaces. And this time around, it's not trying to be a fancy airport shuttle. This one is going straight after the Toyota Velfire and the Lexus LM, the proper luxury lounge on wheels crowd. Does it do it? Let's find out. The face is unmistakably V-Class, but now it's more assertive than before because what you get on the India Spec model is the AMG line as standard. So you see all these small stars in the grille, you get a matching pattern down there in the bumper as well. So it definitely looks more confident, more assertive, more aggressive, more sporty, while at the same time still being classy. And if you want a bit of bling, you can see the lit grille here as well. So day or night, the V-Class can't be mistaken for something else. The headlights are full multi-beam LED units with High Beam Assist Plus. Each lamp uses 84 individually controllable LEDs, which means these lights can auto-adjust. So depending on the load in the car or the change in the road imperfections or even changes in speed, they will adjust automatically to give you the brightest possible illumination without hampering the vision of the oncoming traffic. India gets the extra long wheelbase version. And that's important because this one has a wheelbase of 3,430 millimeters and is almost 5.4 meters long. It is still upright and boxy, but that's the whole point. This shape exists to maximize interior volume, not win a wind tunnel trophy. The rear doors are electric, of course, which means your chauffeur can open either side using these switches on the dashboard. There are switches on the B pillar as well, and you can obviously open it from the key. But using the key only opens that door. And now for the suspension. You get airmatic suspension in all four corners of this car, which is a big deal because it is standard across the range. So whether you are getting a diesel or a petrol, you get airmatic. Whether you own the car, lease it, or are simply being driven in one, you still get the airmatic, which means that the ride comfort is going to remain standard no matter what variant you're sitting in. The system adjusts damping automatically, maintains constant ride height even when fully loaded, and can slightly lower the car at higher speeds for better efficiency. The tailgate is powered, of course, and you can see it's massive. And even with the 3 rows up, you still have enough space for upright large suitcases for all those airport runs for the entire family. But what happens when you are in the city environment? Such a large tailgate can get cumbersome in our tight spaces, right? So they thought about that as well. You can simply open the rear glass. So pulling out a laptop bag shouldn't be too difficult at all, even in tight parking spaces. India gets a 6-seat layout as standard. 2 seats up front, 2 captain chairs in the second row, which are very luxurious, and 2 individual seats in the third row. Because this is a V-Class, ingress and egress is quite easy. The floor isn't too high, and even third row, you can get in a dignified manner. And not just that, the third row of seating also gives you ventilation functions. And the knee room, the headroom, not bad at all. In fact, this is the roomiest third row I have ever gotten into. The exception being, of course, business class flights. But if you want business class experience, Second row, that's where you want to be. Each seat comes with its own 2 USB-C ports too. You get plenty of charging options. You get a wireless charging pad there. You get USB-C ports down here. You also get a 12-volt charging socket here. So charging your gadgets is not going to be a problem at all. In fact, there's so much room in here, including in the boot. You can even carry a portable fridge if you so need. Speaking of the second seat, you push it in front to get into the third row, like I showed you. But to push it back, it is pretty heavy. Kid you not, I'm not acting. This is really heavy. Maybe between 100, 150 kilos each seat is what Mercedes-Benz tells me. Why is it so difficult in the V-Class? Well, because the India spec and the China spec versions are the only two ones to get these luxury seats, which means you get this wireless charging pad, you get the full functionality, you get ventilation as well, and you get ventilation in the front and even in the third row of seats. So the seats you see are pretty heavy. For now, let me again show you the ingress and egress in the second row. Very easy. And you will also see these controls on the side. Now, this one, like you see, unlike other traditional Mercedes-Benz cars, is not going to move the seat at all. But the ones on top are going to help me choose what kind of a recline angle I want, what kind of support I want for my calves after a day at work or maybe at the gym. So you see, you want S-Class, E-Class levels of comfort, business class levels of comfort. You can do that. So yes, this really does blur the line between MPV and luxury saloon. And we spoke of seating configurations. Now this is the other seating configuration, especially if you are a workaholic boss who likes to bring all your meetings even to your car, then this is the ideal scenario where you have your employees sitting right in front of you while you can do their appraisal meetings while sitting here in the lap of luxury. You get thermotronic automatic climate control and a more robust compressor to make sure that all the 3 rows are cooled in a jiffy. The front cabin now feels properly aligned with modern Mercedes design. 2 12.3-inch screens running MBUX. You get energizing comfort control with up to 11 programs. Freshness, warmth, vitality, power nap, even soundscapes like forest clearing and sounds of the sea. There's a 64-color ambient lighting package as well, and a 640-watt Burmester surround sound with 15 speakers, which sounds phenomenal. The V-Class in India gets petrol as well as diesel options, both putting out about 230 PS give or take. The petrol version, however, also comes with an additional dollop of about 20-25 PS because it's got the ISG, 48-volt electronics integrated starter generator. So whenever there is additional load, etc., there'll be that additional boost of power that can be used. And both these engines put power down to the road via a rear-wheel driven configuration mated to a 9-speed automatic. How it performs on the road still remains to be seen. As far as the wheels are concerned, there's nothing too fancy here, and that's of course a conscious choice. Airmatic plus these smaller wheels and bigger tires means that the ride quality should be as good as they really promise. Safety gets a proper upgrade too. You get 7 airbags as standard. On top of that, a full ADAS suite. Now, when you walk into a Mercedes-Benz dealership, I'm not sure if this is going to create a confusion between which one to buy, GLS/S-Class or a V-Class. But I won't be surprised if the V-Class actually drives into that conversation. But the bigger question here is, will you choose a V-Class over the Toyota Velfire or the Lexus LM? Or would you just completely avoid this category altogether and stick to the classic luxury SUV?
Well, all that luxury clearly comes at a premium, and the V-Class plays in the big leagues. We'll take a very quick break here on the show, but coming up on the other side, we will be chatting with F1's latest debutant in Racing Bull's team, that is Arvid Lindblad.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
you're with us on Overdrive. While the 2026 F1 season is underway in Australia, Red Bull India had a very special treat for us F1 fans last weekend in our home soil. Arvid Lindblad was flown in. He's an F1 driver who will be making his racing debut with Racing Bulls this year. And he came in to add a little bit of excitement for all of us, some pre-season goosebumps. The Budh International Circuit roared back to life as the unmistakable V8 symphony of Sebastian Vettel's 2012 championship-winning RB8 echoed across Greater Noida once more. 13 years on, with former Indian F1 star Karun Chandhok at the wheel, it was a majestic, goosebump-inducing throwback to Formula One's golden era. That emotional high set the stage for Red Bull Motor Jam, a full-throttle celebration of motorsport. Lebanese drift champion Abdo Fagali painted the asphalt with smoke in a display of inch-perfect car control, while Lithuanian stunt rider Aras Gebieza balanced gravity-defying tricks with breathtaking precision. Freestyle motocross stars Sebastian Westberg and Greg Rowbottom soared high above the circuit, their gravity-defying leaps adding yet another surge of adrenaline to the high-octane spectacle. Yet the ultimate showstopper was Arvid Lindblad of Indian heritage, who lit up the circuit with smoky donuts and electrifying demonstration runs in the RB8, sending the crowd into raptures ahead of his 2026 Formula One debut with Racing Bulls in Australia.
We always told that the Red Bull Junior program, it seems as a dream for a lot of people, but do you see it as a pressure cooker situation sometimes, or how do you convince the higher ups that this, your world champion material?
For me, I mean, obviously I was very proud when I got the opportunity and very excited to be joining the Red Bull program at 13. I think it depends a bit on your perspective. For me, my goal was always to get to Formula One, and that's what I was working on, and that I was there for myself on that side. Obviously Red Bull had approached me, so for, they'd obviously seen something in me that they liked. So for me that was more of a confidence booster, and for me obviously it was very exciting because joining Red Bull really increased my chances of getting to Formula One. So for me it was only really a confidence booster and a positive, and sort of on what you mentioned of impressing the sort of senior bosses. It was not really something I was focused on. I was just trying to, get in the car and do as best I can every time, because, performing well and sort of doing my talking on the track was what was gonna give me the best opportunity of making something happen.
What are your biggest learnings during the pre-season testing?
I think the biggest thing was just trying to understand these new cars and, get up to speed with it. They are very different to drive, from F2, but also from last year's car. So just, like I said, getting up to grips with the car on sort of the less aero, but the biggest thing for me was the engine. It's very different to drive. It's the first time, I think, for me, but also for anyone really, that the way you drive and the way you do your inputs can have a difference on the power that you get. So really trying to understand that, find the tricks, manipulate sort of the system in the sense of getting even more power out of it, and obviously like I said as well, the car, getting understanding on all these different fuel loads. So we'll see.
All right, and what's more difficult according to you, handling a bad race or winning, and then all the expectations that come after it?
I think probably a bad race is harder to manage, but I think the main thing for me is, I think it's really important in all sport, but especially Formula One, to have sort of like a consistent emotional state, that you don't get too high on the good days and too low on the bad days, to always try to arrive to all the races in the same mental state, and I think that's really important.
What's important to you personally, being feared, respected, or liked?
It's not really something I think about. I'm here to be myself. And then, I'm not really worried what other people think.
This is your first season in Formula One. Anything is possible. You could win a race as well. Which track are you most looking forward to drive in and also probably win in?
I'd say most looking forward to drive is probably Suzuka. That's obviously going to be a new track for me. And yeah, I think that's probably one of the most iconic circuits in Formula One. So yeah, to get the opportunity to drive that track is something I'm really looking forward to. And then the one you know, if I could choose anywhere to have my first race win would be probably Silverstone. Just because obviously it's my home race. I had my first sort of F1 experience there last year with the FP1. Yeah, so to have that moment on such an iconic circuit with such passionate fans would be a very special moment.
Before things get serious and before you don your helmet and the lights go out, I have a few rapid questions for you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Helmet cam or a radio message?
Helmet cam.
Yeah, okay. Max or Lewis?
Max.
Wet race or a night race?
Wet race.
Alright. The F1 movie or Drive to Survive?
Drive to Survive.
Would you prefer a calm win or a chaotic win?
Depends. Or chaotic.
And finally, what does this year's car sound like?
I don't know.
We need you to
you
make
need
the
the
sound.
There you go. It's an F1 car.
Well, on that note, it's time for us to take our very final break here on the show, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll get you familiar with the Citroen Aircross X.
Japanese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18. After years of measured expansion, the brand now finally appears to accelerate in what it calls a priority growth market. For Kenji Inoue, Uniqlo India's Chief Operating Officer and CFO, India is an exciting market. The company has a little under 2% market share in India but says it is on track to grow its business tenfold in the coming years. He is basing this on the success the company has tasted since it entered in 2019. Its Bengaluru market, which it entered physically less than 6 months ago, had also seen strong traction.
We opened our first store in Bengaluru in last September, and we did amazing result. It was double compared to our plan, and also we cracked the highest sales amongst all of our past store openings.
In financial year 2025, Uniqlo India reported a 44% jump in revenue, crossing 1100 crore rupees. The company's profit after tax for FY25 also more than doubled to 178 crore rupees.
Last year, we crossed 1,100 CR as a sales target, and we actually doubled the profit, and our profit after tax was 15% as a margin. And we expect a similar growth this year.
In 6 years, Uniqlo has only...
Welcome back here with us on Overdrive. The Citroen Aircross X might look familiar, but then again there are a few changes to its design, its cabin layout, and of course its daily usability has been updated. But is it enough to, challenge the rivals? Let's find out.
Now, a couple of reasons why Citroen's cars haven't sold as much as they really should in India is that a lot of people just don't know about the brand, and on the inside their cars have never quite felt as good as the competition. Now, to solve the second problem, you have the new Citroen Aircross X, and let's see what it actually does. The Citroen Aircross X gets a slightly more premium look on the outside with the LED light cluster and more gloss black on the grille. The squared off styling and the wheel designs are modern too, but the flip type door handles still feel quite old school. The textured look to the rear gloss black trim is smart, while the light clusters here are modern and LED setup would have been more contemporary. Now, as soon as you step inside the cabin of the new Aircross X, you realize that Citroen has gone to great lengths to now make this car feel more premium and more in line with what you expect of a car of this size and in its segment. Now, to start with, the dash is completely new, especially the top half of it, and it's been quite well done, I have to say. You have soft padding on the doors and even in the main touch point. So overall, as soon as you start interacting with the car, it feels more premium, more plush. The vents, they are tactile enough. Same for all the window and the mirror switches, and of course this wireless charging pad that I think is quite neatly done with that Citroen badge in the middle. The 10.25-inch touchscreen and the 7-inch driver's display remain the same, but they get new bezels that feel more modern and in line with the new cabin theme. The touchscreen, like before, is a basic unit that works well. Like the driver's display, it's logical and easy to get used to. But the game has moved forward in this segment. The resolution and responses could be better on both screens. Now, but there are some bits that still need work. For example, while you do have cruise control, there's no auto headlamp or auto wipers. So that gets a bit tiring. Similarly, you still don't have a telescopic steering adjustment. But getting in and starting the car is much easier now. You have that proximity sensing key and the start-stop button. Now coming to the kind of practicality that's on offer, at least in the front, again it's a bit of a mixed bag. Now this center console that's been redesigned is spacious enough, I would say. So you have reasonably sized cup holders, a small pocket here, and this bit that also doubles up. You can put your wallet in here maybe. But the door pockets, they aren't very large. You can maybe fit a 1-liter bottle here just about, and that's about it, and a few small things. There are other cars in the segment that give you a bit more space in the front, and also there's just one Type A charger in the front. Some other useful new additions are the better seats with more premium upholstery and ventilation function and the cruise control feature. Once inside, I have to say that this still is a very comfortable space. The wheelbase is 2671 mm and that's par for the course for this segment, but the way that Citroen has managed to carve out 3 rows here is quite impressive. In the second row, you can't slide it like some other 3-row SUVs. You can recline it to a small degree, as you can see now, but I still have a good deal of space. You now get 2 Type-C chargers at the back, but the practical roof-mounted blower controls in the rear AC vents make this bit of the cabin cool quite effectively. Now this top-end variant of the Aircross X comes in a 7-seat configuration, as Citroen calls it. So let's find out. Now, to be honest, this is more a 5+2. I'm about 5'7", like I mentioned, and getting in, I must say, is fairly simple. I mean, the roof is a bit low, so it's not as tight as you might expect, but once inside, you'll realize that the space is best for children. You can get a naturally aspirated 1.2-liter motor with 82 PS in the lower trims of the Aircross X, but the motor that suits this SUV the best is a 1.2-liter turbo with 110 PS. This makes 190 Nm with the manual or 205 Nm with the AT we are driving here. As we found in a real-world mileage test, this combination is fairly efficient for this type of car, turning out 11.5 kmpl in the city and 15.7 kmpl on the highway. I have to say that this engine really is one of the nicer turbo petrols that you can buy in the country, at least in the small displacement category. Because it's very linear, it has this peppy, slightly aggressive tone to it. There's not too many vibrations coming through, even though it's a 3-cylinder, and it actually sounds quite nice. It's not tinny or gravelly like some other turbo petrols might be. Which means that you always have power for what, even if you are, say, driving quite calmly, you put your foot down and there's not much of a delay and you quickly have performance on tap, and it really starts to build quite aggressively as you rev out the engine. Torque converter gearbox responds reasonably well in most driving situations, and there's always that linear power delivery coming through. It may not have the sharpness of a DCT, and in heavier driving can take a split second more to respond than ideal. This could very well be one of the nicer handling cars in its segment because you notice just how flat and how confident it remains on these twisty roads. Even though this is a big 7-seat SUV, I can really start to hustle it a little bit and it remains composed. You don't feel that it's wallowing or making you feel underconfident. You can really carry some good speeds. The steering complements this agile feeling of the Aircross X. It's quite direct and weighs up just as much as you would want to in any situation. The brakes work well, even though they have a sharp initial bite that you may take some time to get used to. With the Aircross X, Citroen finally has a car that can be a competitive choice in the segment it competes in. Yes, it should have happened much earlier and there's still some work to be done in terms of growing the brand and service network. But the great space, comfort and dynamics as well as the reasonable cabin ambience mean that you definitely need to take a look at the Aircross X if you are in the market for a family SUV in this price range.
Well, that's it then from us on this week's episode of Overdrive. But remember, you can stay in touch with the team through our various social media platforms. You can write to us on YouTube as well. We'll see you next week. Until then, drive and ride safe.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was going to be overthrown in 2011, or about how Afghanistan was going to become a U.S.-led democracy, or about how Iraq would become a stable country. They used to say the same thing in my youth about Vietnam. It's just a short period away. These people are propagandists. They are not telling any serious analysis. This war will not end in 4 weeks. This
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
Hello and welcome to our special broadcast right here on CNBC TV18. Now, United States and Israel's joint operations have continued across the Western theater, across West Asia. Over the last 5 days, we've seen heated conflict between the two sides. We've seen how weapons have been exchanged, how ballistic missiles have been exchanged, leading to death, and of course an aggravation of the geopolitical tensions between multiple countries. It started off as a conflict between Israel and US on one hand, and Iran on the other. Now we're looking at the specter of this conflict spreading far and wide across the region. What are the implications of this going forward? What were the intentions and the motivations behind this conflict, and how will the next few days play out as this conflict progresses? To help us answer some of these questions is with us veteran economist Jeffrey Sachs, now joining us on the show. Mr. Sachs, thank you so much for taking out time on a busy day. Let me begin by asking that, depending on who one has been listening to, the motivations behind this attack. There are voices from the US administration that say that this was done for ensuring a regime change. Then there are voices which say, no, we want to check the nuclear capabilities. Then there are voices which bandy Iran as a sponsor of terror, and then that is cited as a motivation. And then there are some voices that say that we want to support Israel, and that's the reason why we went in. What, in your assessment, is the motivation, or has it not been thought out at all?
There are motivations for Israel and for the United States. Israel is led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who tweeted 2 days ago that this war fulfills his dream of 40 years to overthrow Iran. Netanyahu's objective is to permanently eliminate any state of Palestine and to bring down any governments in West Asia that support Palestine. And he has led wars across Africa and the Middle East for this objective since 1996, including Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and now his dream, Iran. In my view, this is a malevolent, absolutely illegal, and dangerous mindset. Rather than having a state of Palestine alongside a state of Israel, which would bring peace to the world, Netanyahu is a maximalist who wants Israel to dominate the region of the Middle East. The United States has shared Israel's objective because the U.S. objective is world control, believe it or not. And Israel serves the purpose of control of the Middle East. We see that the United States has military bases all across the Gulf region, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia, in United Arab Emirates, and in many other places. It used to have bases in Iran, but it lost that when the US-backed police state was overthrown in a revolution in 1979. The US had brought in that police state regime in 1953 when the CIA overthrew the Iranian government. So the United States wants control of West Asia, it wants control of the Americas, it wants control of Europe, and Trump in particular wants to control the entire world oil economy. That's why he has commandeered Venezuela's oil and why he is attacking Iran as a threat to American dominance in the Middle East. So this is a project that goes a long way back. It has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear weapons because there are no nuclear weapons. The religious leader of Iran said that this was against Shia Islam, and so the US and Israel killed him, the one that said no nuclear weapons. Iran and the UN had negotiated a complete inspection regime for Iran back in 2015, but Netanyahu and Trump ripped up that agreement in 2018, the so-called Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. This is specifically about hegemony. And of course, it puts Asia India, China, Indonesia, the rest of Southeast Asia, deeply in crisis. Israel has caused a sharp economic crisis in Asia now, and the crisis will get worse unless the countries of the world stand up and tell the United States and Israel, stop this war, stop your conquest, go back to peace, live by the United Nations. Otherwise, India, China, and others are going to pay a very high price.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how the Syrian government was going to be overthrown in 2011, or about how Afghanistan was going to become a U.S.-led democracy, or about how Iraq would become a stable country. They used to say the same thing in my youth about Vietnam. It's just a short period away. These people are propagandists. They are not telling any serious analysis. This war will not end in 4 weeks. This war will create an economic catastrophe unless the BRICS countries say to the United States and Israel, you've got to stop. You have no right to ruin the whole world economy.
Sure. Let me come in there. When you talk of this conflict not ending in 4 weeks' time, the next logical question is what happens to the Gulf countries, the GCC countries who've been bearing the brunt? We've had some analysts on the channel in the last few days. What they're telling us is that hosting of the US air bases, which ideally should have acted as a safety shield, far from that, it's actually put these Gulf countries in the line of fire. How do you see the role of these Gulf countries play out? Do you see this turning into a protracted conflict where the Gulf countries too feel the need to come in and intervene in terms of kinetic operations?
Well, there's a famous adage of Henry Kissinger who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. And this reality appears over and over again. I was just in the Gulf region a few weeks ago. I met with the leaders across the Gulf region. They all thought the U.S. is their security. This is not the case. The U.S. is their insecurity. The U.S. is like a magnet drawing the bombs and the drones right to their countries. If there had been peace based on the logic of peace across the neighborhood, they would be safe. But instead, Israel and the United States want control. Control does not bring security. So these countries are going to suffer badly. They have no potential for kinetic action against Iran. That's not even a thinkable proposition. Their oil fields, their port facilities, their refineries, their tankers are sitting ducks for thousands of drones that can come. There are not the anti-missile systems in number that can protect these assets. The only way to protect these assets is for the United States and Israel to stop their aggression. Other than that, there will be no protection for these countries in the Gulf.
Speaking of protection, Mr. Sachs, let me ask you, has there inherently been a miscalculation by the United States? I'd like to cite two aspects. One, Professor Pape of the Chicago University says that not once in human history has a regime change been executed through merely aerial operations. Has there been a miscalculation done by the United States? Is there a need for boots on the ground, or is there a need for a strategy to have been deployed that goes beyond mere aerial attacks against a country as large as Iran?
There is a need for peace. There is a need for the rule of law. There is a need for the end of this aggression. There's a need for Israel to live within its own borders, which are the borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and to let the Palestinians live within their borders. So there's a need for a completely different approach. The United States will not put boots on the ground because the American people are completely against what is happening right now. This is done by the CIA, by the Pentagon, by Trump. This is not done by the American people. They're completely against this. So their idea of boots on the ground is that they'll pay the Kurds or other mercenaries to do this. This is all disastrous, delusional thinking. The war could end today by Israel and the United States ending their aggression. That is the way this war will end. It requires the voices of India and China and Brazil and Russia and the other BRICS countries, which represent half the world population, to say the truth to the United States and to Israel. You must stop this aggression.
A large chunk of the Trump voter base, the MAGA movement that we've seen in the United States, they will be put to effect in just a few months from now when we have the midterm elections in the United States. What I want to ask is that the entire pitch that Donald Trump had given to MAGA is that he wants to be known for peace. In fact, that's what his Deputy Secretary of State in New Delhi said today, that Trump wants to be remembered as the man of peace. But nonetheless, he does hold now the honor of having struck the most number of countries as the US president. Does this then put him in a very challenging position come the midterm elections in the United States?
Trump will lose the midterm elections, period. He is unpopular, and his approval ratings are falling, and they will continue to plummet. He lied to the American people. He lied to his base. He lied about the tariffs. He lied about the economy. So his approval is very low and falling. He will lose. I hope that the ballots are honestly counted. If they are, there will be an outcome that will control what right now is executive rule, not constitutional rule.
Let's shift our focus to oil. That, of course, has been at the heart of this conversation over the last couple of days, at least in terms of what it does to oil, the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. Just a while back, we were speaking to a Kepler analyst, Mr. Pavlov. What he told us is that there has been a slight under-assessment of what the impact could be as far as oil is concerned. The jump in oil prices hasn't been as dramatic. What he said is that that is essentially operating on the premise that the US will not allow Hormuz to be closed for extended periods. What I want to ask you is that confidence misplaced? And if it is, where do you see the oil prices going from here?
The US, in my understanding, I am not your ultimate expert on these military issues, but in my understanding, the US cannot keep the Strait of Hormuz open. That is technically, militarily not possible. That Israel's bombing operations and US bombing operations will not do that. There will not be American boots on the ground. So that's also not going to happen. So if the war continues, that's the choice, by the way, of Israel and the United States. But if they continue the war, then two things will happen. One, the Strait of Hormuz effectively will remain closed. And second, the oil physical assets in the Gulf region will be destroyed one by one. The refineries, the oil fields, the port facilities, the LNG facilities, and so forth. So we will have a major global crisis. The price of oil, if that happens, will soar well above $100 a barrel. The markets have not assumed that this is the case because they are listening to Trump saying that this will be over in a short period of time. If that's the case, then yes, oil prices will remain only modestly increased. But if it is, as is likely, this continues because the US and Israel continue their aggression, the oil prices will soar well above $100. There will be a major global economic crisis. Asia and Europe will pay the highest costs for that crisis because they are dependent on imports from the Middle East. And both Europe and Asia will suffer enormously. Everyone will suffer. But India, Indonesia, China, the rest of Southeast Asia will pay a very heavy price.
Help us expand on that, Mr. Sachs, in terms of, first, of course, the immediate impact is likely to be felt when it comes to oil, availability of oil, and number two, the pricing of oil. Beyond that, what are the factors that will cause pain to economies like India going forward?
We know from the oil shocks of the 1970s, in 1973, 74, and in 1979, 1980, that when there was a sharp, rather sudden, significant reduction of world oil supplies, the entire world went into economic crisis. I actually did my PhD dissertation 46 years ago on that topic. We are back to that scenario where there will be a contraction of trade, of investment. There will be increased political instability in many countries if this war continues. That's not a foregone conclusion. There are two ways the war could end. One way is that the way that Israel and the United States claim, which is that they will defeat Iran. Most every military analyst disputes this, that the war will not end that way. How can a war end that way with a few weeks of bombing? Look at the Ukraine war. There's been bombing for 4 years. The war continues. Without boots on the ground, and there will not be U.S. boots on the ground, the war will continue. So ending the war by victory by the U.S. and Israel is extraordinarily unlikely. The other way that the war could end is that the world's governments tell the truth to the U.S. and Israel, which is you must stop this now. That is highly plausible. Most countries don't want to do it. They're scared of Donald Trump. They shouldn't be. It's a lot of bluff and bluster. The fact of the matter is that he cannot command India or China or Russia or other countries the way he thinks he can. So if they stand up together and say, end the war, it actually will end. But if neither of those happens and all of this continues, then the economic costs will be enormous for India, for most of Asia, for Europe, actually also for the United States, even though the U.S. is basically energy balanced, it will still have very significant negative consequences.
Mr. Sachs, one of the endings that you propose is that it would take middle powers, the countries, the likes of India, the kinds of Russia, to actually stand up in a united position and then convince the United States to not move forward with this engagement any further. We've seen beginnings, we've seen green shoots along those lines. We've seen the French president talk about how this is a non-legal approach that has been followed by the United States. We've seen Spain disallow the United States access to their air bases. Do you see this alliance forming up? Do you see these middle powers actually standing up in the face of a Donald Trump, in the face of a tariff regime that he has deployed?
I do. My only difference is I don't count India as a middle power. I count it as a great power. I don't count Russia as a middle power. I count it as a great power. China is a great power. What we need is the major powers to say to the United States and Israel, you've done something absolutely wrong, absolutely aggressive, illegal, delusional. You can quote me. They can quote me. It makes no sense. It wrecks the whole world economy. That will get this to stop. As a bully, Trump counts on everyone remaining silent or even falling into line. But countries are not having it. You know, Spain, the Prime Minister of Spain, or President of Spain, as he's also called, Pedro Sanchez, stood up and said, this is illegal and reckless, we won't do it, and the U.S. can't use our bases. Trump then threatened him. And you know what he did? He said, we're not listening to your threats. They're empty threats. Then other countries in Europe are saying, whoa, we can do the same thing. We need truth-telling right now. This started with Israeli grotesque delusions. This includes U.S. delusions. The world needs to say we don't want Israel to rule the Middle East. We don't want the U.S. to rule the world. We want actually a rules-based system under the UN Charter. That's the theme of the BRICS countries. We don't accept this kind of lawlessness. We don't accept Israel and the U.S. killing religious leaders and heads of state in the middle of negotiations. The recklessness of this is profound. There's no point in being silent about the recklessness of it, because that will prolong the agony, not end the agony. Calling out what is an absolutely illegal, destructive, and doomed to fail effort is what's most important right now.
Right, Mr. Sachs, we'd again like to appreciate the time you've taken out to speak to us. It's been an insightful session. We continue to stay connected and to get more of your perspective as this engagement, as this conflict in West Asia continues, hopefully for not very long, but something that we'll all be keeping a very close eye on. Mr. Sachs, thank you once again for being a part of this conversation right here on CNBC TV18.
Debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y por tanto de la paz. La palabra adecuada es exigir, porque España es un miembro pleno de la Unión Europea, de la OTAN y de la comunidad internacional. Y porque esta crisis también nos afecta a nosotros, a los europeos y por consecuencia a los españoles. Y por eso tenemos que exigir todo la resolución a Estados Unidos, a Irán, a Israel, para que paren antes de que sea demasiado tarde. Y por tanto no vamos a ser cómplices de algo que es malo para el mundo y que también es contrario a nuestros valores e intereses, simplemente por el miedo a las represalias de alguno. Porque nosotros tenemos una confianza absoluta en la fortaleza económica, institucional y también diría moral de nuestro país. Y porque en momentos como este nos sentimos más orgullosos que nunca de ser españoles.
Fears of a prolonged war in West Asia keep markets around the world on tenterhooks. The Sensex and the Nifty fall 3 percentage points this week to clock its biggest weekly fall in over a year. Financials feel the pain and they were the biggest laggards. The Nifty Bank saw its biggest weekly fall in 14 months. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, we'll decode what this war means for Dalal Street. We'll put the spotlight on India's macros, the currency. Hello and welcome to Editors Roundtable. I am Reema Tendulkar. With me are Nimesh and Lata. And joining us here in our newsroom is Rajesh Kothari, MD of Alf Accurate Advisors. Hi guys, it was a short week, but an extremely challenging week. You know, out of the 4 trading days, in 3 of them we closed in the red. In Friday there was this late sell-off which dragged the markets down, and indices ending the week with about a 3% cut. And everyone thought at the start of the week that maybe this is going to be a short, it won't be a prolonged conflict. There'll be buying which emerges because of past history, but nothing of that played out.
Oh, absolutely. So I think the only good news this week was that we are in the finals of the T20 World Cup. So I think that's the only positive. Otherwise, it's been a challenging week. And as you rightly pointed out, right? I mean, nobody thought this will prolong for more than a few days. And now it's getting dragged and dragged. So I guess that's what
there was one more positive. Tuesday markets were off, you know.
Oh yeah. But it didn't feel like.
But a lot of brokers, why even anchors, who were of the view that good, it is closed on Tuesday.
Yeah.
By the time we come on Wednesday, everything will be settled. I mean, we were as optimistic as that.
Yeah, at least less damage. One lesser day of a damage.
Yeah, but it came with double force on Wednesday. And this time, all the macros are in trouble.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you are going to have a problem. We were very happy that we have growth higher than expected. You know, GDP after GDP. Yeah. We thought we had inflation lower than expected, even with the new series. Now, all those go for a toss. Growth is going to be lower than expected and inflation is going to be more than expected because of this unexpected supply shock that we will face.
Yeah, and I remember at the start of the week, Jefferies had put out a note saying India's dependence on Middle East is very high. It's 17% of India's exports, 55%, it provides 55% of India's crude oil and 38% of worker remittances. So the fact that it, prolongs, and this week we've seen crude prices go up 18%. It was at $72, $73. Now it touched $85, $86 per barrel. So all that, Lata, is really hurting the macros.
Oh, yes. I think until now, I used to always ask experts like you the question, India's GDP is doing very well. Why are earnings, not catching up? I can understand for 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 6 quarters, 7 quarters, Nifty in single digits. When growth is at 8% used to be my question. Now that boast has come under a bit of a cloud. For all the reasons that you said, our dependence on the Middle East.
So this is exactly what I asked Ramdev yesterday, that he's been a big advocate of that the earnings will pick up and he's expecting 14, 15, 16% earnings for next year. And with this kind of macro backdrop and the crude going higher, is that going to challenge the earnings backdrop overall? And he expects that maybe it'll trouble the earnings as well, because a lot of the earnings will get impacted, especially the OMCs and all those guys, Reliance and everybody. So Rajesh, your thoughts? What's your take?
I think it has been about 7 days of the war. Yeah. It is not prolonged war, It is still short war, correct?
Correct.
So, and we hope that, and I think this time the fight is against the might. Yeah. So outcome by and large, everybody knows, correct? The only thing is what is the duration? Will it be 1 week? Will it be 3 weeks? Will it be 4 weeks? And he has given official statement of 4 weeks, am I right? But the important thing is that if you look at the third quarter numbers, because after the noise finally come back to data point. What is the data point suggesting? And I was looking at the entire third quarter numbers. You look at consumer, you look at capex, you look at credit. So you look at consumer. Most consumer companies deliver double-digit growth. Look at Phoenix Mall, the largest mall of the country. You have 18% plus growth. Yes. Correct? Look at the total credit card transactions of the country. Yeah. It's 18% growth. In capex, look at L&T order intake growth. It is a strong double-digit, 20% plus. ABB reported 30% plus.
Okay, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
What's your view on L&T itself? Because they have about 55% of their order book exposed to the Middle East. All that you are giving me is historical legacy data, which is already in the price.
No. What I'm saying, the order intake growth. So what it suggests is...
will they be able to execute?
That's what I'm saying. Order intake growth, basically what it suggests the economy is back to its momentum, which it was missing 6 months ago.
No, I'm taking all that. I'm on your side when you speak about growth. I'm just asking you pointedly, because this particular company is exposed.
See, what happens, Lata, whichever company gets exposed, correct? Their earnings definitely will be under question mark in terms of the 1 quarter or 2 quarters, depending upon how prolonged this is, am I right? And therefore, the stock is already down. The point is from here, what you do. Am I right?
So what do you do?
That is my question.
So they basically, people will look at just like COVID or during Russia-Ukraine war. Whichever companies got impacted, their stock price on day 1 goes down, correct? And then you take FY27 full year view and the existed price. And that's somebody's view. Suppose somebody thinks it is going to be 6 months war and L&T will not able to execute and Middle East will not allow any company to execute, which I don't think is possible, am I right? Because finally it's a Middle East and they are also strong countries, am I right? So till now, till as on yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you also must be speaking with many managements, there is no major impact on actual execution on ground.
Yeah.
That's a fact of the life. Am I right? And stock prices have come down. So the valuations, of course, are turning in your favor. And definitely after 1 month or after 2 months, it is back to normal. Question is 2 weeks or 4 weeks. That's a question which is in everybody's mind.
So have you deployed money this week? If
We are
yes,
deploying.
aggressively deploying this week?
I think this is a time to deploy. Because you will never able to time. Look at like India,
What kind of sectors would you
I tell you,
choose?
for example, India, Pakistan. One headline on Sunday 4 p.m. ceasefire. Done. So you can't predict when there will be ceasefire, am I right? So important is 3 sectors. What we like is auto is one sector which will do extremely well. Of course, crude oil is a risk, and that's why you are seeing some correction. But in my view, the actual petrol diesel price will not go up. OMC will take the hit. So anyway, we don't buy OMC. So auto will do well. Banking and finance, some right now inflation worry because of again of crude oil. If it comes under correction, it is a strong buy decline because credit growth, and I'm sure, I mean, you are expert. The credit growth is back to 13% compared to 8.5%. So that is good, and asset quality anyway is best, correct. And the third, capital goods, selectively, companies which are reporting very strong order intake. These are the strong sectors. And last but not least, the hospitals. They have nothing to do with this war. Hospitals will continue to do well, right? So these are pure strong India stories. And these are less impacted because of these macros. Who knows how the macros will turn out, but it will be much lesser impact.
Hospitals are not even affected by AI disruption
Absolutely.
also.
They are not impacted by even AI disruption. Even your auto is not going to be disturbed by AI. In fact, they are beneficiaries of AI.
Yeah, they would actually be more perhaps productive.
Because their cost will come down. I was speaking with one of the chairman of the bank, and he said because of AI, our cost to income ratio, you should not surprise if it reduces by 200 bips over next 2 years.
Over what, 2 years?
Yeah, which is big because directly it goes to your ROE and ROA, and which we are not even right now. Entire AI is AI losers. But AI beneficiaries, the banking, the few consumer companies, few large cap goods companies, we are not even factoring that.
Yeah. You know, we were chatting with one of the managements and they said that, while there are productivity gains, etc., as you pointed out, the cost of compute is also very high. So that is something that you have to keep a check on.
Absolutely.
So you may not realize the entire benefit of it.
See what happens, that will go into CapEx. And CapEx gets spread out over 5 years, 10 years cycle. So it is a 0.001% impact on depreciation. But your employee cost reducing directly hits your P&L, it improves your P&L, so your ROE goes up.
So autos, banks, capital goods, hospitals, these are the 4.
Consumer discretionary will do well, extremely well. Premiumization will keep doing well. I mean, and all these are fast frequency data indicators.
I could see this yesterday when I went for the match. I mean, it didn't look like, markets are struggling so much or there is a job loss or 40, 50,000 people, a lot of the big guys coming in fancy cars. People are spending on food, people are spending on tickets. I mean, the tickets are not that cheap, right? I mean, some of the tickets were like for 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 tickets. So, and people are spending. Not everybody gets a complimentary ticket, right? So, I mean, 40, 50,000 people are spending one night, 4 hours for a match and spending so much of money. I mean, it doesn't look like...
there's no denying that. Look at the way the hotel stocks did. I mean, even if the stocks had already priced in, the numbers that came at the end of the third quarter were outstanding numbers. Very high. Clearly showing the premiumization and consumer discretion. What would you avoid? And let me ask for one specific sector. We spoke with the former chairman of BPCL and GAIL today. And the big question was, even if now crude is kind of made available because of Russian oil being available to us, what happens to cooking gas? And their reply was that we are only dependent for about 1/3 of our gas requirements, natural gas, from the West. And their guess was, West as in West Asia, their guess was that the government will prioritize and not allow industrial use of natural gas till the war ends and only concentrate on cooking gas. So can there be any sectors to avoid because there may be a gas shortage?
So I think the impact you will see across sectors, particularly depending upon which region you are. For example, Gujarat, Morbi, tile sector already getting impacted. Now, if the impact is for 5 days or 1 month, that's somebody's, I leave it to somebody's judgment depending upon the war, am I right? But these are the sectors which are heavy gas consumers. Probably these are the companies rather than sectors which you need to avoid. Means you can't say, I will not buy consumer because somebody is going to hit you on tiles. So then probably you can avoid maybe the tiles sector because short term might be a little bit challenging. But so generally we do not prefer OMC companies. And anyway, rising crude oil is not good for OMC companies. And of course the AI fear So that is the sector which one needs to little bit underweight.
So that would be what, IT?
Entire IT, and unfortunately the platforms got impacted in a very big way. Not only IT, there are so many good platform companies in India across the sub-segments. That also got rogered in last 1 month.
You would pick some of them?
Very selectively, extremely selectively, because what is happening, the intelligence, just intelligence and intellectual will not help when you look at the entire sector. So we spoke with one of the AI expert last month, one of the top 3 companies in the world, and they said that only somebody's intellectual, that cannot be the barrier, because now AI is doing that job. So you need to be more backward integrated, that you need to actually own the customer. Just providing good software front will not help. So in platforms, there are only 2, 3, 4 companies which are actually very strong, who owns the customer. They provide actually the package, just not the fancy
just not one plug-in software.
Yes, it is just not marketplace. Just marketplace may get disrupted.
That's true.
So,
interesting, very interesting insights, Rajesh. But Lata, the rupee, with the fall in the markets, the rupee is also in a free fall.
Well, this year and maybe February to now, the rupee is an outperformer.
Okay.
The other currencies have fallen more. But of course, you have to look at it over a range, and the rupee is in trouble. This week itself, it was saved only by tons of dollars sold by the Reserve Bank. Numbers, of course, this is all chatter. You'll never be able to get the correct number till the final numbers come in the RBI bulletin. 5 billion a day, is the amount that Reserve Bank is believed to have sold across. I mean, they don't sell it in the spot, NDF market, as well as futures, that is sell by swaps. All those put together, that is the massive amount of, selling they've done. But I just want to point out some data on why we should be, what are the numbers that we should be worried about. The balance of currencies in the country is made up of current account flows and capital account flows. Now, current account, we normally have a deficit because as a country, we import more than we export. Of course, the deficit has been declining because we are exporting services. As well, we have remittances coming from abroad. But even then, we are a current account deficit, but capital flows were positive. Now, the table is running by, Rajesh, you cannot see it, but for the viewers, and the table will show you that balance of payments, current plus capital, has started to turn negative. And for the first time, 2 quarters in a row, that is the quarter ending September and quarter ending December, we had negative balance of payments, which means capital flows were not enough to manage the current account deficit. And this is likely to be the 3rd quarter. 3 quarters in a row, we have not faced in a long time. 2 years in a row, we have not faced negative balance of payments in a long time. So this is something to be worried about. And, the FPI flows are also something we are showing on. And all of you know those numbers by heart. Again, there have been 2 consecutive years of FPI outflows. And that is a weight. This was the state of the currency. And I have done these explanations so many times up until February end. And into this, we are now adding a very big negative. We were already in a negative BOP, and now you're adding a serious current account deficit factor, which is higher price of oil. Now, whether you and I don't pay at the pump or someone else in India is paying, the OMC or whoever. So India as a whole will have a bigger trade deficit, a bigger current account deficit, a bigger balance of payments deficit. So the rupee is not showing a very pretty picture. It's not round the corner that things are going to improve. In fact, you will tell us better. When will the FPIs come back? You tell us.
I think I always believe that अगर आपका flower में सुगंध रहेगी तो मधुमक्खी आएगी. So if your corporate earnings growth picks up, the investors will come. Be it local, be it FPI, be it hedge fund, somebody will come. So if you look at the Nifty earnings growth, which was 5%, FY25 will become 9% in FY26. 3rd quarter, if you look at the BSE 500, earnings growth is already 13%. Okay. So we are back to double-digit earnings growth in 3rd quarter already. Next year, the Nifty earnings growth is going to be 15 to 17% as per conservative estimate. Okay. Because the banking sector, which has reported 0 growth because of 6 months transition net interest margin, that will basically contribute to the much higher growth in FY27. So BSE 500, excluding banking, excluding metal, aggregate all, in all respects, the 3rd quarter has been already double-digit. And that's what I'm saying. The fast frequency data indicators are showing very strong positive momentum. Of course, you have this macro headwind is there against you, but otherwise, all data points are, I mean, this for after a very long time, we are seeing all macro positive data.
So your bet would be that FPI flows should resume?
FPI flow should be resumed because the the other countries also will start becoming more expensive. Particularly China, particularly Korea, the Taiwan, where the flows went last 18 months. That also there'll be, yeah.
So let me flip it in another way and ask you: are you worried about the domestic flows, because that was the leg which was helping the markets to float, right? And for the last 18 months, the returns are negative. There is a bit of frustration now that my money is not making money for me.
But it didn't show up in the Jan numbers, no?
It's still not showing up. The problem is that will it show up?
So financial
and is there something that is picking up?
See, I think investors have understood that any buy is always a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Any decline is a good opportunity to buy.
That's worked in the past. But it's been almost 2 years now that there is zero return.
Ultimately, on a greed and fear pendulum.
Yeah.
When others are fearful, you have to be a little bit greedy.
What are we right now? Are we in a very fear phase that one should be greedy?
I think we are at fearful phase. Because 9 out of 10 people are not talking about equity. They all talk about gold, silver, China.
Exactly.
People are floating global funds from India.
So time to buy is time to buy.
I think it's time to buy. One can do staggered approach. Sure. One can say spread it over next 30, 60 days. One can say I will wait for full certainty. Okay. But yesterday when I was speaking with one of the large family office, he said in Gujarati line, that Sara Bhav and Sara Samachar Sathe na.
No, correct.
The good news
and good price never
come together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is up to you. You want good news, then you have to pay price for it. If you want good price...
Actually, that's a great sentence on which to take a break.
Yeah, indeed. We'll slip into a very short break. We'll come back and continue the conversation on Editor's Roundtable. Don't go anywhere.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
First night was kind of really scary because it was very unusual. I've lived here for 22 years and we never thought this would happen. We never experienced something like this. And now we hear blasts once in a while and it's kind of getting normal because nothing really has happened around us. So it just seems like it's unusual, but it seems kind of normal now because it's happening so frequently. Every morning we hear a couple of blasts, every night we hear a couple of blasts. We hear fighter jets going around all the time patrolling. So that's that.
خايف نهائي لاني انا بجد حاسس ان انا في امان. البلد دي فعلا تقدر تحمي اي حد في اي مكان في الامارات كلها في اي امارة. والناس خايفة طبيعي عشان هم ما يعرفوش البلد.
Welcome back. You're watching Editor's Roundtable. Markets in India collapsed for the second straight week. This week, the benchmark indices were down nearly 3% as West Asia tensions continue to escalate. We've been in conversation with Rajesh Kothari of Alf Accurate Advisors. So Rajesh, we just ended the segment saying that good news and good prices don't come at the same time. And you already told us stocks that you like.
Yeah.
Right? Can you tell us a little bit more about auto and auto ancillary? Because it's a broad segment. You've got two-wheelers, CVs, passenger vehicles, tractors. What do you like? And what is the risk of rising inflation on the margins? Can that derail the auto story?
So, well, if you look at the recent February number as well, third quarter has already been very strong. Then you have January numbers, then you have February numbers. In Maruti conference call, which is the largest car player, am I right? He's saying that the inventory is one of the lowest of last 2.5 years. You look at the second largest two-wheeler player, TVS, has reported already 20% plus volume growth. Correct? Please put a disclaimer because we are holding these companies.
Both Maruti and TVS.
Yeah, so please put a disclaimer. These are not recommendations.
But Maruti, for instance, has exports to Middle East, right?
Yeah, but export is small. They export to a number of countries. Middle East is only small. Africa is much bigger. Even for the two-wheeler players, Africa is much bigger.
But there will be an impact, right?
10 days अभी तो हुआ है, अभी तक तो impact नहीं है. One month impact is not an impact because please remember, always think about, is it a postponement of demand? Is it a demand issue or is it a supply issue? If it is a demand issue, you need to be worried. If it is a supply issue, don't get worried because then becomes postponement of demand. So then order book will be built up. Correct? Like COVID time, demand was never a problem. Supply was a problem. So then it became 6 months order book. Correct? The stock price don't get impacted. So always there will be impact on the numbers. But the second month you will see double numbers.
Rajesh, what about power and metals? Metals have obviously seen prices running up because aluminium producers in West Asia will have to, were threatening to close down or could not work. So metals is one question and the other one is power. I mean, there is a fuel problem, so coal is now becoming again precious. Global coal prices have gone up. Any thoughts on companies like Tata Power or Coal India?
So what is happening is globally, there is a thought process that because of the hardcore infrastructure needs to be put up, there will be more requirement of metals and that may lead to the higher metal prices and therefore in turn it will lead to the better stock prices. That's basically the view globally because metals are finally global companies. When it comes to the power side, the power demand, because summer is likely to be a little bit hotter than what, that's as per the IMD.
They're talking about El Nino.
Correct. So there is a expectation that the power demand also will be a little bit better compared to what the initial estimates are. So then you need to look at the company-wise, the merchant power, the
so where are your bets? Which part of the power
side? Right now we do not have any large exposure to power sector because these are temporary periods, 2 months, 3 months effect. We always believe to
But you own, I guess, the transmission businesses. One of those few of the transmission
prefer the product businesses.
The
T&D
Hitachi's
plays,
and
the companies
GT&D.
like, correct.
Yeah.
So those have nothing much to do with the power and
power
coal
cycle.
India and all that stuff because they are actually much more bigger hyperscaler play, the data center play, the metro capex play. So they are immune to this, both sides, good and bad. They are much more structural story for 3, 4, 5 years.
The one thing in the broader markets, you spoke about the broader market earnings been quite strong in Q3. In that sense, what are going to buy in the broader market names? If you can identify a few sectors or few companies that you like, you've been tracking and it's just fallen because of this war-related issues.
So I think strong stocks have not fallen much despite this macro war issue. So auto ancillaries, if you look at it, there is not much significant decline in auto ancillary, but there is a strong buyer declines. I think few NBFCs that can become a very strong play. Consumer discretionaries, hospitals, specialty capital goods companies, one or two specialty chemical company which goes into the data center cooling agents. So these are within niche business. So I think more bottom up probably will work in FY27. Top down the sectors will do well, and then bottom up you need to do the individual sub-segmentation.
What are your preferences? I mean, I'm asking you sectorally, but you can tell me stock-wise. Private sector banks, public sector banks, NBFCs. How would you, which is your best preferred?
So I think the commercial vehicle financiers will do extremely well. And the growth will be very high because CV cycle is just turning up, so which is good. If you look at the private sector banks, 1 or 2 private sector banks will do well, not everybody. 1 or 2 PSU banks will do also extremely well because they have the best of the ratios in their favor. And there, if you look at the capital adequacy ratio, as well as CASA, as well as loan to lending CD ratio, they are also favorable. Whereas for private sector banks, they will limit on the CD ratio. So that is actually putting incremental pressure about how much you want to grow. That becomes a little bit capped. So NBFCs, I think, will do also well. CV within that will do better. And few private sector and few PSU, but you need to be selective within each of that bucket.
Many of the Gulf countries also control large sovereign funds, whether it's ADIA, Mubadala, Kuwait, Qatar, etc. And they make large investments in infrastructure, tech investments, real estate.
Correct.
While I get higher crude prices will bloat the overall Gulf economies, but there is also the possibility that the government calls on these sovereign wealth funds to divert some money to the government. I mean, have you given any of this a thought, how it impacts public-private markets?
I think their financial position is not in a bad shape. That's why they have a huge sovereign fund. They are investing into the other countries.
Correct.
Am I right?
But we're also all dependent on them.
And where they've invested highest is US and not India. Right? So if suppose something happens, it might be bad for the US economy in general, but then they both are partners, am I right? So I'm sure they will balance it out somewhere. Nothing much as an India impact, because there's a large investment they have made in the, most of these companies are US, you know, the Indian investments are not too big.
Not too big, all right. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, one more.
No, just overall comment. You are a mid-cap, small-cap king.
Yeah.
So you think they are now better placed than Nifty or the other way around?
So as I always say, you know, we look at the profit size rather than market cap.
Okay.
So the 1,000 companies, first 1,000 companies is a segment where we are extremely bullish. You know, you'll be shocked to know that the Nifty Midcap Index, the average profit size is 1,000 crores.
Oh.
Okay. Nifty Small Cap Index, average profit size is 400 crores.
Okay.
And they're still called mid and small.
Small, fair point.
Their debt equity has become zero. Their ROE has become 15%. And their earnings growth is 15% plus.
Okay. Fair point.
So I think they have transformed in last 10 years. They are no more, small is no longer small. Actually, if you look at top 1,000 companies, they have actually evolved. They have become much bigger. And they
It's a
become
very,
resilient.
very convincing argument. Irrespective of the problems, individual companies have done very well.
That's where I think always alpha is to be made. You know?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank you so
Rajesh.
much.
This has been a great conversation, very insightful.
Thank you
Lots
so
of
much.
learnings for all of us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Really, I love the interaction. Thank
All
you.
right, well, that brings us to a close in this edition of Editor's Roundtable. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates will follow on CNBC TV18. Thank you for watching.
On March 5th, Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain is now widely seen as the frontrunner for Nepal's top political post. Soon after the protests that led to Oli's resignation, Balain posted a message to millions of his followers on social media. He wrote, "Dear Gen Z, the resignation of your killer has come. Now your generation will have to lead the country. Be prepared." Months later, that message is turning into political reality. Balain first rose to prominence in politics in 2022, when he won the Kathmandu mayoral election as an independent candidate. Then he had campaigned on the slogan, "Time for Change." Now after 3 years as mayor, he's contesting to become Nepal's next prime minister. So who exactly is Balendra Shah? His father practiced traditional Ayurvedic medicine, and his mother is a homemaker. Balain showed an early interest in poetry, which eventually turned into a passion for rap music. He later studied civil engineering in Nepal, before completing a master's degree in structural engineering at Visvesvaraya Technological University in Karnataka, India. But by then, Balain had already built a reputation as one of Nepal's most outspoken rappers. Many of his songs sharply criticized the country's political elite, a message that resonated strongly in a country where around 20% population still lives in poverty. One of his most famous tracks, Baladun, released in 2019, has racked up more than 12 million views on YouTube. Unlike many of Nepal's traditional politicians, Balain rarely engages with the mainstream media. Instead,
Let's talk money.
Hello and welcome to a brand new edition of Let's Talk Money. I'm your host, Surabhi Upadhyay. It's that time of the year. That time when the date tells us that the spotlight needs to be on women. And therefore, we in the media obviously do that. But you know, if you've been following this show, that a conversation on women, their well-being, their finances, their financial security is an ongoing conversation on Let's Talk Money. And hopefully, it's an ongoing conversation for you with your families as well. Well, as we get set to celebrate International Women's Day, yes, we will celebrate the date here on the show as well. And to help me do that today on the show, I have 3 women who are stalwarts in their respective fields. They're strong women. They definitely manage a lot of money, help clients deal with a lot of money, and they're here to help us move up the value chain. That's what I call this show. We are all well aware that as women, we need to be responsible for our financial destiny. But how do we do it? Sometimes it's easier said than done. The done is what we'll focus on the show this week. So let me welcome in our guests on the show. Arunima Jain, Head of Wealth and Family Office at Axis AMC, joins in. We have Devina Mehra, Founder and Chairperson and MD of First Global. Of course, we've had these conversations with Devina several times in the past as well. And Neha Pathak, Head of Trust and Estate Planning at Motilal Oswal. And you'll of course recognize Neha on the show as well, talking about all those important legal matters when it comes to money. Thank you so much, all three of you, for joining us on the show. And let's start by wishing each other a very happy Women's Day.
Yes. Happy Women's Day to you too.
And happy Holi also.
Yes. Happy Holi as
Happy
well.
Holi.
Yes, absolutely, because the country's been celebrating through 2 different dates. Ladies, first of all, I'm so glad that you could take out time from your busy schedules to be here for this conversation, because sometimes in person just works best. Yes. And before we talk about asset allocation and investments and savings, I want to start with absolute raw bare basics, right? So the stats are telling us that Indian women are more independent, a lot of women are working, a lot of women are investing, women are juggling these multiple roles. But I want to know from your experience in your professional spheres and personal spheres, whether that visible change indeed is happening, where a woman is allowed to be fully independent and fully financially secure. Neha?
So I would not say that it's fully there, but it's partially getting there. So there are people who are welcoming this with open arms. They are saying that let the women or the lady of the house have the investments in her name. Let the lady do the investments, be a part of the meetings when the wealth manager is meeting, plan for the family, how the investments should be done, how things should work out for the family. So yes, family inclusion is happening, but then at the same time, there are a lot of women who are not being included, or they don't want to include themselves. That's also one of the points.
Yeah. So either it could be from the woman's end, that I don't want to bother with this, it's too technical, or it could be from the family side, saying that, look, you stay out of it. This is our turf. Devina, what are you seeing around?
Yeah, I mean, it is changing, but very slowly. And also we talk about investments in women's name. And you even use the word allow. See, have you ever heard of...
I used it very deliberately.
Yes, I know.
I used it with intent.
Yes, but that's what the point is. Do we ever say that are men allowed to manage their own money? So, that is the whole point, that the cultural conditioning is so strong right from the beginning. The money conversations happen with sons, not with daughters. The first time women think about money is probably when they're working and in their 20s. So and therefore, they also are more hesitant themselves. So even I find that even when the so-called investment is in the woman's name, oftentimes the discussion is by the men, and they might even tell you that yes, we want to invest and yes, we want to redeem whatever. But the message might come from the woman's email, but that they are not taking the final decisions. And this is a cause for me. So, that because there's no independence till you manage your own money. I mean, it is as simple as that. Agree. So don't leave it to the men in the house. It's not that hard. Please take charge of your own money.
I completely agree with you. Arunima, what are your experiences, professional and personal?
Sure.
What do they tell you?
No, so I see some change, right? And as we were talking earlier, and I was pointing out that I don't see that change just today. I've been seeing that the women who are bold and the women who are more confident have been managing wealth for quite some time. I've seen my mother do it. I've seen my grandmother do it. So I think the onus is on us as well, that we have to be more confident. A lot of us would have seen that movie English Winglish. I'm sure a lot of you women in the audience have seen it. And Sridevi helped herself, right? She went and learned the language that she wanted to speak. So I think the onus is on women as well to learn about finances, to ask the family that I want to be involved, and to manage it well for themselves.
Before we get to the to-do section of this conversation, I just want to get your sense, Devina and Arunima, particularly you, both of you. Now with digital and so much of the financial industry moving to DIY and everything happening on the phone, has it made it simpler for women or has it made it more complicated for women? Because there's just so much choices, news, noise, investing products? What do you think?
I think the access is more, which is good. So if you want to learn, if you have not had the opportunity to learn about finances, you can learn. But I would also put a caution there that don't be on either end of the risk spectrum. And too often I find women are either in fixed deposits and PF only, or they think they can become day traders, that now the children are gone, let me spend my time trading options or day trading. So don't do that either. Be in the middle and do a sensible asset allocation. As I say, money management is neither as simple nor as complex as you think it is. You get the broad asset allocation right, you're 90% of the way through. You don't need to know the magic formula for multi-baggers and news. Your husband doesn't know it either. You know, just because he talks in parties about it doesn't mean that they know it, because confidence does not equal competence. Always remember that the men in your life, and this is data also, that actually when women invest, their results are better, but men are more confident.
Sound better. maybe. But absolutely. So, Neha, okay, let's start with the bare basics. And I think it's probably simple to divide us women folk into two categories, right? There are women who are earning their own money, and let's draw up some sort of a framework for them in terms of, and that money might be shared as well. That's where it gets complicated. Shared with, you know, parents who are dependents, shared with the family, with the spouse, and obviously being spent on children. So there's that, you know, bucket of women. And then there are women who are anyway dependent on either their inheritance, spouse's money, or parents, you know, and they're living in parents' houses or owning parents' assets. So first of all, is the approach different for each? I'm guessing yes, because it's that conversation of my money versus your money versus dad's money versus husband's money. And that's where the complications begin.
So actually, it's not so complicated if you just put up some initial framework for yourself. So if you have a framework for yourself that it is money, it's not ours, theirs, mine. Let's put a framework. Do I know where the money is being invested? Simple things like insurance. Now, if you are working, you have health insurance from the company. There are women who are not working. Do they have health insurance? Do they have their own personal insurance? Are they relying on their parents or their spouse's health insurance? Now, these are small, basic things, but one needs to know about it. Other things, I am inheriting from my father. Do I know what my father's assets are? So that's a simple, basic thing. Again, I need to understand that what is that my father owns, or my husband, what does he own? Do I own any part of it? Do I, if I do own that, is it a house? Is it an investment? Am I a nominee? Am I a joint holder? Now, in that case, we need to figure that woman has to understand that this is a basic step. These are basics that one needs to get clear.
Yeah, at least be aware.
Be aware.
Ask the questions about where is the money, whose money or whose asset it is, and whether you have any part in it or not in terms of either a nominee or a joint holder. And the two are very different. And if you go back to earlier episodes, the one that we've done with Neha, nominations are not equal to ownership of that asset. So be awareness about things like that.
Correct.
So Arunima, let's ask you that question. The approach towards financial self-reliance and financial independence for women who are earning their own money and women who happen to be dependent.
Sure. So
how are the two different?
With women who are dependent, I would say not earning is not equal to not owning, right? So we need to get that very clear. If you're not stepping out of the house and earning money, does not mean if an asset is being bought, you're not a joint holder. So you have to own each asset, whether it's a house where you live or the mutual fund investments that your husband is doing. You have to be aware and you have to have those conversations from day one. What is the life cover that your husband has? I've seen in many cases that husbands are not covered. And, and then it's sudden, if something happens to the husband, there's a big issue in terms of kids' education, retirement, etc. Like health insurance, if you're dependent on your husband's policy and tomorrow your husband is out of job, then you don't have a health cover because that policy is from the company where he was working. So these conversations need to happen. There needs to be an asset register, both for your physical assets as well as for your digital assets, right? There are many times that women do not know how many accounts the husband has. He might have so many broking accounts. Is she a nominee there? What are the passwords in case there is some issue? So a digital register for assets and a physical asset register is needed. And of course, will is something that is needed. So this is what I would say for women who are dependent, owning assets. Also, do your personal SIP. Today, like you earlier asked, you have digital ways of investing. You have simple products like mutual funds. You don't have to do complicated investments. And women are used to saving. Whatever money they have, out of that also they are used to saving some money, right? And that usually is lying somewhere in the house, or it's in an FD. So I would also recommend that they have a SIP where the folio is not owned jointly. The folio should be only in their name, and all their personal rainy day saving for 6 to 9 months at least of expenses should be in that folio. And then they can have some goal-based folios as well for the family.
Okay. Devina, I'm going to ask the hardest question to you, because this is the hard part, right? Making sure that even if you are, a part of a family, whether as a daughter, whether as a wife, a mother, obviously there are some obligations and contributions, but how do you still ensure that you yourself are secure? Because anything can happen tomorrow.
Yes. So first of all, I would say one of the decisions that women take without thinking about it, and which has the greatest consequence for their future health and their financial health, is either giving up their career or going into the slow lane in their career because of family obligations. I mean, currently the situation is, I read about somebody who was divorcing because his mother was unwell and he wanted his wife to quit her job, and she refused to. I mean, now just think about if the wife's parent is unwell and she asks the husband to quit the job. I mean, how absurd that sounds. So every time, you reverse the gender and it sounds absurd, where that's coming from. So this is one thing I must tell people, that if at all you are making that change, then at the very least make sure 50% of your husband's salary is coming to your account. Only then you are I mean, it's not funny. I mean, women end up later in life and find there's nothing in their names, So that's the whole point, that this is, and this I actually heard of Aparna Sen's daughter doing 40 years ago, that if you want me to change cities, 50% of your income comes to me. So, so that's, you have to put your foot down in the beginning, because as I said, too many women drift into this decision without thinking it through. Also, many working women later in life find that, the way the household was being run, I was doing all the daily expenses or monthly expenses, and the assets were all being built out of husband's income and mainly in his name. So, these are hard, uncomfortable conversations to have, but you have to make sure that the assets are in your name jointly and not as nominee. A nominee can be changed anytime. A financial planner told me that my male clients come to me, at various stages, but the women almost always come to me when they are widowed or separating. Because they have not thought of their financial health prior to that. So.
Very well said. And I think that is the change that we are trying to sort of champion through media, through shows like the one that you're watching right now, that do not wake up and think about money when it's too late, when disaster is already struck. Think today, think as of yesterday. And on that note, let's take a very quick break. So now that we've established how you need to think about money and how you need to have those conversations in the family, the next is the easier part. The way you should invest, the way you should look at different instruments in the market, your asset allocation. That's still easier. We'll talk about that after the break.
Let's talk money. Talk Money.
Welcome back here with the Women's Day special edition of Let's Talk Money. And here, more than talking about the money itself or gold versus silver versus equity, the conversation is about awareness. The conversation is about how you need to really take charge of your own security and your financial destiny, because no one else is going to do it for you. We are, of course, in conversation with Devina Mehra, with Arunima Nain, and, of course, Neha Pathak from Motilal Oswal. So, ladies, I think we've established that those hard conversations need to be had. There is no beginning without that. Now, let's take it to the next step and, talk about both the buckets. So, let's start with women who are earning. What should the checklist be for them, Arunima? And in terms of basic investments and also that division, which I asked Devina as well, that right there's a pool of capital going towards joint finances, etc. But what should be that proportion that you want to save in your name? Just some framework will help.
Sure.
Yeah.
So women who are working, of course, will contribute towards the household expenses as well. The ideal way to do is open a joint bank account along with your husband. You both decide, how much each will contribute towards the household expenses. Apart from that, whatever you save has to be managed and invested by you. Right? And there I see a lot of women not wanting to do that, not wanting to take that work on themselves. Like Devina was saying that, they feel that their husband knows more than them about finances. The husband is talking about stocks all day. Does not mean that he knows more than you. And there are simple ways of investing now. You do not have to be a stock trader, or you do not have to know technical charts to invest. There are simple products like mutual fund, and we are seeing women participation in mutual fund increasing. 1 out of every 4 folio now belongs to a woman. So we've already seen that going up. And I will encourage women to use mutual funds. And there are all kinds of mutual funds. Of course, you don't have to take more risk. If you love investing in gold, you can invest in a gold fund. If you love investing into, safe instruments, then there are debt funds. So there are all kinds of funds. Options. You don't have to, investing sometimes women feel is associated with risk. And I have seen personally women being more risk averse. So I think they need to understand and educate themselves more in terms of investment risk, and start managing their savings themselves. Right?
Sure. Devina, so that's on the investment side, and mutual funds offer a great route now, very simple route to start securing yourself. I want to ask you about assets as well and creating assets. Now, in the event that you realize that a lot of assets are already in the husband's name or the father's name, and there's a brother, and there are too many complications, and you want to have your own assets as well, first of all, would you recommend that? Will you tell that to your clients, whether it's a property, whether it is any other kind of physical asset? How should a woman think about it? Or is it just best to keep parking some money in those SIPs? Retirement security, those longer term goals that we think about.
So, when you're talking physical assets, I'm not a great one for advocating real estate assets, because that is a very illiquid investment. So one house which you live in has another consideration, but real estate as investment has a major problem that if you want the money, even within 6 months, it will qualify as a distress sale. And actually, RBI data shows that the compounding in real estate has been way below what it has been for equity, in spite of that higher illiquidity risk. The thing is that what women often do is that they're good at saving, but they are not investing with intention. And I will tell you what happens, that if you put 1 lakh a year in, let us say, a bank account for 30 years, at the end you will have 75 lakhs. If you put that same 1 lakh in a multi-asset portfolio built through, let us say, mutual funds, which compounds 9.5%, you'll have 1.6, 1.7 crores. If you invest in something that compounds 12% plus, more equity oriented, you'll have 3 crores. So 75 lakhs and 3 crores is the difference.
Huge difference.
It's a huge difference. So you cannot run away from risk assets absolutely and say, I'll be 100% safe, because then you don't get the compounding. So you have to take some risk, and the caveat to that is that if you take risk, yes, it's not an if, you will at some point, if you are in, for instance, equity-oriented assets, you will have a loss. And whether you're investing directly or through mutual fund, PMS, whatever, you will have a loss. And oftentimes, the woman's self-talk and the talk in the family is, you didn't know this, why did you get into it? So, and whereas when the man loses money, the woman doesn't want to disturb the peace in the house. And many men, when I have men in the audience, they tell me, how will she even know that I've lost money? I'm not going to tell her. So,
that's where we come to point number one. Ask all the questions. Make sure everything about the house finances. Yeah.
Yes. So, don't be at either end of the risk spectrum, but it is much simpler than what you think it is. And be ready to take some losses in the middle. And whatever you need as an emergency fund, obviously, should never be in an equity-oriented asset. Equity-oriented assets should be money you don't require for at least 8 to 10 years, because there is no buddy who can tell you what an index will do in 6 months or even 2 years.
Neha, let's talk, some of the legal points which are important to at least know from the top of our heads, like the one on nominations. And I think it was a revelation for a lot of people who watched the show as well, that if you're a nominee, it doesn't mean that you get the asset.
Correct.
I mean, you don't own the asset. Anyone else can be made a nominee as well. So from a legal standpoint, what are the 2 or 3 things that every woman must be aware of, whether it is inheritance, whether it is, an unforeseen situation like a divorce? Just what are the 2, be aware of these things kind of a list?
See, there are quite a few, but I'll list down few of them. One is, like we talked about it earlier, health insurance is one of the things. But you should be aware of what are the assets that are held by the family. Very, very important to understand, because in case of any eventuality, be it death, divorce, separation, anything, at least you're aware where are you supposed to get these assets from and from whom. So that, and the location of these assets. Where is it located? If you have a bank account with which bank, if there is a locker, are you a joint holder or a nominee, or you're the owner? You should be aware of things like this. Second thing is, as Devina and Arunima said, that you need to have that certain amount in your name. Make sure that at least 6 months of that is something that is there in your name. So it's simple, like how you talk in the flight. They tell you in the flight that secure yourself before securing others. So you need to have your security in place. Third is, if there are any wills, trusts, nominations, you should be aware. And if the nominations are there, updated. Be in any asset class, real estate, investments, anything. Have that updation of nomination in place. You should be aware, if you are signing documents, you should be aware that how are you exposed? Where is the risk that you have taken? Has your husband or father taken a loan? So how badly are you exposed? How badly is your credit score going down, or is it going to be maintained? If the loan is not paid, how badly are you getting into any kind of trouble? Plus, you should be aware of the fact that there are other members in the family. How are they taken care of? Are they well supported? With your husband's money, with your money, how are they supported? And how are you planning your retirement? Very important. Old age is the most important part. You need to plan for your retirement well. So those golden years should not be about asking for funds.
Or asking about where's the will, where's the bank account, where's the password. The where should be well taken off, care of. Great conversation, ladies. So quick 10 seconds to each one of you. Your 10-word or whatever 15-word advice to all the women out there. Arunima, what would it be?
So I started with that. I will request all women to be more bold and confident, help themselves, learn about investments, strictly have an asset register in the house, which takes care of both financial and digital assets and physical assets.
Devina?
Take charge of your finances and don't be at extreme ends of the risk spectrum.
All right. And Neha?
Look out for your security first before going and helping your husband out.
Strong statements by strong women, and there's no other way to be. We have to be strong women for ourselves first, and then, of course, for our families. Fantastic conversation. Thank you so much for taking out the time and spelling this out as clearly as one possibly can. I think it's going to be a very helpful sort of advice, and it'll go a long way for all our viewers, all the women who are watching, and even the husbands and the fathers, everybody who's watching this show.
Everyone who has women in their lives.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Well, viewers, do keep sending us your feedback. Tell us how you found this conversation. Your comments are always very, very interesting, and we'll see you with another theme next week on the show. Thanks for watching.
Let's talk money.
Chinese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18. After years of measured expansion, the brand now finally appears to accelerate in what it calls a priority growth market. For Kenji Inoue, Uniqlo India's Chief Operating Officer and CFO, India is an exciting market. The company has a little under 2% market share in India but says it is on track to grow its business tenfold in the coming years. He is basing this on the success the company has tasted since it entered in 2019. Its Bengaluru market, which it entered physically less than 6 months ago, had also seen strong traction.
We opened our first store in Bengaluru in last September, and we did amazing result. It was double compared to our plan, and also we cracked the highest sales amongst all of our past store openings.
In financial year 2025, Uniqlo India reported a 44% jump in revenue, crossing 1100 crore rupees. The company's profit after tax for FY25 also more than doubled to 178 crore rupees.
Last year, we crossed 1,100 CR as a sales target, and we actually doubled the profit, and our profit after tax was 15% as a margin. And we expect a similar growth this year.
In 6 years, Uniqlo has only 18 stores in the country of more than 140 crore people, but it says its e-commerce presence has been a strong support, clocking 180% year-on-year growth. This has helped it establish reach not just in markets where it has a physical presence, but also in markets where it is still working on a physical entry.
Retail growth and e-commerce growth are both very fast, and I think they are almost equivalent in terms of the growth ratio. And we expect going forward, we expect similar growth for both e-commerce and the retail, because we can still expand in the retail space by adding new stores, and also even for our existing market that we have 17 stores, they are growing very fast.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how the Gaza war was going to end quickly? Remember, by the way, how...
Hello and welcome to this special conversation. Well, markets for the last 1 year have been sideways. It's been a little tough. People have been complaining about money not being made, but the regulation of markets is another story altogether. It's been a hectic time. So many fundamental changes being made across the board on a variety of issues. And the man at the helm of all these changes, the fundamental and improving the structure for the market is, of course, the SEBI chairman. I'm sitting down with him. He completes 1 year in office at the helm of the market regulator. Mr. Tuhin Kantapande is the chairman of SEBI. Mr. Pandey, thank you very much for joining us, sir. It's a real pleasure. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How's it been, sir? I mean, just if you reflect back over the last 1 year, how would you rate it?
Well, it has been very hectic. One of the reasons is actually the geopolitical developments have been at an unprecedented levels.
Right.
And therefore, the markets have been going quite difficult. But I think in the whole scenario, we have come out resilient, I would say. And we're really focused on short-term and medium-term and long-term trajectory of our capital markets. I would say this has been a year of reform.
Let me dive straight into some of the hot button issues, if you will allow me, sir. And this necessarily did not flow from SEBI, but of course from Delhi, and you're well aware of policy making there, which is of course the recent, the STT hike which happened on the F&O front in the union budget. A lot of hand-wringing about it. You'd be well aware. I mean, it's no secret. Just your thoughts on it, and how did you see it?
No, I would not like to comment. I think this question has been asked on this, and on fiscal policy matters, it's not appropriate for me to comment.
Right. The reason I asked that, it's not so much about the policy aspect of it. It kind of ties in with the basic, the direction of it, which is to try and curb speculative activity, right? And this is one more policy in addition with what you've done over the last 1 year as well. The aim is to protect retail investors, as you've outlined before as well. Would you see this as that and an important piece of that puzzle to try to fix that, protecting retail and curbing speculative activity?
So as I said that I'll not comment on the tax measures. However, if you were to ask me what has been our stance on F&O activity, and F&O, when we say, it's basically, I think we have to zero down on the problem area, which is short-term options, because F&O is a very wide space, and using it just very casually is not appropriate.
So weekly options.
Futures are very important. Options are important. We would like a longer-term framework, longer-term derivative framework, the necessarily place where people can hedge and people can short. We have stock futures. So the market is quite big. And here I think we are concerned more about short-term dated options, weekly options, where we said that the activity was high, there was a hyperactivity, not necessarily serving a very great economic purpose. But there, in consultation with industry, in consultation with various others, our own thoughts, we put out a framework in terms of market regulation, bringing in different risk metrics, position limits, upfront payments, expiry day margins, and so on and so forth. And they rolled out in on different dates. The last of it was in December. We will continue to monitor this and have the data put it out before suggesting any measures. So therefore, I think we need also a stability, policy stability, in the sense that there are certain things that we do, and then we also wait that, how that market is panning out.
So you wait for that to take effect, show up in numbers, etc. The statistics, you will assess that and then put it out in terms of. So that is a process that is underway?
That's right. I mean, it will take some time, but that will indeed be the process.
And if required, after you put that out, after more discussion, I mean, as is appropriate, you will decide what to do. If there's anything more which needs to be done.
Yes, so therefore, I think we have become more data-based, one, and secondly, we are also looking at, the measures that will help, because it's not really, we can actually be very reactive and try and put in some measures which may not be effective. So therefore, we need to really actually deliberate what are the more effective measures, if at all, if the data suggests otherwise.
So as you said, the last of these measures was put in place December, right? How long will you wait before you start to, before you can take stock in a serious way?
I think this is your 1 year thing, should not be really concentrated on forward.
I have a long list of questions, sir, but I thought I will start with, it's something which is of great interest to you.
So you'll come to know when such a thing is there.
Okay. And you also said that the idea is to promote longer tenure derivatives, etc. So it is, one is curbing something and sort of, restricting the very short-term options, as you said. But the other is, of course, also encouraging the longer tenure. So the focus is also there. I mean, that is something which will be worked upon.
Of course. For example, if you look at, just to give you an example of electricity derivatives. Now you can start with derivatives. You can have monthly contracts, and going forward, you would like to more longer-term contracts, because as future market, you will like to, get future prices locked in for a much longer period, which may even eventually, if you have a sufficient long period contracts, may actually influence your investment decisions today, because the prices are very important indicators of whether or not you should be making investments. So I think these market developments are obvious. Similarly is the case of some of the newer derivatives we must bring in. For example, the corporate bond indices and the derivatives around it, where RBI and SEBI working to bring in. There was also a budget announcement around it. So I think we have to see the market development in the right way.
Yeah. So on the cash side, right, we're talking about equity derivatives. Will you also kind of look to increase market depth and those kind of things? I mean, making cash a more attractive.
I think it's indeed our endeavor that the cash markets must further become more liquid. And whatever we need to do, we do have a working group looking into it to review the short selling and the SLBM framework under the cash market, which is there, but it's somehow there are some barriers where it's not really taken off. So therefore, the industry and the SEBI officials and other experts will look into it and suggest measures, and we will move forward.
One thing I've heard, and this is my last part, sorry, you will, forgive me for this, but STT on delivery, for example, I've heard it from every day when we speak with, and we don't talk about this every day, but whenever we have these discussions, it always comes up. Why can't the government, if the idea is to curb short-term options in the F&O space and encourage cash, do away with STT on delivery? Is that something you would, SEBI is the expert, and SEBI will, of course, advise and tell the government, and of course, it's for them to decide, but is something that is on the agenda?
No, I'm not going to discuss on TV what inputs we'll give to government and not give to the government.
But cash market development is very much, as you said,
yes.
There's a group which is.
I think whatever needs to be done, we should be doing this.
Just to complete this topic, can I say, and I'm paraphrasing here, the idea is to reduce the turnover in the futures and options segment, and there the specific thing, short-term options, relative to the cash market. I mean, the size is, as many have pointed out, is very disproportionate. Cash market size as compared to the options, the short-term options market. Would you say that the idea is to kind of sort of, not equalize, but reduce the disparity?
Well, I think, as I said, that the cash markets need to be more liquid, there should be more turnover. And so therefore, there could be several issues. We have to wait for the working group to come in. Tax is another issue, of course, you have rightly pointed out.
Fair enough. Now, just on the taxation front, sir, there was a lot of, expectation. Maybe also there was some element that markets have not done well, but markets go through cycles. We had a few years of bumper move, and then, markets consolidate. But and I think there was that element as well, and many were pointing out that maybe in the budget we will see, FII-related taxation perhaps being equalized to how they're taxed everywhere else in the world. I don't know if you have any thoughts at all, or was this...
I think you're again coming back to the fiscal measures. You should be asking these questions elsewhere.
But was that part of the consultations, pre-budget consultations?
No, I would say that, let's look at the kind of measures that we have at a regulator taken for the FPIs.
Right.
For us, to do the market development is to see, the frictions are reduced. There is a greater speed with which they can operate. So there is a registration issue where we have completely now looking at a very different approach to, registration. We want it to be digitized. We want it to be fast. We want it to be not, days or months, but actually literally a week or 5 days. So can we reduce it to 5 days? So what it takes to reduce it to 5 days? So we're working with custodians, FPIs, other market participants. And then you have now India Market Access Portal for everyone, where all the FAQs, all the different measures. So if you want to enter India, you have one place as FPI, what you need to do, what documents you have.
And I must say, it does not get enough attention. It is not a hot enough topic, but it's a point which many serious foreign investors have raised over the last many years.
And these are the things that we have actually deeply engaged with them. And some of the new registrations have come with India digital signatures of submission of documents, which is an important part of delay. If you have, in this time and age, if you have always a document, physical documents, wet signatures, notarized, apostilled, be submitted on different things, because you have to keep on updating the control and other measures. So whenever there is a change, again, you have to send out the documents. Now, if it could be just instantaneous through digital signatures, it will really remove the friction. It's just something that we really do in our domestic market very, very effectively. We have such a digitized economy, digitized society. So this is one area where we are now pushing forward proactively to see that we move into completely digitized registration.
So from the time that FIIs, when a new foreign investor comes, registers, to the time that they're able to actually invest and start trading, etc., you want to bring that down to a matter of days, basically.
Exactly.
Right.
And we have achieved considerable progress in this.
Okay.
We have a portal-based approach. The new portal, the front end has changed, and we are engaging with them how the India digital it becomes the norm on the same sort of documents which they submit for registration. So with no extra burden.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
So recently there was an RBI circular with regards to limiting bank exposure for things like proprietary position taking in the markets, etc. There have been some reports saying that, well, SEBI is essentially going to make a representation of the RBI. And just wanted your thoughts on this, I mean, in terms of what the circular says and what the implications could be.
So we received the representation from NME last Friday, and we had a look at it. Now, I think the points which are being made out are not really very convincing. The RBI had itself put it out, these guidelines, and sought for comments. In all the 4 issues that were indicated to us, we found that there was some way the RBI was proposing to do, and then the representations were made, and indeed the final result was fairly taken on board, taking those comments. So it is not that it has been done
so
just like that.
So no further movement from your side on this.
And on prop trade also, initially the RBI had proposed that there would be no prop trade, like there's no funding for BGs for prop. And from there they have moved to a position where they said we allow the BGs, provided there is 100% coverage. So I think the regulator there has taken a considered call after doing that, and we had this because it was thought that perhaps initially it was indicated as if something which has come out they were not even aware of, something very surprisingly put in, but I don't think that was the case.
So they themselves consulted and then they've sort of put this out.
And some of the asks actually we also don't support.
Okay.
We don't support, for example, that if you have the MTF and you have certain securities which are already there, I mean, you have funded them, and therefore there should not be any leverage over there. So we don't want that. I mean,
leverage over leverage in that sense.
Leverage over leverage.
Okay. So another representation matter, if I can put it that way, banks and insurance companies, I mean, the proposal or whatever for them to be allowed to trade in commodity derivatives. Again, here indication is that the RBI has reservations. I mean, just wanted your feedback, sir, on this.
So it is like, we allow these systems to be discussed, debated, analyzed, rather than just, sort of not trying anything. Like, obviously, we will further engage with the RBI on that matter. We haven't really finally heard from them what are the reservations are and what guardrails could be put. See, it's a question of how do you do that? So we would always say, for example, you can do such and such thing provided you have a concentration limit, you can't go beyond this. So therefore, any controlled operation and any carte blanche, these are 2 different things. You can simply banning. Okay, you don't ban it. This is one approach. The second one is no, you can do it, but provided you have a position limits, you have a margins of this kind, and so this is the way we have to move. Commodity derivative market hasn't been looked at in a proactive manner for a long time, both on the agriculture and the non-agriculture side. But we do have the potential. We are a large consumer of commodities. So we also do produce commodities. So therefore, why should the market discover it here?
You've given me the next lead to my next segue into my next question. You brought up commodities, right? There's been this again, this, if I can put it, ask to allow options on commodities, commodity trading. Is SEBI open to the idea?
So you will see it soon. In what way we are moving, because it will be based on a very deep work which has been done in the working group and the deliberations that will be made in the CDAC and then converting into a consultation paper. So I would not like to prejudge these matters, but whatever needs to be done in order to develop the market with due guardrails, we'll need to move forward.
But it is something which is being discussed, as you put it. That's the stage we are in, but it's not a no in that sense.
I'm not revealing anything at this stage, except to say that you have to wait for a while to do that.
Right. I'm only asking this because there was so much, it was seen that the regulator wants to curb very short-term speculative activity in equity options, would they allow options on the commodity side? So people who are making that parallel, perhaps reading, but as you're saying, you're not revealing anything, but it is something which is which you will be talking and discussing.
But here also, we are not really saying that we have to just shut down things, because if we really go by that shutdown approach, then we also might as well wind up our shop here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Pandey, I have 3-4 more points I want to address. Algo trading, sir, HFTs. The Jane Street case, of course, was the famous one, which is in SAT now. Just your view on what we are seeing, and is that issue in that sense settled, or are you watching and monitoring very closely what some of these global HFTs are doing?
So I don't think that, this algos algos are being used. There is an algo, there is a safe algo approach in SEBI, and we are not really bringing an issue as if we are relooking at algos or something. So let's not link it that way.
Absolutely.
The other action I would not like to comment, it is sub judice.
Sure. Yeah. So not a fundamental rethink or anything, but I mean, it's action based on wherever action is required. In that sense, I think the Jane issue was such. So the IPO market, you're comfortable with the way it is functioning? It's been a flurry of issues, right? I mean, 2025 was a big one. 26 was expected to be a big one. We'll see. Of course, it also depends on how secondary markets do. But broadly, you're okay? How that is functioning?
I think indeed primary market is a true reflection of what's happening in the India growth story. If you have a 7% growth in a large economy, if you have 2% inflation, you have fundamentals in place, you have all the 5 balance sheets are in right thing, then I think people are coming forward to create companies and also bring it.
One specific point,
and you have issue, people subscribing. So that's what the capital markets are for.
Absolutely. One specific issue was startups and new age companies, which perhaps would be loss making, and then they come to the market, and in many cases, investors don't have a good experience. Is there any thought process there in terms of additional disclosures, or would SEBI get into that field to try and?
No, we do have. You see, when it comes to disclosures, we really have ample disclosures.
Okay.
So we do have. If you have accounts, your accounts are revealed. If you have promoters, your promoters are. If you have a past deals, those are. If you have done preferential issues earlier prior to IPO, those are revealed.
Sure.
We have a framework. Now we don't get into, and then we do have a system where if you have a certain kind, if you don't not making profits, you going into the other bucket, where reservation category is reduced from 35 to 10, because it's deliberate that you don't want to push the retails into those areas. But then beyond that, I think people have to learn to learn to do their own research, to go. Market is big, so much is there, media is there, people are commenting all the time, and when the information comes in, people are analyzing. We are wanting that information to be further streamlined. So therefore we thought that since the things are bulky and we have number of IPOs are very large, so it's one after another which comes, and the people may find it difficult to digest and reading through very voluminous disclosures. So these voluminous disclosures are also important for the category of people like institutional investors who would like to go deep into this, and they would like much more information about the contingent liabilities, for example, or the litigation, or the other information that might be there. But there would be also small investors who you may like to have key information in place. And so therefore we have now this draft abridged prospectus approach, where the draft stage, which is the stage when it is put it out and the people can see, there they have an abridged prospectus with a QR code where they can actually look at it, and this prospectus, we have said that this must contain XYZ
such
information. Which will again make it more handy for the people to analyze on the key points.
So 30-second response. AI is the new hot word, buzzword, for good or for bad. Is SEBI using AI for it? I mean, operations, surveillance, and management?
Since you have said 30 seconds, first of all, I'll say there should be a 30-second SEBI check by anyone who wants to come and invest in stock markets in order to prevent themselves from getting into frauds.
Okay.
So this is a tool that SEBI has, that any account where you're trying to put in for investment, so somebody lures you into put in investment, then you must do the 30-second SEBI check on our app to see that whether that account is appropriate account.
Like an intermediary account, whoever you are.
Is a regulated account or not. And now your 30-second response to your 30-second question. Yes, SEBI is using the AI. And especially in the areas of investor protection in a big way. Of finding the finfluencers who are transgressing the line of investment device, not being registered advisors and still giving advice.
Right. So it's basically implementing rules with regards to surveillance with the help of AI to make it more effective. That's where we're at. So I have a long list of questions, pending questions, but we'll have to save it for another
Some other time.
You have a long day. I wish you all the best of luck. It's only year one, and we look forward to your stewardship over the next many years as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining me now is Ramdev Agarwal. Ramdevji, thank you very much for talking to CNBC TV18. After 2 weeks back, there was AI. In the last 1 week, there is Iran. There's so much of uncertainty. People are panicking. What's your sense? Is this a time to be greedy or is it time to be fearful?
Yes, you have to be sensible in the sense that
Sure.
you have to be careful about the markets, because there are multiple things happening and it's very chaotic. In the sense, how do you find order in this disorderly world?
Yeah.
So investing is becoming very complex because multiple forces are hitting you. In fact, India is one place where actually you are at a lot of peace.
Yeah.
At least in this part of the world, India is one place which is very large, very self-sufficient and very peaceful. And I think at some point of time, India will start getting recognized as a place of stability and peace and prosperity.
Sure.
So that is little later. So right now, market is correcting. We are seeing the Iran happening. So I don't know whether it is a peak of fear. Of course, at the peak of the fear, you have to be peak of greediness also.
Yeah.
So clearly, I'm nobody to call whether there is an end of war or see. Markets will always move ahead of that. So markets in 2-3 days, 4 days, they price more than what Iran could damage. So the markets are. The war will move at a particular pace, but the market can move a much faster pace, and that's what really happened. So my sense is the peak of the fear has already been priced in. Unless some completely untoward incidents happens in Iran, I think we have seen the worst of Iran war. And hence
so worst
it is
of
there in
Iran
the
war
price.
and worst of the correction as well, or you think there could be more pain,
No,
at
so
least in the
then,
very near term?
then we have our own problem of earnings. And that side is very good news in the sense that corporate performance, if you see Q3, I think we saw about 50, across the board what we cover, about 300, 350 companies, the performance is very good. If you go and visit the companies, I think you are finding more bullish companies than bearish companies. So the performance is clearly picking up, consumption is picking up. So I think as far as ultimately the price will reflect what is happening in the real economy. So real economy is on pick-up stage. You might have seen the Q3 numbers also, 7.8% of GDP growth rate. And that is now visible little more widespread way. So Iran is one aspect of it, but what's happening in real economy? I think real economy is on the positive side, and hence and Iran has helped, or Iran has caused some quick correction. So now Nifty is trading at less than 22 times or 21 half times current year earnings. It is trading, which is, I would say, it's not grossly overpriced or anything. It's a fairly priced.
But it's not even cheap, right? I mean,
it's not,
at 21 times it's not cheap. So there is a
not
risk
bet
of
the house kind of thing.
Yeah, correct.
It is much more investable market, sensible, but it's not throwaway market.
Sure. Ramdevji, I'll come to you on the earnings, because that's been the big advocate and bullishness for you to be bullish, because you believe the earnings are going to pick up. But just to finish the global point in terms of Middle East, or for that matter, even for that matter, US tariffs. Yesterday there was a Supreme Court judgment in the US as well that maybe US will have to give back the tariff amount that they've collected back. And there is so much of uncertainty with that as well, with the tariffs and all. Given the global context, how do you see? What's your prognosis? How do you approach this market?
Yeah, so you have to be extremely selective.
Sure.
You have to, because there are a lot of businesses which is completely, the impact is very little. So if you look at banking, banking is basically domestic stuff, or consumption, some consumption which is very domestic. Those companies are not impacted that much by what's happening globally.
Sure.
So we have to be very careful.
So basically, time to be very selective in the domestic facing companies.
And if you're not competent to do that, because there are a lot of new investors, millions and millions of new investors, everybody is not competent to select stocks.
Correct.
So they should not get into that job.
Sure.
Then they should give it to the fund managers who are doing reasonably well in terms of which are the schemes, which are the managers who are doing well. And even if that is difficult, in that case, index is always there.
Sure.
And today, index is doing better than most of the managers.
Absolutely.
So if you buy S&P 500, you buy Nifty, you buy 100 or 250, I think top 250 or something like that. So index investing is one of the, would have been best performing kind of a segment.
Sure. Ramdevji, I was looking at some past data, and typically the big pain in the Jan-Feb March quarter seems to be a buying opportunity, and after that, in the next 9-10 months, you see very good returns. And since the COVID times, at least there have been 6 instances, and I was looking at the data. All the 6 instances, March to December, after the big fall, has been positive between 15 to 25%. You think we are ripe for that sort of a return, that maybe let the March pain get over, and you might see a very big return over the next 9 months from here?
I would not bet on anything like this.
Sure.
I would go about having a moderate expectation of about 12 to 15% kind of return, because that is what the earnings alignment is. I am not too hopeful on the P getting re-rated again.
Sure.
So 21 half, maybe even it might come down by another 5-7% to more like 20. So at 21 or so, what is the kind of earnings I see? And that's why when the earnings are looking to be 10 to 15%, my ambitious goal is to earn 15% in next 12 months.
Right. Ramdevji, is that earning thesis getting challenged now with the global environment, with the, there are so many sectors which will get impacted because of rising crude and logistics issues and everything?
I only hope that this is a temporary problem, in the sense that, if it gets very prolonged and the Gulf of Hormuz actually gets blocked and nothing comes out.
Sure.
The gas doesn't come out, petrochemical doesn't come out, crude doesn't come out. Obviously, we'll have far more intense issues, but we'll tackle it as it comes. Right now, clearly there is disruption in all the petroleum-based, supplies.
Correct.
So you are seeing, you must have read about Morbi.
Yeah.
They stopped the tile production because
Right.
there's no enough gas available.
Yeah.
Even Petronet LNG itself has.
So that entire basket is under
Yeah.
question, right? The OMCs, aviation, gas
question
companies,
is-
everybody will be
And
will have a bit of an
eventually it is the
impact.
inflation,
Yeah.
I mean, I think world will find enough energy sources, enough oil supply, enough petrochem, but it's a sudden disruption. So, I mean, there is a clearly some kind of headache right now. But I think world will come around, and I mean, you have to wait and watch, in the sense that another 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then the world will find a way to get normalized.
Right.
And I'm hoping that 95, 97% chance that it will get normalized in the weeks ahead, and that we have seen the worst of it.
Okay.
That's what my reading is.
Your reading is.
But
Sure.
you should also be ready if by chance things further get kind of worsen. It's not end of anything. It can get prolonged because they are the kind of guys they can keep fighting despite getting hit. So we have to keep ears and eyes open. And if by chance, see, one is the index to go down by 10% or say 5-7%. And other is that there are stocks which have gone down by 25-30%.
Absolutely.
And
Correct.
that's where the opportunity is.
Right.
You know the stock.
Right.
The stock is worth $1,000.
Yeah.
The stock is trading at 700 or 600.
Right.
I mean, you should. And now, can it go to 500? Of course, it can go to 500.
Correct.
But this is the time when you are getting actually sensible price of those stocks.
I'll ask you about those stocks as well. But the other big disruption recently has been the AI, and that's impacted your portfolio as well into some extent, IT and the platform businesses and all. Your take on AI, and is it going to be disruptive for India, or is it going to be a bit of a support for the Indian companies? What's your take?
I still think, I mean, the impact will be quite big.
Okay.
But probably we are underestimating the long-term impact, and we are overestimating grossly the short-term impact.
Short-term impact. Okay.
That the jobs will just get finished, or it will become 50%, and those kind of things. They are completely figment of imagination at this juncture. But what will happen after 5 years when this AI movement becomes even deeper? Then what kind of whatever models coming now, they will become even more sophisticated.
Sure.
So the eventually, I think need for the people, need for the kind of people we have in those jobs, I mean, that will change. So I think it's a very disruptive force, and one has to be very careful which company is on the right side of the disruption.
Ramdev ji, because you're a value investor, you look at deep value and all. Is there a risk of the terminal value for the IT companies getting questioned? I'm asking this simply because in your Focus 35, the top big holdings are the IT names, the Persistence, the Coforges of the world. How are you positioned in those names now after the disruption that you've seen? And do you really question the terminal value for these IT companies?
Yeah. So don't ask me anything about what AMC is doing.
Sure. No, of course.
The fund managers are doing themselves, and they're in and out.
Your
and
view on IT.
Yeah. So I'm talking about in person. What I think, that there is too much of noise about what is possible, what is going to happen in short term, and it is taken as if the companies will not change.
Yeah.
See, companies also have an opportunity to change themselves. No?
Right.
They will do retraining of all the staff.
Yeah.
And the clients are not suddenly become AI enabled.
Yeah.
The clients also need help from somebody to do the AI enabling, and that will be done by this company. It's not that AI projects are not. I think Infosys declared that 5% or 7% of revenue is AI projects. So that's how the new services they come in, and these companies wave after wave. When initially they started in 95, they were doing just the body, staffing for Y2K problem.
Yes.
Then came the entire internet stuff, then web enabling, then mobile enabling, then ERP, and whole lot of things. It's a wave of, and we have seen that they have absorbed more and more services, more and more projects.
So you believe the IT companies will also change?
They will change.
And
This time
there's an opportunity to invest in IT companies.
I'm not saying that.
Sure.
I'm not saying that. My understanding of IT today is worse than anybody else.
Okay.
It is not that clear that this company is going to win.
Sure.
I know it is very exciting time, but I would say they are headwinded.
So it's difficult to find the right to win as of now in IT.
If you are expert, you can figure out.
Sure.
If I'm expert in say financial markets, so if you ask me which part of the financial markets will do better, probably I'm better positioned to talk about that.
I'll ask you that as well.
No, but IT side, it's a very complex. You whenever you speak to anybody, they have a different kind of a take.
Kind of a view.
And particularly if the company is listed, he says that it's a business as usual.
Correct.
But when you speak to the guy who is not, who is the other side, I mean, he says, I mean, like one of the experts, they, by 2030 there won't be any IT jobs only.
Okay.
So you know that kind of extreme thought process are there. So it is very difficult for me to really take a clear position.
Sure.
It is clearly headwinded. I mean, there are problems in the sector.
What about the platform businesses, Ramdevji? Because you know, again, that's been tagged to AI disruptions, and stocks have got corrected as well. You've been very bullish on the platform businesses for the last many years now. Your initial take, because you talk to the companies as well, what's your sense as far as the platform business, Zomato, Zepto, Swiggy?
So all the users of the technology, you know, see, these platforms are built on the bedrock of, say, internet or what are other technology, digital technologies. So they are adopting very fast.
Sure.
In fact, they are adopting very fast. And other day I was meeting a company, and he was saying that we are growing at 40%, but my number of tech guys, they're at 200, and we don't need. I mean, and whosoever is living from the 200, we are not redeploying. So if 200 goes to 180, we work with 180, but my growth is 40%.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's so basically the capability of a tech team is going up. So all the users will be very happy.
Sure.
If I'm running a 600 people IT team in India, in Motilal Oswal, I think I can grow 5x or 6x, and still I may not need significantly more number of people.
So you're still bullish that the TAM is very large for these platform businesses, and maybe Eternal can become a 10 lakh crore market cap, Swiggy can become a 1 lakh crore market cap.
Those opportunities are not impacted by AI. If anything, if there were 5 guys surviving and winning, it will become 4.
Okay.
See, one of the big thing about the world wealth creation, if you see, there is a massive concentration of wealth among the top 10, 20, 30 guys.
Right.
And every single segment, whichever is the wealth segment, I mean, like say if it is a quick commerce, or is it a, say, social media, or is it a search, you know, there is one guy, and that guy is almost like $1 trillion. You know, so the winner takes it all kind of situations there. So increasingly more and more segment of the commerce or the industry is becoming winner takes it all.
Sure.
And hence betting on the leader, even in a physical world, is becoming quite rewarding.
Sure.
And betting on the small guys at times is the small guy in size can also be leader in that small niche. You know, so it is becoming very different kind of world where the wealth is growing, okay, but wealth of the bigger companies are growing much faster.
I think that's visible in India as well.
Yeah, it's
across all sectors, whether it's between, say, even in aviation or in platform or in telecom, the winner takes it all. I mean, Bharat is becoming bigger and bigger. Indigo is becoming bigger and bigger.
I mean, the full telecom sector is about 2 guys.
2 guys, exactly.
Yeah.
And
whole, you know, kind of automotive industry, in car it is 2 guys, in motorcycle it is 2 guys.
2 guys, correct.
I mean, if we produce 30 million cars, say like China is doing 35 million cars now, in next 15 years, 17 years, if we go from 5 million to, say, forget about 30, even if you go to 15 million, 20 million, and where are the car companies? These are only 2 or 3 car companies who will do, some guy will do 10 million, other guy will do 8 million. That's the kind of possibility.
Debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y, por tanto, de la paz. palabra adecuada es exigir, porque España es un miembro pleno de la Unión Europea, de la OTAN y de la comunidad internacional. Y porque esta crisis también nos afecta a nosotros, a los europeos y por consecuencia a los españoles. Y por eso tenemos que exigir todo la resolución a Estados Unidos, a Irán, a Israel, para que paren antes de que sea demasiado tarde. Y por tanto no vamos a ser cómplices de algo que es malo para el mundo y que también es contrario a nuestros valores e intereses, simplemente por el miedo a las represalias de alguno. Porque nosotros tenemos una confianza absoluta en la fortaleza económica, institucional y también diría moral de nuestro país. Y porque en momentos como este nos sentimos más orgullosos que nunca de ser españoles.
Ramdev, you spoke about, you can firmly talk about the capital markets, and in that vertical, what will do well. Yeah. Give us some ideas on what within the capital markets is expected to do well.
Yeah, again,
the AMCs or the broking companies, because you all are a mix of everything. But what segment, according to you,
wherever the guy is good, wherever the guy is leader, I mean, who is the volume leader, who is the cost leader, and hence the profit leader, he's the guy who is going to do well. No, and every segment will have one big winner. Say in mutual funds, which is going to be huge. Like right now, maybe it is 80 lakh crores, and I think in next 10 years it will be 800 lakh crores.
The mutual fund business.
Mutual fund AUM.
AUM, sure. 80 lakh crore.
Right now it is 80 lakh crores.
80 lakh crore.
In 10 years it will become anywhere between 600 to 800 lakh crores.
Wow. Okay. So that big is the TAM.
That big is the TAM right now. And after that 10 years also another 10 years there.
Okay.
So it is very scary to talk about that.
Sure.
So, but then I don't think the top 5 are going to change in next 5 years.
Sure.
So all of them are going to mint money.
Correct.
Unless they are completely mismanaged.
Yeah.
So all these top companies, they are managed well. So all of them have the same chance.
Yeah.
Now something is at 20p, something is 40p, something 35p. Now it is all depending on the leadership.
Yeah.
So where the leadership is good, and you think it is likely to remain good, I think those guys will win big.
Correct. Amdiji, the other big thing was the big support for this market in the last, say, 2-3 years has been the retail money. The problem is in the last 18 months, the returns have been quite negative or flat. Are you getting a sense now that there's a bit of frustration, people are getting tired, the SIP flow can actually slow down or turn negative? Is that a risk for the markets?
Yeah, I mean it's all investor behavior, crowd behavior. I mean broadly still they are sustaining, but yes, it can slow down significantly. Say if they are bringing say this thing SIP money say 25,000-30,000, that might come down to 15,000 or 12,000 or whatever. That can happen. But see, the prices, the markets will not be made by who is coming and who is going.
Yeah.
Price will be made by how well my corporate world is doing.
Sure.
If my earnings fire up, then retail will come, foreigners will come, and HNIs will come. Everybody wants to buy.
Right.
But if companies are doing well, everybody wants to sell.
Sure.
So the real issue is not about what retail is doing. The real issue is what the corporate performance is doing.
No, which is fine. So you are expecting 15-16% kind of earnings growth, right?
I'm expecting 15%.
Which means like a 15-16% returns, but that will also be very, very selective, right? So in current environment, given so much of uncertainty, other asset classes doing good, is there a risk of the retail money which was helping the markets to float high, that can actually fizzle out?
See, on 12 months basis, something can do very well. Sure. But on a compounded basis, it is very tough to find equity kind of asset class. Sure. At around 12-15%, that's the index return.
Yeah.
If you are smart, you can make 18%, 20%. So those kind of possibilities are not there in many asset classes, and the amount of money it can absorb.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, I don't know, I mean, I've never bought gold or real estate, but they are very chaotic asset class. Yeah, I mean, like in real estate, yes, you can buy a land parcel and it might give, but to handle a 100-acre land parcel is
it's not easy.
Nightmare,
Absolutely. And even entry exits are
But
tough.
here, you can have a 10,000 crore portfolio and you don't have to come to office.
Right.
So liquidity is T+1. Here, if you want a piece of land and you want to sell it, I think it's a Hercules task. So I think what is important is to understand the power of equity, the compounding power of equity, and And that 12-15% comes with a up and down both.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that this downturn which is there right now recently is not part of that 12%. When you say equity is going to do 12%, it is actually going to do 20% and minus 8% of decline.
Yeah,
so right now we are enjoying the downside.
Sure. Ramdev, the other big thing was the broader markets. It's been a bit of an underperformance in the broader market names in the last 18 months, 12 months, 6 months, one month. In all category, those have underperformed. You think, given that the earnings have been quite strong, even in Q3 for the broader markets, now time to look at the broader market names because Naren has opened up the small cap fund. Sunil Singhania of Abacus is launching a small cap fund. What's your sense? Is it time to now look at the broader market names?
Yeah, the smart guys are doing the stuff. Exactly. You must take the cue from them rather than what I say. But basically, see, earlier than 2020, from the bottom when the market started rocketing at 20-25%, the broader market went at 40-50%.
Right.
So everybody loved that. Now, when the markets are correcting by, say, actually market is even now, as we speak, year on year, Nifty is up by 10%.
Correct.
You can't complain.
Actually, year on year.
Year on year, it is up by 10%.
Correct.
Year on year, it is up by 10%.
Yeah.
So it's not that gloom or doom or anything like that. But broader market is probably down by 10-15%.
Exactly. Okay. So since September, the small cap index is down 15%.
So, you can keep doing this thing. But what I'm saying is the broader market also did extremely well.
Absolutely.
When it went from say 10,000 to 25,000, it was say 2.5 times. I think the broader market went up by 3.5-4 times.
Yeah.
So you have to give up some excess return. No?
Sure.
And that's what is happening.
Correct.
And if you are very unfortunate and you are stuck with some crazy stuff at the top, so then you have to pay for it. But otherwise, broader market will also cool down the moment the earnings start firing up.
Sure. The one sector which has done in general well, and that's worked for you guys as well at the AMC level, is the financials. The bank Nifty is up 6% since the beginning of the year, and it's been one of the best performing asset class. What's your view on the financials? Because I know you own HDFC Bank, you own ICICI Bank as well, some of those NBFCs as well. Broadly, is the financial in a sweet spot, at least in the very near term?
I think this is a golden period for the banking.
Sure.
They have the best possible book right now.
Yeah.
I mean, across the board, PSU, private, small, large, everybody has the lowest gross NPA and least net NPA.
Correct.
Coverage ratio is running at 80-90%.
Right.
So this is the best time. And now credit flow has picked up in last 7-8 months to more like 13-13.5%.
Yeah.
So in between it had come down to in single digit, but now it is 13-13.5%. So this is the first year of double-digit credit growth. So we are seeing more selective recovery in the consumption.
Right.
But as the credit flow remains sustained, 30% this year and then next 13 years, then you see the kind of chain effect of broadening of the corporate earnings and performance improving and things like that.
But what would be your favorite within the financials? You'll stick to the large private banks, or I think there is time to look
then
at.
You have to go about figuring out I would still go for the big ones like SBIs of the world. So wherever there is earnings growth and the multiple is reasonable, I don't mind buying them. If the earnings growth is 20% and the P multiple is 12, 13, 14, that's a great place to be in.
Amdiji, thank you very much for attending to CNBC TV18. Thank you.
First night was kind of really scary because it was very unusual. I've lived here for 22 years and we never thought this would happen. We never experienced something like this. And now we hear blasts once in a while, and it's kind of getting normal because nothing really has happened around us. So it just seems like it's unusual, but it seems kind of normal now because it's happening so frequently. Every morning we hear a couple of blasts, every night we hear a couple of blasts. We hear fighter jets going around all the time patrolling. So that's that.
خايف نهائي لاني انا بجد حاسس ان انا في امان. البلد دي فعلا تقدر تحمي اي حد في اي مكان في الامارات كلها في اي اماره، والناس خايفه طبيعي عشان هم ما يعرفوش البلد دي كويس. انا مصري عربي وعارف ان الدوله دي عربيه هتقدر تحميني. بالنسبه للسياحه هي الناس موجوده وبتظهر لما يكون الدنيا هاديه، بتظهر كتير جدا، كلهم بيبقوا موجودين، ولما بيحسوا انه في قلق بيخشوا بيوتهم. وطبعا في رسائل بتيجي لكل البني ادمين هنا، لو في اي قلق بيقول له استخبى في البيت، ما تخرجش بره البيت، ما تنزلش في حته مثلا فيها ضرب. بيعرفوا كل حاجه بكل تفاصيلها على رسائل على التليفون. اي انسان معاه تليفون هنا بيجي عليه رساله.
On March 5th, Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain is now widely seen as the frontrunner for Nepal's top political post. Soon after the protests that led to Oli's resignation, Balain posted a message to millions of his followers on social media. He wrote, "Dear Gen Z, the resignation of your killer has come. Now your generation will have to lead the country. Be prepared." Months later, that message is turning into political reality. Balain first rose to prominence in politics in 2022, when he won the Kathmandu mayoral election as an independent candidate. Then he had campaigned on the slogan, "Time for Change." Now after 3 years as mayor, he's contesting to become Nepal's next prime minister. So who exactly is Balendra Shah? His father practiced traditional Ayurvedic medicine, and his mother is a homemaker. Balain showed an early interest in poetry, which eventually turned into a passion for rap music. He later studied
CNBC TV18 and India Bonds present Bond Street.
Hello and welcome to Bond Street, presented by CNBC TV18 and India Bonds. India's journey towards the vision of Viksit Bharat demands a robust and diversified financial ecosystem, one that can mobilize long-term capital and at scale. A deeper, more efficient bond market will be central to that transition. Expanding market access, improving liquidity and strengthening investor participation is the goal. The Indian bond market has undergone a significant transformation, evolving from a largely institutional market to one that is gradually opening up to retail investors. With regulatory changes, shifting interest rate cycles and renewed policy focus after the union budget and the Reserve Bank's latest monetary policy, fixed income seems to be coming back into focus. So, how should investors assess opportunities and risks in India's bond markets? To discuss this and more, I'm joined by an eminent panel of bond experts. Kaustubh Gupta, the CIO Fixed Income at Aditya Birla Sun Life. Amit Tripathi is the Chief Investment Officer Fixed Income at Nippon India Mutual Fund. And Rajiv Radhakrishnan, the CIO Fixed Income at SBI Mutual Fund. So that's the top fund houses represented here. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. The focus of the show is also to tell our viewers how important the bond market is. So let me start over there, Kaustubh. Have you seen the evolution of the bond market since you first joined? I assume you've been a couple of decades in the market.
Yeah, it's almost that point. Look, when we started, markets were largely OTC. They were 100% owned by institutional investors. Information flow was heterogeneous and asymmetric. Yes. Each credit deals beyond government bonds were different. They were happening at a different rate. And the technological support was patchy in the sense that there was technological support, but the settlements were delayed, and at times they were not as easy as we are now. Now from there, of course, from a systemic perspective, we have moved a large way. Today, Instead of only OTC markets, there are 3 options which are available to investors. One is OTC, second is OBP, or you can say the online
platform.
And third one is capital markets. So now investors, instead of one market which is OTC, now they have 3 ways to access markets. Each individuals or each investors, they have different access. From a technological support, we have seen a sea change. Yes. Now the settlements are seamless in the sense that with a click of button, just like equity, you can buy bonds. Information flows has also become a lot more homogeneous now. Any bond issues which come to the markets, the information is pre-uploaded, and investors who really want to do it, they can read the information, they can get the covenants, they can get the rates, and they can bid online. And which is why we are seeing now there is a little bit of gradual movement from institutional dominated market to some bit of retail investors now putting their foot inside that they also be part of this deal.
That's good to hear. A similar question to Amit. I started covering fixed income, which is like 3 decades ago. Every year we have this, bond market has come of age kind of feeling. What are the latest developments that you think make you feel that we have evolved?
Okay, so I would highlight just 2 very different. One, essentially an outcome of regulatory push, which has been the evaluation of corporate bond repo. I think we have been talking perennially about the illiquidity in secondary markets for corporate bonds. We have had a slow but a good start to the corporate bond repo platform. To our mind, I think this is going to be very, very fundamental in terms of generating liquidity for people to hold, buy and sell corporate bonds, and essentially should act in the long run as a very big catalyst for secondary market liquidity. The second and the third point I would say is transparency. I think the more we move to one way or the other to some kind of a screen-based system, it started with RBI through CCIL, SEBI through EBP. Now almost 99% of the bond placements that are happening in the market are happening through the EBP ecosystem.
The electronic bond platform.
Yeah, electronic bond platform. Even some amount of dealing is now shifting to the platforms now. OBPP is another phenomena which has come in. See, there was an OTC market which was very, very opaque to start with. The more you make the markets transparent, automatically I think investors get drawn towards that transparency because investors feel that they are seeing the true value being reflected as far as the screens are concerned.
Rajiv, I wanted to ask you, this online bond platforms, are they encouraging both debt mutual funds and corporate bonds? How do you see that evolving? Is it a big push?
Yeah, I think the way it has evolved, what clearly the advantage is that it makes access much easier, right? And more so for a retail investor. And regulations have also evolved to make it a little bit more tight-bound and very transparent. So I think that will still evolve. This is something that has possibly happened over the last couple of years. So when we go back, just to answer the question posed to my colleagues earlier, I mean, for me, there are I would say 3 significant changes. So one clearly is in market infrastructure over the last, say, 20 odd years. I mean, starting with NDS, then moving on to corporate bonds with EBP, RFQ. Amit mentioned about the corporate bond repo. Very little, it's not really got the attention that it should have deserved because that's a very fundamental reform. I think the traction it's picking up. So market infrastructure, settlement mechanisms, a significant change from where we started. The second is have really become very tight, much more of disclosure of what we do, what of portfolios. And the last part is transparency. So trade transparency, like 15 or 20 years back, unless you are in the market, in the OTC market, you possibly would not know where a certain bond has traded, possibly including G-SECs. But with NDS, everyone knows where the G-SEC is trading. And now with bond platforms, with the reporting platforms of both the exchanges, every corporate bond at the end of the day, you know where it has traded. So that is a significant amount of, I think transparency is a word here. So
you put your finger on it.
That's clearly what, and I think the bond platforms to that extent, I think regulation will clearly evolve even further. But yes, it's made access for the retail investor, very much more seamless and much more easier.
Now, Kaustubh, the tussle for bond market, both mutual fund and the corporate issuer, is how do you access the retailer when the tax is against you? Small investors, even pensioners, tend to think that, oh, I'm still being taxed more. That becomes an issue.
Yes.
As a very big fund house, how do you all tackle this problem? That you have to invest as per your risk appetite and not for taxes.
Yeah, so look, the part questions are answered. You have already given that when these investors comes to us for the advice, we give them that you have to invest from an asset allocation perspective rather than asset class perspective only. Look, our understanding is that for any investors, the choice of instruments of investment should be left to him basis his risk appetite, basis his investment horizon, basis the macro conditions that he is assessing, rather than being through various carrot and sticks, pushing him through a particular asset class. And which is why it is very, very necessary that from an investment allocation perspective, you look fixed income also as a consistent cash flow throwing asset class. More so, today, especially post the inflation targeting framework, now investors have real yields in their account, which is so unlike maybe prior to 2013 when long-term real yield in India was absolutely negligible. Today, in last 15 years, I would say that real yields are now moving in the range of 1 to 3% from time to time. So from a real yield perspective, fixed income has come out very, very lucrative to these set of investors. Then there is a third way to understand things. As economy grows, it's for sure that the nominal growth will inch lower. Today, when nominal growth is at 10%, and if you are getting an annualized sovereign yield between 7.5 to 8%, it's a reasonable compensation. So the point is that when these set of investors come to us, we make them understand, aware of these things, the advantage that the fixed income bring to the entire bouquet of his investment portfolios, and we push them that you think it from a long-term allocation perspective rather than short-term benefit perspective.
Absolutely. I wish we could have you all oftener on the channel to explain that. But Rajiv, while that is how investors ought to think, that I may be getting only 8% or 7%, but if you take away inflation, I still get a plus 1% because inflation is now down to 4%. That's not how people think. I remember my father going to the UTI MIP because it gave 15%. He forgot at that time inflation was also double digits. People don't think like that. It was at 15% that was attractive. And now our generation, my generation, on the, to retire anytime, still thinks that, "Arey, ye to 7% hi hai." How do you teach people that real interest rate, that lesson doesn't register that easily?
No, it's a challenge, honestly. And this is something that is, over the last few years, and even when you look forward, you clearly have visibility on real returns, right? Given that inflation has stabilized at a much lower range than what we've been used to. But I think from an investor perspective, end of the day, post-tax returns do matter, right? There's a lot of allocation, and that's something that it's very difficult to change that behavior, because if you have an asset class that is giving you visibility of real returns on a prospective basis, but when you take it on then I think post-tax it clearly becomes a challenge. So I think that is an issue that we need to sort of live with, given that that's the policy framework that you have today. So from an investor angle, the appeal today lies in clearly you need diversification in portfolios. This is a cash flow based on income generating asset, which is giving you real returns. Now, post-tax return, it's clearly not something that you can really influence. So I think that's the message that we sort of reinforce that.
To come to you, Amit, the other thing that confuses, and this is a confusion even with actually equity mutual funds, but even with debt mutual funds, the range, from overnight, liquid, long, short maturity, medium to long, and then these are all duration, and then you have credit risk. Is communication an issue? How do you all tackle it?
No, communication is definitely an issue, especially in a scenario where you have many Me Too products within the same category. If you actually go back and look at how fixed income mutual funds have evolved, there are essentially only 4 categories, and if you put credit, there would be a 5th category, which is liquid and short duration, short to moderate duration, long duration. These are the only 4 categories, so to say, right? And there were nomenclatures that were very well known. Earlier, you had only liquid, low duration, short term fund, gilt fund, right? Income fund maybe, and credit fund. So I don't think investors should really get into the jargon in terms of the language at all. In fact, the simplest way that we always reach out to investors in terms of explaining the funds is not necessarily in terms of what the fund does, but what should be the investor's time horizon for that fund. That's much simpler to understand, right? The fund will do what it is supposed to do in order to generate, in order to ensure that there is no negative experience for the investor over that tenor, right? So when I go to an investor and suggest a long bond product to him, it is not about the fact that long bond is at 7% or 7.5% or 6.5%. It is about that if you stay in this fund for 3 to 5 years, you will go away as a satisfied investor. You would have got the return for the risk that you have sought in this fund. And that's the simplest way to understand it. And I think investors should just divide their fixed income allocation into these 3 or 4 silos. What is very, very short-term requirements that you can call anytime. Forget everything else, just put it in liquid funds, right? What is the money that you don't want to put at risk, any kind of risk, but you don't really know the end use and when it will come, just go and put in a plain vanilla short-term bond fund, right? You can't hurt yourself at all, even if you stay there for 10 years. Just to give you some numbers, I think the last 15-20 year returns in short-term bond funds as a category would be between 7.5 to 8%.
Oh, really?
Okay? So you really don't have to think too much.
You know, you guys fill me with a lot of optimism that both in terms of legislation and structure, in terms of, online easy to use availability, and in terms of conceptual clarity, the industry is at least ready, and hopefully the buyer is almost ready to understand this, and maybe the debt funds will be able to give equity funds a run for their money. But we have to run into a break. We are back with more questions on what is the interest rate seen now after the budget, the US trade deal, and the monetary policy. Back in a minute.
CNBC TV18 and India Bonds present Bond Street. This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
Japanese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18. After years of measured expansion, the brand now finally appears to accelerate in what it calls a priority growth market. For Kenji Inoue, Uniqlo India's Chief Operating Officer and CFO, India is an exciting market. The company has a little under 2% market share in India but says it is on track to grow its business tenfold in the coming years. He is basing this on the success the company has tasted since it entered in 2019.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S., the biggest industry of all. That is public relations, also known as propaganda. So we shouldn't listen to Trump about any of this. We shouldn't listen to Netanyahu about any of this. Remember how Trump was going to end the Ukraine war with one phone call? Remember how...
Five-member
CNBC TV18 and India Bonds present Bond Street.
Welcome back to Bond Street, presented by CNBC TV18 and India Bonds. We are still in conversation with the country's top fixed income fund managers, Kaustubh Gupta, the CIO of Fixed Income at Aditya Birla Sun Life, Amit Tripathi, Chief Investment Officer Fixed Income at Nippon India Mutual Fund, and Rajiv Radhakrishnan, CIO Fixed Income at SBI Mutual Fund. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Let me now come to the here and the now. After the budget, you have this massive borrowing program.
Yes.
What is the way investors should look at it? Should they be worried? Is this not a right time for, debt investments?
I would say they need to be cautiously optimistic. Optimistic because if you look within the large economies, India is the only country, especially post-COVID, who is on the path of fiscal consolidation. And our inflation is much controlled compared to most of the peers, especially large economies, than what we want it to be. So from fundamental perspective, macro perspective, India's story is intact. The fixed income story is intact. There is no question to it. What probably market is reeling as of now is demand-supply mismatch. Last year, if you take into the net supply, of the total net supply that the central government want to borrow, reasonable large amount, about 60% has been taken away by RBI OMO. But still, the yield curves, they have refused to budge down. So clearly, the demand is not as strong as what probably the borrower, which is in this case government, thinks that there is a large demand. On top of it, because of variety of regulatory changes, the long-only funds, their appetite for incremental duration or incremental higher average maturity is much lower. Just to give you a perspective, prior to COVID, average central government borrowing program, average maturity was used to be about 14-15 years. Today it is 20 years. State government, which used to be 10 years, now it is about 16 years. So clearly there is a clear shift in terms of large supply in terms of average maturity. So I think some bit of more active support, both in terms of more OMOs, or you can say this supply duration modulation needs to be done so as to communicate market that these rates are too high to be comfortable with. And if we really want to be set path on fiscal consolidation, we need lower rates, especially on the long end side of it.
Rajiv, there have been 2 or 3 new initiatives, right? SEBI's Pan-India Bond Outreach program was there. Niti Aayog put out a paper on corporate bond market. Are you seeing these as, paving the way for more appetite?
There were a few measures that came in the budget
also
with respect to new products. So yes, it improves the existing market. When you go back to the first question, that the market infrastructure. So in this case, you're introducing new products. Would it really incentivize demand? I have my doubts.
Okay.
It makes the existing market ecosystem better because you have better tools to hedge your risk. But does it really bring in new demand? That's clearly not addressed. So it is part of the ongoing market development efforts, so to speak. But I think that needs to be supplemented by demand incentivization measures. Otherwise, you don't necessarily get a very deep, vibrant, liquid market. So I think that's my
I take your point. It's made the existing market sophisticated. Would you agree, Amit?
Yeah, I think what the fixed income markets have lacked, unlike the equity markets in the last 20 years, is development in terms of sophistication, right? Even today, you don't have any viable alternatives in terms of hedging, either for credit risk or for duration risk in a measurable manner, apart from only one instrument that is used by the entire market, and it has its pros and cons, so to say. So I guess whatever has been done in the last 3-4 years, including what has been recently announced, are all ways in terms of possibly making the markets more efficient, more transparent, better in terms of functionality, etc.
Okay, I'm coming to my pet question. Where are we headed in terms of yields? First to you, 6.7, after the borrowing program got announced, actually the yield went up on the 10-year from 6.65 to 6.7, went to 7.5. What do you think till March and for the rest of 2026?
I think broadly, in run up to the March, I think yields are likely to remain stable, and they are more driven by what's happening on the global front. At least in our view, globally, the policy fabric is turning about lower real yield, higher fiscal, and weaker currency.
Okay.
India, for now, we don't have fiscal space. Weaker currency, large portion of pain we have taken. So now policymakers need to work upon bringing the real rates. And which is why, in my view, broadly, in run up to March, we see yields stable to marginally lower. In line
that is 6.7?
Yes, 6.6 to 6.7. But next year, which is where the big elephant comes in, which is supply, unless regulators step in and they resolve the supply issue, I think we can move a little bit higher towards 7. But for the full year, our fund house view is more like 6.5 to 6.75 by the end of next calendar year.
Oh, that sounds optimistic. I don't have that much time, but what would your range be?
So I'll skip the 10-year question and tell you 3 things, right? 1 year AAA PSU Bank CD rate is at 7%, 5-year SDL, which is a sovereign instrument, is at 7%, 30-year government bond is at 7.5%. These are absolutely high yields for any investor to ignore. So irrespective of which product you come into, how you enter into bond markets is immaterial. You have to have some reasonable allocation to the markets at this point in time.
Oh, well said. Your range anyways?
Yeah, I would say 670 to 7 because we haven't really addressed where the demand comes in. But I completely agree with what Amit said. Whatever be the level, the absolute levels where we are, and possibly over the next couple of months, given this mismatch, you will get very attractive investment levels, and including real returns, right? I mean, that's equally important.
Fair point. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a most engaging session, both on the here and now of the bond market and where we are probably headed, where investors ought to head when they do their asset allocation. That's it on this edition of Bond Street. Thanks very much for watching.
CNBC TV18 and India Bonds present Bond Street.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
Very fast.
CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech present AI Leadership Mixer.
The AI Leadership Mixer, presented by CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech, was recently held in the national capital, bringing together some of the most influential voices shaping the future of artificial intelligence. This exclusive reception that took place on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit commenced with a welcome address by Sandeep Kumar Saxena, Chief Growth Officer, Growth Markets 2 at HCL Tech.
India is a very strategic market for us. From an HCL Tech perspective, it is about AI products, our experience in global services, putting them together to what we call as AI solutions.
This was followed by a leadership panel which deliberated upon ways in which governments and enterprise can scale AI responsibly, securely, and with measurable impact.
Companies are telling us, hyperscalers are telling us, is that the way forward is more and more millions and millions of agents. That's the way forward, which in turn then sparks the debate about what that translates into disruption for L1 tasks, for low skill, low complexity tasks. From the conversations, at least, that we've been having, we're given to understand that these fears are overstated. But then the answer to that is, of course, reskilling. Do we have the bandwidth to reskill at that level? An entire population, do we have that bandwidth? Do we have that ability?
It's the biggest challenge that all of us face, right? Because a lot of work that people at the entry level are doing can be very, very easily automated. Not even using generative AI, with good machine learning, good AI solutions, you can eliminate them. Now, which is fine, then you have a challenge of trying to find the right roles for the people whose roles have got eliminated. But then these are the people who get trained to do the next level work. So if you no longer have these roles, how do you get people who can really play at the second and third tier, right? So different techniques are being adopted, like simulations and all of that, but it's a big industry-wide challenge.
What they're saying is develop here, and if it works here at India with the scale that it has, it's bound to work everywhere else. That is an analogy that is a mantra that many companies follow. Can you give us a sense, when you talk of developing here, what are the strengths and perhaps one challenge that you face with the Indian market?
Right. Well, look, firstly, I think the thing I love about the Indian market, which I've always found, is that I think it's a highly adaptable market. I mean, India is a country all the way back through the outsourcing of 30 years ago, right? India tends to watch the world and sort of make itself available and look for opportunities naturally. And I mean, so much of nearly the majority of the tech growth in India has come from that attitude, So I see that attitude playing out again, even in my conversations conversations I've had here this week, it's a sort of sense of, okay, well, what are the opportunities? What can we do? As a nation, I don't find you're locked into your ways of doing things. You're always open to trying something new, which I think is fantastic. And again, like I said, we're only in the beginning of this journey, right? So it requires that attitude that you can constantly learn and try out. I also think the educational infrastructure, you have a very young population in India. You have a great education system. I think that's what you need to feed this sort of thing. So I think that's there. What do I think is a challenge? Look, I mean, the reality is that there are other countries doing this, and it's a worldwide race, right? And we're all in that race kind of together. So how that plays out right now, none of us really know. I mean, we had a keynote this morning with a whole bunch of leaders that are building very large models. All over, China's got large models too. Other countries are, Europe's building, large models. So how that all plays out, I think, is interesting. I have no doubt that India is going to find its niche within that. And I think, like you said, you have a lot of very unique problems. And I think, especially from a global South perspective, I've always believed that the global South has a set of problems that are very different from the Western world. And you need solutions for that. I think you guys are perfectly positioned to be the leaders in developing that.
Mr. Chaudhary. So I got some thoughts in this area. I think the push for India to develop its own models and AI technology is a good thing. But it's going to take some time. And the rest of the world is not sitting. Things are evolving at a very rapid pace. Take example of, say, air defense. Yes, India wants to have its indigenous built fighter jets. But we know we can't just catch up to the best of the best. So what do? We have a hybrid approach. They're locally built, and then we go and buy from outside. I think the practical reality is that India will develop some of the models, but will use some of the external models in many, many use cases, and the race will continue. That's fact of life.
And any challenges that you see in that journey?
Any challenges? I think for India to get into some of these large language models, foundational models, some concerted investments will be needed. Yes, the West is spending hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. China talks about a much lower number. I'm not sure I buy into that much lower numbers. I'm sure Chinese government can step up and spend. Here is X billion dollars spent to create some of the work. I think Indian government probably should step up and subsidize some of the development of some of these things, because there's no quick and easy answer. If there was a really that easy answer, don't you think some of these smart companies in Silicon Valley would have figured it out? So the reality is that it'll get easier and better, but it won't be that simple and inexpensive. So India should do a concerted effort to help in this area. Our IT minister talked about 38,000 GPUs as a starting point. That's a good starting point. But we should have some more ambitious effort to build some of these real serious models.
Well, to begin with, he's just assured that he'll add 20,000 more, but I get the drift of what you're saying, that there's a bigger, deeper push that's required. But that's a very valid point. Mr. Haley, the point that you made about India trying to be the second mover and then perhaps trying to learn from the best experiences, was Mr. Chaudhary said that there's a deeper, more intense push required from the government. On that note, Mr. Vijay Kumar, let me come to you. The fact that we're slightly, when we talk of competition from countries like the US, when we look at countries like China, how do we then stay ahead of the curve, keeping in mind that there are some of these handicaps that we'll need to overcome on the way forward through 2026 and beyond?
I think we have to start focusing on value creation, right? While models, you can use foreign models, you can try and continue to advance the Indian models, but there are, as Mr. Chaudhary said, there are real limitations. I think the most important limitation is the GPU capacity. Without that, you can't train, and that's the basis of the entire AI trend. So I think we have to really focus on how do you really adopt it and deliver some real meaningful impact. I think because of the scale that we have in India, the ability of these solutions to really provide the right solutions and outcomes is quite strong. So if you work on adoption, I think that's really the magic. And I think it is here, it's in India, where the rubber hits the road in terms of AI adoption, right? Because the challenges are many, the volumes are high, the use cases are phenomenally complex. If we can solve the problems here, then you can solve problems anywhere else. So I think that is the biggest opportunity we have. I mean, others are going to take time, right? Models will evolve and there are constraints. So we'll have to work through those constraints. But we should be open to use global models and continue to make progress in how can they really deliver outcomes.
At this point, is there enough financial incentive for the industry to go develop these solutions, knowing that the ROI on that may not be around the corner? Or does it require some support from the government in the form of perhaps some kind of viability gap funding?
I think government has definitely done several things to support, but I do think it's not adequate, right? Like for data centers, there is tax benefits, but tax benefits can be talked about only if data centers are going to make profits, right? So it's going to take a long time for the data centers to really, if you're really investing in greenfield data centers, and you need to have the utilization, capacity, all of that. So I think they can do a lot more. And even the point of data, I think, can the government create some kind of collaboration through the industry forums to enable some kind of data, support different verticals and things like that. They could be helpful. And even the upskilling also, I think there is definitely the intent, and the government wants to enable the right curriculum at the educational levels. And that's been done in areas like semiconductors, but I think we should follow through that on AI. That would also greatly help.
So regarding help, let me talk about two buckets. Agriculture models to be built, or for example, making AI app available for students. So call it AI tutor, so to speak. I think that's where government should spend some serious effort to really make it available to the masses. I think when it comes to business side of it, businesses are actually willing to pay. And probably there's less help needed, but government should make things more easy and a little bit less bureaucracy. And I think current government has done a very good job in this area. So I'm very excited in this area. What I worry about is, how do you put guardrails around AI so it doesn't get abused or misused?
CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech present AI Leadership Mixer.
Also the
debemos aprender de la historia. Y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y, por tanto, de la paz.
CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech present AI Leadership Mixer.
At the heart of the AI Leadership Mixer, presented by CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech, were conversations around India's AI moment, where policy, public digital infrastructure, and enterprise innovation came together to shape global leadership. Taking center stage to discuss India's unique position in the global AI landscape was Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
And I want you to react to what we heard from President Macron. He said that France has taken a decision to ban social media for children under the age of 15. We've already seen Australia go down that path. We've now seen Spain join hands with France. He made a call to the Prime Minister to say India should follow suit. Do you believe that that is something that we should consider? Are we considering it?
See, child safety is something that cannot be compromised. We all know the pitfalls. We all know the misuse that can happen. How you do it, whether you do it through only the legal means or whether you do it through a techno-legal means or regulation, what we have been doing so far is to adopt a techno-legal means or regulation where you have legal provisions which do not allow certain kind of content to be shown for everyone, not only children. At the same time, if any platforms disseminates that and ensures that it goes to more and more people, they will have some liability to remove it. The recent directions of the government for taking down such content within 3 hours, then also directions with regard to labeling of AI-generated content, regulations with regard to deep fakes are in a step in that direction only. We did constitute an expert engagement group on child safety in the age of AI, and that group has given its recommendations. We'll definitely see it, because sometimes just banning something and making it a crime may not always work, because if a child, suppose, uses parent's phone or something, when goes on social media, what do you do it? You put him behind bars? Or you try to regulate the platform so that they use AI to find out who the person is using. Today's AI is powerful enough to guess or determine whether a child is whether somebody is a child or a minor or an adult by looking at the image. If the AI can do that, then all the social media platforms should ensure that if somebody below the age of 13 should not have an Instagram account, he should not have. But we all know that 8 to 9 year kids are on Instagram and they are consuming reels, and they are, but the platform, in spite of knowing that they are minors, they don't disable those accounts. So that's where regulation will come in. That's where responsible AI will come in. It will not only be done by law, it will be done by self-regulation to many ways, and it will also be done by having technical means to find out solutions for that and ensuring that they comply with it. Just like labeling of AI-generated content is there, then we can say that these platforms will have to determine whether somebody who is using these social media platforms is qualified to use it or not.
You know, the labeling norms that the government has just announced, much needed, but who is going to monitor this? Who's going to ensure that there is compliance?
There will be. The mechanisms will be defined. See, ultimately, the number of AI labs are limited. And the frontier AI labs, there are 6 frontier AI labs. So, and the ones which are coming up. So these labs, ultimately, people generate AI content by using these products. So it will be their responsibility that whenever any content is altered or generated by using their tools, they ensure that the labeling happens. So it can be done. There are technical solutions, and I'm sure experts will find solutions for these requirements.
What is the role that governments can play in order to mitigate some of the risks that AI presents itself, especially in the context of jobs? Dario at Anthropic believes that there should be progressive taxation, especially specific to AI companies. What are the other ways that the government could help mitigate some of the risks that AI throws up?
Like one of the things that we were working on for the last 6 months and which was announced today at the New Delhi Frontier AI Commitments, the commitments are twofold. The first commitment says that every Frontier AI lab will disclose the way people are using AI. So for example, every country, India will get to know that when people are using OpenAI or Gemini or Claude, for what purpose it is being used. How many people are using it for coding, how many people are using it for content creation. So once you know that which are the jobs that are going to be impacted. And then you can devise your strategy to deal with that. So that's a big step forward. And it's good to see that all 12 AI companies came forward to sign that. And happy to mention that towards the later part of the day, I got an email from Mistral that they are also joining it.
Let me end by asking you, sir, what should we now expect in terms of next steps? You know, the summit is done, commitments have been made, investment commitments have been made by companies on what they intend to do in India, data centers, and so on and so forth. But what should we now realistically expect in terms of next steps, the execution roadmap of the government?
See, like what this summit has done is raise the expectations. Raise the expectations from people within the government as also for citizens. So now we will need to really walk the talk and ensure that we build use cases and ensure AI diffusion happens. So AI will not benefit citizens by just building foundation models or getting GPUs or getting data set in one place. It will really happen if we identify problem statements with which AI can be used to solve citizens' issues. For example, information asymmetry is a big problem in governance. Very often, most people suffer because they don't just know what are the rules or what are the procedures, how to get a scholarship, how to get a pension, or how to avail a benefit. And this information asymmetry, with which some people have the information, they end up becoming middlemen, and they try to garner most of the benefit, and people suffer. With AI, we can democratize access to information. And if people get to know what is their right and how things are done, it will improve governance multifold. And that's just one example. Of course, there are multiple other examples in healthcare, education, research, science, which will lead to much benefits and will result in economic benefits in days to come. So our task is cut out. We'll need to actually get down to work, execute, and start appearing less on TV shows.
Start appearing less on TV shows. But thank you for showing up tonight. But let me end by asking you, there's so much talk around AI. How AI savvy are you? Do you have an agent that you talk to on a daily basis?
My screen time has totally changed. In fact, it was earlier used to be WhatsApp and Twitter and more. But now I think all the AI agents, whether Gemini or Grok or Claude, or OpenAI, ChatGPT, they have kind of dominate the time that you spend on the mobile phone.
But are you spending more time on the mobile phone or less?
Spending more, because you start checking things like the moment, like since the last 3 days, there's so much being written about the summit. So I would just go to Grok and it will say that,
including
show me the sentiment. Show me the sentiment about the summit and show me the positive and what are the negatives. So it saves so much of time. Otherwise, you'll have to scroll screens and screens, and it kind of collates what you want to see within no time. It saves a lot of time, but it gives you good insights with regard to what is going on across.
Okay, so let me end then by asking you, for you, what was the hardest part of putting this summit together? And where do you feel that you could have done things differently?
A lot. In fact, the scale, in fact, I would say that maybe on hindsight, we didn't expect the scale will be so big. It became like at least 5 to 7x time more than what we were anticipating. Like we were thinking 35, 40,000, how many people were interested in an AI summit? But 250,000 people coming on a single day. And even on the first day, 70,000 people showing up when there were no star speakers was something which was eye-opening. So in fact, I was just discussing with my team that maybe next time around when we do anything like this, we should have a business days and we should have the public days. We should not mix together, because otherwise, for when you have dignitaries from across the world, top CEOs and all, then you would want to regulate the number of people who are there in a particular geography so that meaningful conversations can take place. Otherwise, if we mix the two, then the volumes start dominating and then we lose precious time of the greatest minds who had assembled here today. So maybe next time around we'll do 2 days of business days and 5 days of public days.
And may the next time be even bigger and better. Abhishek Singh, thank you so much for joining us.
The Leadership Mixer served as a sanctuary for high-level dialogue, a space where policy met practice and where the leaders shaping India's future connected. The evening concluded with a soulful celebration of the spirit of modern India, a contemporary interpretation of classical Indian music performed by Aman and Ayan Ali Bangash.
CNBC TV18 and HCL Tech present AI Leadership Mixer.
On March 5th, Nepal held its first general election since a dramatic Gen Z-led uprising last September forced then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to step down. That protest movement has now spilled directly into politics. A new group of young candidates is challenging the long-standing dominance of veteran leaders in the Himalayan nation, and leading that wave is an unlikely figure. Balendra Shah, better known as Balain, is a rapper-turned-politician. At just 35 years old, Balain is now widely seen as the frontrunner for Nepal's top political post. Soon after the protests that led to Oli's resignation, Balain posted a message to millions of his followers on social media. He wrote, "Dear Gen Z, the resignation of your killer has come. Now your generation will have to lead the country. Be prepared." Months later, that message is turning into political reality. Balain first rose to prominence in politics in 2022, when he won the Kathmandu mayoral election as an independent candidate. Then he had campaigned on the slogan, "Time for Change." Now after 3 years as mayor, he's contesting to become Nepal's next prime minister. So who exactly is Balendra Shah? His father practiced traditional Ayurvedic medicine, and his mother is a homemaker. Balain showed an early interest in poetry, which eventually turned into a passion for rap music. He later studied civil engineering in Nepal, before completing a master's degree in structural engineering at Visvesvaraya Technological University in Karnataka, India. But by then, Balain had already built a reputation as one of Nepal's most outspoken rappers. Many of his songs sharply criticized the country's political elite, a message that resonated strongly in a country where around 20% population still lives in poverty. One of his most famous tracks, Baladun, released in 2019, has racked up more than 12 million views on YouTube. Unlike many of Nepal's traditional politicians, Balain rarely engages with the mainstream media. Instead, he connects directly with young voters through social media, where he has over 3.5 million followers. Last December, he officially joined the Rastriya Swatantra Party, led by former TV host Rabi Lamichhane, and was named the party's candidate for Prime Minister. The party's manifesto focuses heavily on jobs and economic reform. It promises to create 1.2 million jobs, reduce the migration of Nepalis seeking to work abroad, and more than double the country's GDP to $100 billion. The party has also pledged to increase per capita income from about $1,447 to $3,000, and introduce universal healthcare insurance within 5 years. This election will determine the composition of Nepal's 275-member House of Representatives. Of those seats, 165
OTM, the leading travel show in Asia.
Hello and welcome to OTM 2026, Asia's leading travel trade show, coming to you from the Geo World Convention Center. And today marks the grand opening of India's largest and most internationally diverse gathering of travel trade buyers and professionals. And we'll take you through exciting pavilions, engaging sessions, and the latest trends shaping the world of travel.
Explore Uganda.
OTM 2026, where the global travel industry converges to connect, collaborate and capitalize on India's fast-growing travel market. Organized by Fairfax Media Limited, OTM stands as Asia's most internationally diverse travel trade show. This year, 2,200 exhibitors representing more than 60 countries alongside 30 Indian states and union territories and nearly 45 national tourism organizations welcomed over 50,000 travel trade professionals, shaping the future of the Indian travel market. It's safe to say that OTM witnessed the highest international participation ever for a travel show in the region, and perhaps for any trade show at all. OTM 2026 commenced with the prestigious inauguration ceremony graced by an esteemed lineup of global tourism leaders. The show was inaugurated by His Excellency Christian Harold Duval, Minister of Tourism of Mauritius, His Excellency Dato Shri Abdul Karim Rahman Hamza, Minister for Tourism, Creative Industry and Performing Arts, Sarawak, Honorable Professor Ruwan Rana Singhe, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Sri Lanka, and Datuk Manoharan Pariyasamy, Chairman Tourism of Malaysia. The ribbon cutting was followed by a VIP walkthrough where dignitaries engaged with exhibitors and trade partners.
In terms of outbound tourism potential, a lot of Indians want to go all over the world. So that is the reason why the entire world wants to participate here in OTM Mumbai. And we have a beautiful facility also here, the Geo World Trade Center, which is like world class. All this together has led to a right constellation of making OTM the largest travel trade show not only in India but entire Asia. This was certified by Nielsen, who did a survey, and based on the feedback of that survey, OTM is the leading travel trade show in Asia.
We need this kind of platform to meet people, to meet those in the tourism industry, those in the hospitality industry, not just for the Indian market, but all those who are also doing the marketing down here. I noticed that this is a huge market which we can also gallop together to market ourselves, because we have got so much to offer to the world.
We have very large pavilion at OTM with 80 DMCs participating this time. I'm sure the engagement with the Indian business partners would give the opportunity for our DMCs to establish lasting relationships.
India is rapidly emerging as one of the world's most influential outbound travel markets. OTM has become the primary interface between global tourism boards and the Indian travel trade. With Malaysia Airlines as partner airline, nearly 50 national tourism boards participated this year, representing Europe, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, the Americas, and the Oceania, including Argentina, Bahamas, Bhutan, Cambodia, Cayman Islands, Egypt, France, Georgia, Greece, Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Israel, Kenya, Korea, Malaysia, Morocco, Mauritius, Namibia, Nepal, Oman, Peru, Philippines, Qatar, Singapore, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Taiwan, Tanzania, Thailand, Turkey, United States of America, Sarawak, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Zambia, and Da Nang leveraged OTM as a strategic gateway to the Indian travel trade.
OTM's growing, is becoming bigger and bigger as the organizers mentioned. Now OTM's become one of the largest travel expos in Asia. So we're looking at how do we can cater getting more Indian tourists visiting. So engagement with the B2B and a partner with the Indian partner.
So Switzerland Tourism is attending the first time at OTM, and we really see a value for our partners because we have buyers from pan-India here, and they really can connect and also learn more how the market works.
Here at OTM, we brought our partners from hotels, DMCs, and also Qatar Airways are with us to showcase what are the facility, the infrastructure that Qatar has to offer for the travelers.
OTM is an event that really looked into the trade buyers that we are looking. The energy here is really fantastic. You know, it's closeness, and about Indian buyers, it's all about relationship. It's about relationship and trust, and we are very comfortable that we have that bonding with the Indian buyers.
When we talk about OTM, they continue to deliver high-end quality, grow in terms of services, also for us as a destination. This is very important. And now, looking around here, and I walked this morning, you can easily compare OTM to any top travel trade show around the world. And we're happy actually to partner and will continue to be present at OTM also over the coming years.
OTM is a very important gateway to this side of the world. And being here enables us to reach a lot of agents who are interested in Kenya, It also gives us a chance to talk to clients on a B2C, and it is clear that the return on investment will be very good.
Alongside global destinations, the show also saw participation from over 30 Indian states and union territories, showcasing the depth and diversity of India's tourism landscape, featuring Maharashtra tourism, Uttarakhand tourism, Uttar Pradesh tourism, Jammu and Kashmir tourism, Odisha tourism, Ladakh tourism, Meghalaya tourism, Bihar, Chhattisgarh.
We have around 40 to 45 stakeholders, travel agents, hotels, business establishments, tour operators. The response at the moment has been good. There are good B2B meetings happening. Our stakeholders are happy. And I think it's a great exposure for the offerings Ladakh has to offer to people.
Building on this momentum, leading private sector players marked a strong presence at OTM 2026. Brands such as Malaysia Airlines, Air India, Uzbekistan Airways, TBO.com, My Partner by Make My Trip, Otila International, TripChat, One Above and many more actively engaged with trade partners. For airlines, DMCs, travel tech firms and hospitality brands, OTM remains a results-driven platform where strategic intent translates into measurable business outcomes.
With the expansion of our airline, considering launching other destinations also, connecting traffic, but maybe the most important is tourism, which can give us an opportunity to discover Uzbekistan as a tourism destination.
India is the fastest growing large economy in the world, and as a tourist source market for Sri Lanka, we had about 500,000 tourists last year, which is about a 30% growth year on year, and we expect that number to grow again this year by another 30%.
As part of its high-level initiatives, OTM 2026 curated an exclusive invite-only CEO luncheon, bringing together senior industry leaders, influential buyers, and global brands in a focused and strategic setting. High-value conversations evolved into meaningful partnerships, reinforcing OTM's reputation as a platform where relationships drive revenue. A highlight of OTM 2026 was the exclusive gala dinner hosted by the Moroccan National Tourism Office, a closed-door gathering of top travel industry buyers. With live performances, curated cuisine, and striking visuals, the event showcased the country's distinctive heritage. More than a celebration, it served as a networking platform, further strengthening Morocco's standing in the global travel market.
The OTM is not only to showcase what you can offer, but it's also a melting point where you can meet a lot of people. And then among these people, professionals. When it comes to professionals, you exchange experience, but also best practices. What works, though you are competitors, but still there are destinations in which you can be complementary. So sometimes you make the promotion of another destination while keeping yours.
Beyond deals and displays, the OTM Forum led the industry dialogue at OTM 2026. The opening session explored India's path to becoming a 100 million outbound traveler market. Speakers included tourism leaders from the Cayman Islands, Mauritius, Malaysia, Switzerland, France, and Uzbekistan, all aligning their global playbooks around the Indian traveler.
We've seen a growth of about 33% last year, but we want to do more. The market share of India is at, we're like the 5th destination to come into Mauritius. We want to bring it to the 4th and then eventually more. And we see a lot of scope for it. So we are now going to communicate a bit more on the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of India, where we see a lot of demand. Mauritius is a short-haul destination. So I think overall it's important to be present at OTM.
It makes it easier. I mean, to have to go around and meet 100 and odd, 200 operators would just be virtually impossible. So it's quite efficient. It's also about visibility. I think there's a lot of operators that, one, have never heard of the Cayman Islands, or two, have never been able to connect with us. So it creates a perfect meeting spot where we're able to learn about the operators, learn about what they need, and they're able to learn about us. And it's done in an efficient way.
It's just before the peak season comes in. So, all the sort of different players, they're also pan-India. So that's, again, very important because it's a one-stop shop where you come into Mumbai, but you get to see people who are genuinely selling outbound across the country. So I think there's a very direct correlation between the kind of business translation that will happen and the people we meet.
Another compelling discussion was agentic AI and the future of travel. Threat, tool, or teammate. Prominent speakers in this session were Ankush Nijhawan, co-founder TBO, Hari Ganpati, co-founder Pick Your Trail, Abraham Alapat, President and Group Head Marketing, Service Quality, Value-Added Services and Innovation, SOTC Travel, and Thomas Cook India. The session was moderated by Ankit Sawant, co-founder and CEO on arrival.
The amount of aviation we are getting added, the number of aircrafts coming in itself tells us, the growth which this market is going to see in the next few years. And I think the next theme is obviously AI. It's the next kind of evolution, I would say, in the technology space. Something which I think everybody should embrace on what's happening, and I'm very, very happy to see that how, forthcoming the travel fraternity is on understanding how this AI will behave as we go into the next many years.
OTM 2026 also featured an exclusive invite-only session focused on unlocking EU-India opportunities in tourism and hospitality, highlighting trade expansion, investment flows, and policy collaboration.
This is the first kind of an initiative which is the EU Council is taking to open the doors for the tourism opportunities. But such kind of gatherings, conversations will definitely give us the opportunity to table the challenges. Somebody is hearing the challenges what Indian tourist is facing currently, and I'm sure it will lead to a good amount of solutions to as we go along.
We are heading into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, more vibrant pavilions and key takeaways from insightful panel discussions. Stay with us.
OTM, the leading travel show in Asia. This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV18.
Chinese apparel retailer Uniqlo has opened its second store here in Bengaluru at the Phoenix Mall of Asia, taking the total store count in the country to 18. After years of measured expansion, the brand now finally appears to accelerate in what it calls a priority growth market. For Kenji Inoue, Uniqlo India's Chief Operating Officer and CFO, India is an exciting market. The company has a little under 2% market share in India but says it is on track to grow its business tenfold in the coming years. He is basing this on the success the company has tasted since it entered in 2019.
Let me then, Mr. Sachs, ask you a follow-up question. Donald Trump says that this is going to be an exercise. This endeavor will take about 4 to 5 weeks. Do you buy that? Because what many analysts say is that in the lack of a very clearly defined objective, what is US going for? With that objective not being clearly defined, many are not able to buy into that 4 to 5 week deadline that the US seems to have given itself.
The US has no strategy. Trump, we know from all experience, is delusional. He's psychologically unstable. He can't keep agreements. He does not have a long-term strategy. Look at how he dealt with India during the past year. Look at how he dealt with the tariff issue when he had no legal authority to do this. He operates by bullying and by grand pronouncements that have no justification. He said yesterday, don't worry about oil and gas. The U.S. will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Almost everybody with any knowledge of this begs to differ. There is, of course, in the U.S.
OTM, the leading travel show in Asia.
Welcome back. You're watching our special feature on OTM, the leading travel trade show in Asia, held here at the Geo World Convention Center in Mumbai. And today is day 2 of OTM 2026. We're especially excited to showcase the unique flavors and experiences brought by participating countries, Indian states and union territories. So let's dive in and explore the new offerings they have in store for Indian travelers.
India's corporate mobility market is projected toward a $20 billion growth trajectory. Panel discussions highlighted data-driven procurement, travel policy innovation, and technology integration as key drivers, shaping the next phase of business travel. Panelists include Gaurav Shekhar Nagbekar, Head Travel Logistics and Corporate Service Administration, Reliance Industries; Bhavin Modi, Chief Commercial Officer, Quest to Travel by Make My Trip; Sunny Sodhi, Managing Director, FCM Travel India; Shaheen Karoji, Assistant Vice President, Corporate Administration, Aditya Birla Group, and moderated by Dr. Sanjay Pai, Vice President Facilities, Corporate Travel, Hospitality and Director Aviation, L&T.
Move more and more to technology, automation, and that is going to be the need of the hour. Yeah, and I'll be more than happy if you have large players who would be able to move to AI platforms. Technology adoption is looked at not only for the air transport or the hotels, but the ground transportation. I think that is a big miss which most of the TMCs and the corporates are losing out on.
All the parameters of travel, whether it is from the indent till the settlement, the mobility, the forex, the travel, air component, all has to be on a one dashboard, which will be easy for any travelers to have at a click of a button, So that is what is the expected from the employee perspective. And from the travel manager perspective, he should have a control over the cost, customization and various aspects which is related to the corporate.
At OTM, Wedding Sutra Engage sought sessions such as luxury stays and the big Indian guest list, and explorations and discoveries, travel and Indian weddings examined how experiential travel and large format celebrations are redefining destination demand. The panel featured prominent industry voices including Harshal Kothari, Rising Events, Karan Surma, Murani and Surma, Aarti Mattu Momentum Experiences and Events, Nikhil Murarka, Center Point Events, Dakshita Batla, DB and Spaces, Priyal Mehta, Niche Events, Vikramjit Sharma, Leigh Florence Weddings were part of the panel.
It's about starting and building relationships which will really help you, because today a wedding planner is expected to wear the hat of a travel consultant too. And OTM fits in just what they require. It is one show where they can meet so many people under one roof.
As traveler expectations evolve, travel marketing is moving beyond reach and discounts toward relevance, intelligence, and long-term engagement. Speakers in this session were Ravi Shankar, CMO, Air Asia Move; Nikhil Dhar, Vice President, Direct and Ancillary Sales, Indigo; Neeraj Singh Dev, Executive Vice President, Thomas Cook India; Neil Ghosh, Country Manager and General Manager, Sky Scanner; Sandeep Sonavne, Chief Business Officer, Dream Folks; Anurag Jain, Executive Vice President, APAC and Middle East and Africa, Rate Gain.
It's a kind of melting pot of bringing people from all walks of travel under one roof. We learn from each other's experiences and mistakes, and it really builds the community of this whole ecosystem, and it's a very it's an integral part of the travel calendar every year.
Among the key highlights of OTM 2026 was WTE Miami Networking Meet, announcing Fairfest acquisition of WTE Miami, the fastest growing travel show in the United States.
We acquired a show, the only B2B travel trade show in the US called WTE. It's in Miami. It is their third year. So we acquired, and we hope to take it to different US cities, other big cities other than Miami in the years to come. And so we hope to build shows like we have built in India, also in the US.
OTM 2026 concluded on a powerful note, welcoming over 50,000 travel trade visitors across 3 dynamic days. Exhibitors consistently describe OTM as one of the most effective platforms to connect with qualified buyers, showcase products and services, and build long-term strategic alliances. As Asia's leading travel trade show, OTM continues to set new benchmarks, not only in scale but in relevance, quality, and business impact.
With that, it's a special wrap on this special episode of OTM 2026, Asia's leading travel trade show. But don't miss the next edition next year, and keep watching CNBC TV18.
OTM, the leading travel show in Asia.
I live in Dubai, so the strike started on Saturday, last Saturday. It was not really pleasant. So we decided to take the car, go to Oman, where we stayed 2 days, and then the first flight, which was this one.
India's digital journey has already transformed over 1 billion Indians as to how they identify themselves, make payments, and access essential services. But the next phase of this journey goes beyond being just digital. It becomes intelligent. Hello and welcome to India Stack 2.0, powering the next big digital transformation. India Stack 1.0 laid the foundation for financial and social inclusion through platforms such as Aadhaar, DigiLocker, UPI. Now, India Stack 2.0 builds on that legacy. It integrates advanced technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning and large language models onto India's digital public infrastructure. The objective is simply to simplify the daily life of citizens, make it easier even for small businesses to operate, innovate, and scale up. Today, we explore how India Stack 2.0 can empower the next big wave of India's digital transformation. And to lead this conversation, I'm joined by Suresh Sethi, Managing Director and CEO of Protean eGov Technologies, a veteran of global Indian financial services, even beyond and before Protean, and a key voice in India's digital public infrastructure ecosystem. Suresh, thank you very much for sparing time for us for this conversation.
Thank you, Lata. Thanks to be here.
I want to start by, asking you what will be the big difference between India Stack 1.0 and India Stack 2.0. India Stack 1.0, when it came, was a very big, innovation for all Indians. It was Aadhaar becoming digital. It was UPI, payments, and of course, even the way we accessed COVID certificates, so essential services. What will be the overarching theme of 2.0?
I think 2.0 will pick up where 1.0 sort of laid the foundation. 1.0, as you rightly said, was very, very fundamental and basic. I think one of the most important things for all of us is to prove who we are. So identity became the foundational pillar of the entire stack, and then you laid on top of it. So what I do, which was payments, because end of the day, if I have a bank account, I would need to transact on it. Otherwise, I would keep cash with me because that is what is handy and available to me. Similarly, our entire data architecture became important. And that was important also from the fact that India, right from the outset, played on the rules of data empowerment along with data privacy. So which basically meant that you and I can use our own data for our own well-being. So that was again a very foundational pillar of the way the data architecture was laid out. So who I am, what I do, and what I have.
Yes.
These were the three fundamental questions answered by India Stack 1.0, which showed us the path towards financial inclusion, account opening, so on and so forth. I think 2.0 is really going to build on top of it. And what are we seeing today? We are seeing India's DPI today fueling multiple sectors. So if you look at three primary sectors, which are in a way fragmented today, Whether you take being an agrarian economy, we are looking at agriculture. Skilling is the need of the day, because for everything that is happening around us, we need to upskill, we need to reskill, we need to see how we keep up with the times of even new technology, AI itself. And then most important, health, universal health availability, accessibility. So India Tax Stack 2.0 is basically about reprogrammable population scale registries, where you are able to put agrarian information, your health information, your information around your credentials, around skilling, education, and then using that digital information to create event-driven outcomes.
Okay, but I think if our viewers have to get this, why don't you take only agriculture first?
Sure.
And tell us, how do you see? And now agriculture, everyone has a Aadhaar identity. Everyone has a UPI, they're able to make payments. What will, in your view, India Stack 2.0 do to agriculture?
Okay, so let me add two more aspects to bring it together, but we'll take agriculture as the example. We'll bring in the concept of tokenization and blockchain, right? When I say tokenization, it is converting any real asset into a smart contract or a digital asset. So today, if you see land records, I own a piece of land, but if I can convert that land record into a digital token and make it a smart contract, I have the ability to transact on it, right? So let's start now. So I'm just introducing the tokenization idea. Now let's look at the fact that when you look at agriculture and say a farmer's life, today a farmer, first of all, owns a piece of land. So we are talking about creation of land record registries at one end. You look at crop registries, similarly, which talk about what is sown on the fields that he owns, and then all digital in nature, right?
Okay. And the quality of the
soil health registries, exactly, you got it. So if you put all this information and make it digital, now for a farmer today, you are able to link all this digital information to even satellite records. You can likewise link it to any weather crop, weather patterns and stuff like that. What does it lead to? So when we are talking about event-driven outcomes, today a farmer has an identity which is linked to his land, to his crops, to his soil health. Tomorrow there is a trigger event. Let's say there is a weather event which devastates some of the crop. So you can have insurance, because it is all tokenized, being released basis the event triggering it, right? So no longer is the farmer going to fill up paperwork and go and say, I want to claim on my insurance. So the insurance itself is a tokenized asset and it gets linked. So agri-insurance, you're talking about agri-credits. Similarly, you could be talking about farm inputs, your subsidies, your, basically any other, sort of fertilizers. All that can be digital assets. And today you could be getting vouchers to be able to purchase those, depending on the sort of credentials you have and the registries you built. So you are in a way converting the entire ecosystem into a digital transactional ecosystem sitting on top of the rails which are at the foundation.
So basically, even a banker is able to give credit to a farmer with more precise information.
Absolutely.
As to whether is he a coffee farmer, is he an orange farmer, or is he coffee and oranges,
More importantly, real time, and it's transparent, and even subsidy, because, automatic linking of subsidy release to certain events. A farmer qualifies based on his income, based on the land holding he has. He can qualify for certain schemes. So you are no longer entering your data. You're already verifiable in a certain manner with all this digital information being linked, and you become pre-qualified for certain subsidies to flow to you.
Okay. Yeah, we've always been complaining that farmers overuse certain kinds of subsidies, certain kinds of fertilizers. So much can be corrected if we have that kind of micro information. Okay, now let me come to urban India. The smallest unit is MSME. How do you see their life getting transformed? I mean, I was expecting great guns from account aggregator, but now if you have artificial intelligence over the DPI, the merchants' UPI payments or the MSMEs' UPI payments, how does life change for them?
I think, Lata, again over here, when we talk about registries and protocols, that is what is really already making the difference. Today, we are talking about the fact that we moved away from having balance sheet lending to data-driven lending. And when we talk about data-driven, we are talking about his turnover, his GST filing. So if you take registries like, say, Udyam or GSTN, Similarly, you're talking about protocols like account aggregator, you're talking about OCEN, the Open Credit Enabled Framework. All these put together are today giving you the ability that if a farmer's invoice can be tokenized, again, making it digital, based on that, you can instant release of credit to him. So paperless credit coming to the farmer. Similarly, insurance. Equally important today, if you look at the concept of compliance. So GST and related compliance can be AI enabled for him. So all those aspects come together. So what are the key requirements today to an MSME? They need funding, they need finance, and they need it at
Most
equitable
underserved
rates.
in credit.
Absolutely. They need it at equitable rates by being part of the formal financial economy. The moment you can see their supply chain movement, whether it is invoice-based lending, whether it is their bill discounting or any of these aspects, they become digital. And they can then get the necessary funding for themselves. Their insurances can be automated, again linked to the sort of work they do, and their compliance can be enabled using AI. So all this makes life much more simpler and inclusive for them.
Okay, now let me take off my macro policy hat and wear my banking reporter hat. How does life change in India Stack 2.0 for banks, for NBFCs, and even fintechs for that matter?
I think for banks and NBFCs, clearly there is a big play because two parts to the bank. There is the lending side and there is the deposit side. So when we talk about tokenization, you would have heard the concept of Finternet.
Yes.
We are talking about financial internet, right? And today,
the BIS talks about it.
BIS talks about it. Nandan talks about it. He's been one of the core sort of thinkers in putting that idea together. The whole idea is over here, we are really talking about tokenization of real world and financial assets. And the moment these assets are tokenized and they're sitting on a blockchain, exchange of assets becomes much more easier in that framework. What I'm simply saying is if you're doing cross-border payments, if you're doing lending, all that information is sitting in a tokenized asset, which has all information around ownership, around the smart contract that is built into it. And you can have real-time, transparent exchange of assets without any time being lost between multiple institutions coming into it. So I think that is one future of the financial world. And as we look at it, we are really talking about the fact, when we say financial internet, your exchange of financial assets can be as simple as sending an email or an SMS.
Yeah, it is speed, it is trustworthy, it's credible,
and it's transparent. It's transparent. So that is one big segue from AI and tokenization aspect which comes into play. Similarly, we are seeing today banks adopting a lot of AI from fraud risks protection, from again your database lending. Because moving away from balance sheet lending, you're looking at an entire economy opening. So banks which are ahead of the curve are clearly looking at adopting these practices to say how they can enable smarter supply chain lending. Similarly, data-driven credit surrogates coming into play. The entire account aggregator ecosystem is a big support system over there. Last year alone, around 1.6 lakh crore of lending was done based on account aggregator information. And we are talking about the fact that 60% of lending went through NBFCs. And that is again all enabled because of data being available on the AA rails.
So the NBFCs can get more new to credit guys.
Absolutely.
And of course sell perhaps even investments and insurance. This is quite clearly a paradigm shift in terms of financial inclusion. Let me take a break on that note. But thereafter, I want to ask you questions about, you spoke about global payments becoming easy. So where does this put India in the global map? Those questions after the break.
Debemos aprender de la historia y no podemos jugar a la ruleta rusa con el destino de millones de personas. Las potencias involucradas en este conflicto deben cesar inmediatamente las hostilidades y apostar por el diálogo y la diplomacia. Y los demás debemos actuar con coherencia, defendiendo ahora los mismos valores que defendemos cuando hablamos de Ucrania, de Gaza, de Venezuela o de Groenlandia. Porque la pregunta no es si estamos o no a favor de los ayatolás. Nadie lo está. Desde luego no lo está el pueblo español y por supuesto tampoco el gobierno de España. La pregunta, en cambio, es si estamos o no del lado de la legalidad internacional y, por tanto, de la paz.
Welcome back to India Stack 2.0, powering the next digital transformation. I have been speaking with someone who has already been leading India's digital transformation, Suresh Sethi, the Managing Director and CEO of Protean eGov Technologies. Suresh, thank you very much for your patience. So we discussed how life can change from the bottom of the pyramid, whether it is farm, or whether it's health, or whether it is MSMEs. Let me come to India's global image. First of all, you think global payments are going to become much faster in India Stack 2.0?
Yes, I mean, if you look at concepts like Finternet, today we know a lot of countries are actually looking at adopting AI and tokenization. So tokenization of financial assets and then the ability to move them cross-border There's a lot of work to be done, goes without saying, frameworks, exchange control, regulations,
international relations.
All those come into play, geopolitical, relationships. But primarily from a tech perspective, it's a huge step forward.
Okay.
So that will make a big difference.
Yeah. Does India come as a powerhouse? Because we've clearly emerged as a digital public infrastructure powerhouse with UPI. We are exporting UPI. So where do you see India in the India Stack 2.0 globally? You think we'll be able to export?
Yeah, absolutely. India's DPI framework is built in a very, balanced manner, to use the word. What we are really looking at over here is the government has put all efforts to create the digital rails. Now, on top of the rails, you build them in a way on open source technology. You've taken some principles as first principles, whether it is trust by design, which is more talking about the governance around those, rails. They are open. They are, anybody can plug in and, be a part of that economy or whatever the digital rails are powering, the ecosystem. Similarly, we are talking about the fact that these are, again, interoperable. So the whole point we already see happening. So Aadhaar fueled UPI, and UPI is, now looking at the data part of it and getting lending and all enabled through that. So they are combinatorial, and that's why all these digital rails play with each other in that manner. So interoperability becomes a very key point. We've built rails which are at scale, population scale in the country, right? They are not fueling a part of the ecosystem. They are for everybody. They are inclusive and they are open. Now, I think if you look at these fundamental principles, this is what the government has done. And the beauty of it is today you are allowing public and private sector to innovate on top of these rails to provide the last mile services to the consumers and enterprises alike. Now, when you look at such an open architecture, it is neither sort of all government owned, nor it is all private sector driven. You are putting the right perspective in the right place because the government is today building the foundational infrastructure, which may not be giving you ROI day zero till it gets adopted. So government has the patient capital to invest and build that. And then you bring the innovation. I was actually at a forum where there was a regulator and he said, we are not the best at innovation. Our first thought is regulation. And therefore, if you allow the private sector to innovate, you get the best of both worlds. So I think India has built that sweet, mix of the two. And therefore, our ability to take it to other countries, and we know that the government has been at the forefront of saying how India's DPI can be exported to different parts of the world and make it easier for them. Now, by nature of it, if you see some of the foundational principles, it's open. So it's not commoditized, it's not licensed. So as we move into different countries, they are very happy to take the Indian model because that gives the local companies the ability to innovate and grow on top of it. So you're laying the foundation. And therefore, you can take it to multiple countries from here.
Now, let me wear my stock market reporter hat. One of the negatives we have, or one of the griefs in the current stock market scenario is that foreign investors saying India doesn't have an AI company. We don't have that cutting edge tech company. Do you think India Stack 2.0 will be able to provide that?
We again have a very good positioning for India. And again, coming back to DPI, the question also becomes today, can you use AI anywhere and everywhere? The answer is no. Because a lot of pre-work needs to go as to how data is structured, how it is accessible, and how you can build AI models on top of it, right? We all talk about the intelligence layer. AI today brings the intelligence layer, and it does it in various ways, whether it is fraud prediction, protection, grievance handling. You are at the other end, you are talking about accessibility, like multilingual interfaces. Now, India, by the virtue of the fact that we've laid the digital rails, we are very well architected to now build the intelligence layer on top of it. We therefore believe that India, and we've heard it say, so I'm repeating it, that India can very well become the AI use case capital of the world. Because end of the day, all the AI has to ultimately benefit somebody. It's not AI for the sake of AI. So whether we are looking at farm, and we spoke about earlier, release of subsidy based on, credentials of the farmers, release of insurance based on some events triggering it. Similarly, we are a country with 100+ dialects. Now, if you want to make conversational onboarding, you want to create digital journeys where people can just speak to their devices and get, consumption, all that becomes easier. We are today building in India, AI or rather models in which you are putting all dialects so that the local people can speak and it can be understood in their context, and they can then, access financial services or any sort of services and build it from there. So I think India has a cutting edge over there. So we can very well become the AI use case capital of the world.
So never mind if we were not the first in AI discovery, we could still be the AI use case capital, as the phrase goes now. Finally, what is the social impact? You know, how Aadhaar changed, how DigiLocker has changed, or how even Digi Yatra has changed life. What is the social impact finally?
I think the social impact, I always take a nice anecdote. We always talk about the blue dot.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
And this is a good one. We talk about maps. And a lot of times we had to go from point A to point B. You would open the big book and just go on tracing. And as you are going down the road, you would not know where you are. You would look at landmarks outside, but you are not visible on the map. So I think first thing which DPI has done for us, it has made us discoverable, right? That was Aadhaar for us.
We become the blue dot in the social sphere.
Exactly. But now as we are adding verifiable credentials, various attributes to my identity, right? I am an individual. Yes, I have a certain identity, but yes, I also have a certain educational qualification. I also have a certain health record, right? Yes. My health status. Yes. So if I'm making all this visible, in a way, I'm making myself visible to the ecosystem. And you can talk about individual credentials and you can talk about institutional credentials. You're looking at a hospital, you don't know what the doctors are specializing in, what sort of treatment you can get over there. If all that is available, then you look at something which ONGC did. Yes. You can create a marketplace. Absolutely. So an individual can discover where to get the best treatment, and an educational institution can tell where is the right talent and what education to give over there. So I think for us, DPI would become invisible, right? It will just become invisible. We will all become visible by virtue of that. Okay. And it will really mean convenience, dignity, and accessibility for all.
Okay. Suddenly, Viksit Bharat and the future of AI is becoming very exciting the way you put it. Thank you very much, Suresh, for starting off and making us think about India Stack 2.0.
Thank you so much.
And thanks much for watching.
India is facing a cancer challenge where the greatest enemy isn't just the disease, it is the silence that precedes it. Choosing to step into that silence, Network 18, Federal Bank, Homis Memorial Foundation and Tata Trusts came together 3 years ago to bridge this gap between fear and courage, between
a hidden symptom and a timely cure. Today, I'm deeply moved to share that our mission, Sanjeevani United Against Cancer, has reached the unseen and the unheard. From the young to the old, from bustling urban centers to the heart of rural Bharat. And we carried with us a lifeline. Time nikale, screen kare. Welcome to this special presentation of Sanjeevani United Against Cancer, where we look back at the distance we've traveled and map the miles that remain. I'm honored to be joined by the architect of this movement, MVS Murthy, the Chief Marketing Officer at Federal Bank, and Shriram Finance, the Managing Editor of CNBC TV18. She herself has been championing the cause of early cancer detection. Thank you to the both of you.
Thank you.
MVS, I want to begin with you. Take us all the way back. Let's go back to the drawing board. Talk about how Federal Bank decided to step into this journey, this movement, really be the reason that we can see this change today. Because typically, you know, banks are all about securing financial future, but here we are securing the right to a future.
I think the important point is the financial future. Whose future do we want to secure? We want to secure futures of communities. We want to secure futures of our citizens. So when you say all the way back, it goes to the Wagah border literally, because the first edition of Sanjeevani was launched around COVID, where we went out and distributed over 100,000 vaccines to a lot of people when COVID was at its peak. So that's where it began. And then we took a pause because we wanted Sanjeevani to be something which is working on a perpetual kind of a mode. And we wanted to find out a reason for it to sort of perpetuate its cause. And then we were wondering what to go out and do. And cancer was something that we landed upon. But we also realized that there are a lot of companies and a lot of NGOs who are already doing work on cancer on the side of patient support and supporting families who have lost their insurance or state government support and stuff like that. So we said, where is the hard work got to be put in? And we said, let's put the hard work in the space of cancer awareness and getting people to screen. It is almost like saying DPTK, DOTK, it's that kind of a mode. But that's really where the work needs to go, because if you're able to prevent the disease much earlier, then there is no need for a patient care or a patient support. So that's where we landed up there. Now, when I look back, I'm super proud that the brand and the foundation itself has put in a lot of work. We began from just doing awareness and screening in the phase 1 of Sanjeevani, which is about 3 years back. We started going to